Hello everyone, I am Tacit, and welcome to the once again start of us streaming Brighter Shores every single day, at least for a little while. We are finally starting the month-long, or however long it takes, Monument Grind. We were talking about this quite a bit when the game first came out. When we saw that, it's like, oh yeah, we're definitely going to do that eventually and dedicate a month to it. Well, today starts that month, or however long it takes. With the new Milestone update the other day, of course, we ended up getting a much smoother leveling system, and Forager is currently our lowest skill that we need to get pretty much maxed in order to go and finish out Monument. So that's going to be the goal. We are doing all of our combat with the new Milestone system in Chapter 1 so that we can end up multitasking. Got quite a few good drops too with the new potion that gives you like double luck. As there's also different enemies that have the 50% modifier too, and they do seem to stack based on how many unique drops I got. I basically went from full tier 1 to pretty much fully kitted. I only have one tier 1 equipment on right now because we got so kitted from just AFKing it. With the new Enrage potions that are also great. Also, Enrage potions give you 1/3 of your knowledge. Originally it was full, then it was nerfed to 0, and then it was, by the time it launched, I didn't even realize, it is actually a 1/3 knowledge right now. I was wondering why I was like randomly getting knowledge. But yeah, it's actually not that bad. It is the highest knowledge per click. It still takes forever and is obviously way slower than other means of obtaining knowledge because, you know, it's like 3 times slower for the most part. However, the knowledge per click, especially with like a 6-minute or plus Enrage potion, very, very solid. Anyways, we did get a small update today beyond, you know, the mega one yesterday. And 2 of them actually help us today. Well, one of them does. One of them, I think, nerfs us. There's now a storage rift in the hideout storage area where the racks are to make it less annoying to go and bank them. We were talking about this yesterday, and they actually did end up adding a storage rift there, so that's great. I'm not sure how far away it is. Yeah, I haven't checked it, but we are 1 level away from doing this, so we will find out soon. Beyond that, the quest requirement tooltips have been fixed for a couple things. Fish cards now show the purpose and require professional equipment, and 1-step recipes now show that the step is the show the step in the view recipe pop-up. For balancing, the level of all Carpenter passive activities that use branches are now more aligned with their other activity, and they restored the respawn time of Monument Stones to the pre-Milestone value, which I'm not sure if this is a nerf or a buff. I assume this is a nerf because most things got, you know, lower cooldowns. So this might make it a little bit more annoying to do monument pieces, but if we could do a set of 8, we could probably still do it. Like do a set of 8, then do a combat, 8, set of 8, do combat. We'll find out because we got to go do 1 whole tier of monument pieces today. So yeah, we'll need to go get around to that. And a bunch of bug fixes. Not sure if any of them are particularly noteworthy here. And then just all the patch notes from yesterday, of course, but we already read. We just took a half an hour reading that yesterday. Not doing that again today. But anyways, I figured we showed a gameplay loop for where we are right now and go from there. So we are currently at the, let's go over some things that we did off stream. So what did we do off stream? I did a lot of AFK with Enrage potions, had like 80 of them. I'm down to like 14 now, but these things are so nice. You just drink one of them, AFK for 7 minutes, come back, pick up everything from the ground, drink another one, repeat, drink a luck potion like every other one in between so you get even better drops. And gosh, do we get better drops. And I'm not even using the shield, so technically we're in full tier 2 and higher. The helm we already had, but we got a body, we got some gloves, we got some legs, we got some boots. I found a 4-star weapon of the one we had, a little bit lower of the frost percent, but we're not really fighting much with the frost percent at the moment. And it has a bit more power, not by much, given that this is a lower level, it was only like 4 or 5 more power. But yeah, we got this. It was our first 4-star since the new system. And we got it with the double luck. I was also doing it on an enemy that had double, we can actually see the enemy. Based on the weapon level, we could already tell exactly what enemy it is, which of course is the Goblin Chief. As far as him, he has a 50% loot modifier, and we're also using the luck potion, which gives you a double loot modifier, which from what I can tell does indeed stack with the 50% based on how many 2 stars, 3 stars, and even 4-star, a singular 4-star that we ended up getting. Seemed way higher than what you otherwise would be getting if you didn't have the luck potion, if you didn't have this rare modifier. So yeah, these things seem to be pretty high priority if you want to keep up your gear. Unfortunately, it does have a lower XP rate, and him having an higher knowledge rate is kind of bad since we do only get 1/3 the knowledge. But hey, at least it's not 0 now, so still some incentive to do it. Anyways, we're currently on Nettle right now, about to move on to the racks that they literally just buffed as of today, like a couple hours ago. I was actually online AFKing while they did the update. He actually kicked me out because the AFK potion's 7 minutes, but the timer for the update was 5 minutes. But anyways, I want to go show the gameplay loop. I guess we'll start it from the square one for this little area. I was doing this a little bit off stream just to kind of get our forager a little bit closer so that we can actually get to the monument piece today. Though with how quickly forager goes and everything, it seems like we should be able to pretty easily. So we have a nice little set of just bones and nettle here. Nettle's the main thing we need. Nettles are no longer sold at stores, so if you did want to bank it, you can. I have been dropping them all to the ground, but for higher level ones, I will end up banking them. Even the thing we were killing earlier was giving us the tier 9 version of it. That seems to be the keys for a lot of resources, is it seems to just give the highest tier of the possible node when you kill it from an enemy, which is really great for chapter 1 and 2 and has no effect at all in chapter 3 and 4. Even more of a reason to do battles in the earlier chapters, as you get tier 9 material from it. Whereas the other chapter, yeah, you just get a bunch of useless potions throughout the entirety of the game, even at the higher leveled enemies. Whereas pretty much every single enemy we kill has some kind of like secondary tier 9 or, you know, max tier resource in this area, which is really nice. But it has pretty much been our gameplay loop. And we then grab these 3 bones, and by the time we get over there, we should be able to go and grab it. And then we can just drop everything to the ground, but this thing should be spawned by the time we go and click right over there. Yep, there it goes. It's already spawned right now. Then we'll go drop all of our stuff, and that's basically been our gameplay loop as of recently. And yeah, we'll be able to go and move on to the racks as soon as we go and finish these. But that's the gameplay loop we end up doing for Nettle. And this bone should respawn any second now as well, so that we can go pick that up when we go into the other room, go grab the fish, then grab the double plant over there. And of course, this ends up utilizing 3 different tools. It feels like that's the most I've been able to get with any kind of gameplay loop so far. Maybe there'll be some kind of setup where we get 4 or 5. But I haven't seen anywhere where we could realistically, without going like way out of our way, try to get more than 3 tools simultaneously. That's pretty much been our gameplay loop for like, what, 2 levels? I guess I did like a level and a half off stream. Which level did you get Nettle at? Yeah, 420. So, yeah, I've been doing it for a level and a half here. Yeah, it's pretty chill. And it ends up working out really well. But so far, I've been really enjoying every milestone change. This is definitely the motivation I've been needing to, like, power grind like crazy. Will we still be power grinding after we finish Monument? We'll see. But we might be. We'll see. If I do, the next grind after Monument is probably Hope Forest, I would assume. Trying to get stuff up with that. It just, a lot of Hope Forest grinds don't really have that much of an immediacy to it. Other grinds in the future is obviously, if they ever rework combat and stuff, doing stuff with that. If they ever had dungeons, farming that into the ground. If they ever had a boss, farming that into the ground. And obviously when Chapter 5 actually releases, both the Prep 4 and Chapter 5 itself. Which I would assume would be by the 2-year mark. Hopefully not this summer though, because I will be away for about 2.5 months this summer. But aside from that, I should be free most rest of the year. If they do like some kind of mega update at any point throughout. How are we doing on knowledge points? After this next set, I think I'm going to need to drink an 11% potion. Actually, I might as well move on to the racks and go head there right now, actually. Let me go drop everything and move over to rack. Because I'm going to need to do it, like, basically immediately. So let me go do that. Also, you know what I should have been banking while I was doing this? A little bit too late now. I should have been banking the trout this whole time. Because I forgot, this is tier 5 trout. I actually do need this trout, and I'm not going to bother fishing at any point. I guess when we go do this at the next tier, we'll be able to go do that a little bit more. Where am I going? I'm trying to go to the other deep one. I guess we'll go bank all this stuff, even though half of it is junk. Because I actually do need the 3 trout. Something I probably should have been banking the whole time there. It kind of slipped my mind because my cooking level's so low. But I actually will need this trout at some point in the near future. Not like right now, but some point. Alright, there should be a storage rift over here. This is not the new one that they added. Also, apparently they nerfed or changed something with the respawn time on all the monument pieces. I assume they made it worse, otherwise it would have been in the other category. But let's go try the racks. So these racks, they literally just updated today. Before we go there, though, let's go get a free mana ray. Come on. Come near us, come near us. Yeah, there you go, right in our path. Perfect. Give me that free mana ray. And then drop it on the ground. Actually, no, we'll bank it. We need tier 5. Alright, let's go use our 5% potion. Or not 5%, what am I saying? Use our 11% potion. And go get our racks online. So these literally just got buffed today. They added a storage rift. Somewhere's in that room. Haven't seen where it is yet. But we'll find out in a second. Oh, I thought that was the rack for a second. Alright, so this is tier 4. It currently has a lock on it. But of course, we will take off that shackle. And let's go and get the XP in there. I just realized this might not be enough XP. Wait. Hold up. Okay, good. It is. That'd been funny if it wasn't. But there we go. Unfortunately, racks do not use a tool, so we're never going to be able to get a double on it. However, what's nice is there is 8 spawns of racks here, so we will be able to go get a perfect inventory of 888 and then put it into Storage Rift. That will be ruined a little bit by our mana raise right now. But otherwise, you should normally be able to get an 888. And hopefully these respawn exactly when we're done here. Unfortunately, there's no multi-skilling at all that you can do in this area. But racks are currently not available at shops. They end up removing it from it. So if you ever want to make the Pyrone potions or whatever they're called, you do need it to actually get this ingredient. Either buying it from players if you have trading enabled, or if you don't have trading enabled, you need to go do what we're doing now and actually go manually go and obtain it all. Which for the higher level potions, we'll definitely worry about more. For the most part, I will be dropping all these to the ground for these lower level ranges. I say that, though, I do want to go see where the Storage Rift is. Let's see, where's the Storage Rift? I feel like they put it an arm and a leg away, but it's way closer than the other one, at least. Why is it all the way over there? What on earth? Okay, yeah, we're not using that Storage Rift. What? You put it at, like, the furthest possible location? They really didn't want that to be much of a buff. Well, we're definitely dropping these for the next 2 levels. Let's bank that just to get out of my inventory the mana ray that I actually do need. But, oh yeah, we're definitely dropping those. They literally had to, like, invent a new location further away. It's like, oh, let's just go put it in the water. That is crazy. That is a crazy location. Good thing I'm not storing these until tier 6. But, wow, is that a crazy storage location? Oh, yeah, 100% we're dropping them for tier 4 and 5. Where we're going to anyways, even if that unless that Storage Rift was, like, a few tiles away, I was going to be dropping them anyways for tier 4 and 5. But, yeah, we're not banking that till tier 6. That is awful. That is barely even a buff. I'd almost rather go through the mana ray thing. At least we could, like, multi-skill the mana rays while we're going through. Actually, I wonder what the exact time is from going from this tile to there compared to going from this tile to that Storage Rift. Because, honestly, it is not that much slower. That is an insane location. I was thinking they would put it in, like, the hut or something. But, no, they put it all the way in the water there. Also, I'm not sure if this is even better than what we were doing before. Because I'm pretty sure the Nettles were giving us, like, 3 point something. These might actually be worse than Nettles. Which is kind of crazy. I might have to go back to Nettle. The other thing just had so much multi-skilling. And while it did only have 6 nodes, it had the double command that you could do like every other time. Which is kind of like 7 nodes in a sense, and you get the other one instantly. But yeah, it might actually be better just to go back to Nettle. The only big issue with Nettle is I was only able to grab 5. I forgot about that. There's just one in the corner that's really awkwardly placed, so you can never get it. But hello, Stefan. How have you been enjoying a new update? Or have you been playing? I assume you've still been playing. But you're on right now? Let's see. Krydak is. Gosh, our whole friends list is like offline, 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 offline. What, no one came back for the hype? Of the good old Milestone update? Because I've still been enjoying myself a ton with the game. Even though the player base has been getting smaller and smaller. I know, the fun I've still been having since day 1. Nothing much has really changed it. Because the game, for the most part, is pretty similar to what it was at launch. There's been some questionable things, like the first combat rework, but this most recent combat rework yesterday kind of fixed a lot of my gripes I had with the first one. Other than the fact that we still don't have special attacks. I want those so badly. Because 4-star weapons are so useless now. Oh, by the way, we got a 4-star weapon earlier. I was AFKing a bunch of stuff with the luck potion combined with the... I was doing luck potion combined with a 50% modifier unit. And in combination, they were just spitting out 2 stars and higher. We got this weapon, we got this broadsword, we got this bow, we got basically full tier 2 armor since we're not using shield anyways. We got some tier 3 boots. But yeah, it worked out really well. But yeah, let's go get the rest of these racks. And honestly, I think I'm moving back. Racks are so bad. And they moved the Storage Rift 1,000 miles away, even though they added one. It's just way too far away to bother using. So, yeah, I'm just going to teleport back to the other thing. And we'll probably do that gameplay loop as well for when we do it later. Like, you know, when we reach it for tier 5, tier 6, all that. Because racks seem like they're always going to be worth skipping. Maybe pick up like 1 or 2 inventories or a few just to make some fire potions. So you can have them. Because how many levels do you have to do fire potion for? You only have to do fire potion for 4 levels. And then you can just go all in on strength potion. Because I would definitely need that for our class. But, yeah, we don't have to do it for 4 levels. So you don't need that many racks and everything. I'm not sure exactly how many potions that would be. But, you know, you can still do healing potions, hope port potions, whatever else is around them. Because I believe the order is the same for every single interval. You finished Monument a while ago, so you have 3 venture slots now? Nice. Kind of wish they had gone for a purely cosmetic reward. Yeah, to some degree, I do wish it was cosmetic. If it was cosmetic, I would not be doing the Monument grind right now. But the fact that they didn't make it cosmetic, oh no, it's a weird in-between. Like, the reward is so good that you kind of have to go for it. This is the only problem that they end up doing. Like, it's such a good reward, it's basically required to get the 500 Forager now. To some degree, it kind of already was for how much it helps with potion making and everything. And all the new potions. But it is basically a required stat now to have 500 Forager. Or, you know, get it all the way up to so you can get Monument completed. But yeah, what's your total level these days? Still be added, right? Somewhere's here. How do I check the thingy? I forget how half these menus work. It's been so long. Where even is the leaderboard thing? Oh, yeah, it's in this page. Let's see. Friends, total level. I don't see you here. Oh, there you are. No, that's not you. Different S name. Somewhere's in there. Right, let's go grab all of our resources. But yeah, I'm just going to stick with this gameplay loop. The main benefits of here is we're actually getting the extra XP from our tool, so we're getting an extra 10% on these. Because we're using the tool, we can also go and double them. Because this one also uses the tool, it's not giving horrible XP rate. So I'm just going to stick with the gameplay loop I was already doing before. I just drop everything except the trout. And then we have like a somewhat full inventory of trout. I'll go bank it, I guess. As the trout is the only thing I'm catching here that I actually need. Everything else is just drop on ground. So once we have like 10, like 14-ish trout, whatever starts to bottleneck our inventory, I'll start banking all the trout since I do need it for cooking. But everything else here I don't need since we're past the level range. Oh, your Barfield in-game? Oh, okay. Let's see. Barfield. Didn't I have you had it? I could have sworn I did. Oh, there you are, Barfield. Oh, you went all in on, like, the earlier chapters, then. Because normally when I think of someone saying 500s, I'm thinking, like, oh, yeah, they're, like, 6,000 something level already. But I forgot, some people just rush some of the skills. Yeah, because I'm one of the only crazy people that, like, almost perfectly evenly goes on all the skills. I feel like so many people get at least, like, one 500 or a few 500s. I might actually be the highest total level in the whole game without a 500. But that's going to change soon, obviously, since we're doing Forager. Not counting combat, obviously. That's calculated differently. If you account for all the combat levels, we're technically not even level 250. Which is a bigger number because of how it works. But anyway, we'll be getting our first 500, I guess, technically late next month, or, I mean, early next month, or late this month. Not sure how long it's going to take us to do the whole Forager grind. Because the levels have been coming in what seems like quicker than before. It's still hard to gauge exactly how much quicker, but it definitely feels quicker. I just realized it's going to be kind of annoying to do these trouts. Maybe I just leave them on the ground. How much are they even worth if I went to go buy them? Info. They're probably not worth much, right? Oh yeah, we'll just go buy them. We're just throwing them on the ground. I'll need some for cooking, but if we really need them, we'll just buy them from the shop. Plus, we can get our fishing bounties then as well. Because the fishing bounty board should be, if it's anything like the other spoilers they've done in the past thing, the fishing bounty board should be right next to the fishing stall. So you can buy your fish and then get a fishing bounty, which is rather ironic. Because you're buying the fish that you would otherwise just be getting anyways. But, yeah, we can start doing that whenever the fishing bounty board is coming out. Based on what they've showed in the past, it seems like fishing bounties are the first new bounty that they would be adding. It might even be the next patch in like 2 weeks, or a few weeks. Because we don't currently know what their bi-weekly, or whatever it is, every other week, whatever that's called. But whether their bi-weekly or every other weekly update will be for next week, or 2 weeks from now. Because they seem to do that a lot lately. Like every 2 weeks they release something. And I don't believe it's the 7-star Mines of Matubin quest quite yet. So it might end up just being fishing bounties then. I'm not sure if they've announced it somewhere else on like a Valerie video or something. But I'm pretty sure we don't currently know what the update is for 2 weeks from now. It could either be 7-star Mines of Matubin quests, which I don't think it is, but it could be. It could be fishing bounties, or it could be, who knows, some other weird thing. Something completely different. But fishing bounties and 7-star Mines of Matubin quests are the two most likely ones. And I should have the requirement to be able to do it on all my accounts. I think I have like base 80s for Mines of Matubin on my other 2 alts. Make sure to get it up a little bit. Currently, they're trying to get 500 Forager very slowly, though. Actually, they're doing the worms right over there where we were. But except at the lowest tier possible, or the 2nd tier, whatever it was. But yeah, this gameplay loop seems a lot better than the racks. The problem with the racks is they have no tool associated with them. So not only do you not get the doubling effect, but also their bank is 1.5 miles away, even with the new bank there. That bank is so crazy how far that thing is, though. I'm not sure what they were thinking with that bank. But yeah, next piece is Monument Piece, by the way, I believe. Isn't it? Let me double check. Next thing we need to go for is Monument Piece. Yeah, so we get to Monument Piece pretty soon today, then. We just need to get 2.5 more levels. Which shouldn't take that long at all. We've already gained half a level since we started even doing a new Forager here. Not counting our knowledge levels that did even more earlier. We're not even counting the knowledge levels. We already gained a half a level so far. And we're like, what, a few minutes in? Several? Ignoring all the talking and doing the racks earlier. As far as like this gameplay loop over here, because this is way better than doing those racks. The main reason is, oh yeah, one thing I did off stream as well, which I'm actually surprised I didn't already have. I got all my Forager tools to level 25. Before they were not all at level 25, but now they are. Before I end up having it at 25 for the trowel thing, for like these bone things and everything, and for the potatoes and all that. But I had level 10 in the other two, but I finally got them all to 25. I think at this point I pretty much have every tool at 25. I think just one for forests I don't have, which was for the yew trees, even though it's used for a couple other ones now, I think. But yeah, it's the only one I don't have max, though we will end up getting that one max whenever we do the forest. But for now, we'll keep it unupgraded. Though we do have the gold now. Ever since we got all the money refunded from the patch, we actually have a sizable amount. We only had like 40-ish gold before the patch, 40, 50. But after all the refunding and all the other upgrades I did, we still have a spare like 100 gold before we're at like crucial gold ratio. I'm still not sure what we're going to be doing for gold. I'm not even sure what the best money-making method is in the game now. I would assume it's just trying to get max combat. Like trying to work towards 2,000 combat's probably still the best moneymaker. Some things with it does look like it got nerfed in profit, but some things also got buffed because you can do like the double rarity thing and stuff like that. And you can AFK it like crazy, which is technically a buff in a sense, as far as value per click. So I'm pretty sure if we ever needed money, it would be combat route. For when I was doing it AFK though, it doesn't seem like it's that over the top for money though. Like it's probably like about 500 to a gold piece per hour, depending on rarity drops. And if you're actually keeping them or upgrading them or doing whatever with them. It's anywhere at my level range from like half a gold to a gold per hour. Which is not great, but it's like mega AFK. You click like, what? Not counting picking up everything from the ground, you click like 8 times an hour. Not even if you do a better potion. If you do the highest tier, it's 6 times an hour, not counting picking everything from the ground. And who knows, maybe they'll add a magnetic potion or something in the future. So you don't even need to pick it up from the ground. Or just everything just goes straight to your inventory. Though you'd over encumber very quickly even in that situation though. But yeah, the biggest issue with them adding a bunch of storage rifts, but not putting them in optimal locations, is even though there's a storage rift right there, it's not even worth using. If this was a higher tier that we actually need, I would. But this is very much not a higher tier that we need. Which is a problem with a lot of the storage rifts. Where the time it takes to get to them, it is still pretty much better just to buy from a shop. Unless you're doing it at like a perfectly optimal tier that you need. Or like max tier, obviously. But at that point, you wouldn't really be gathering much if you're already like, you know, maxed out with this skill. Because you probably have a better moneymaker than just gathering stuff at that point. But yeah, that's pretty much our game plan. Starting as of today, going for the 500 monument and just going until we get it done. However many days it takes. Yep, someone's using an XP potion. Honestly, I just need to go make more. I need to double check what the materials are for it these days, if they changed it or not. Because once we get to Milestone 6, 11%, which ironically I have because we made it while they were 10%, when they were only like level 170 or whatever they were, or 185. But this is all I have basically until I hit that alchemy level. So once we have that forger and alchemy level, I should probably go combine those together and go make some pots. Because I basically have 145 total until we get there. That's like my full supply until we hit 0. So I gotta make those last all the way till our alchemy level, which isn't that far away. But also until we get the forger level, which is far away. We need like 200 levels for it. I think he uses a shell and some other thing. I think it's shell and periwinkle if they haven't changed it. Problem with that is periwinkles aren't that good to go and grab. They're in a really awkward location that doesn't have much multi-skilling aside from, I guess, maybe eels? Like if you do a set of eel into a set of periwinkle. That's like the only synergy you can get with it is eel periwinkle. In all fairness, with our fishing level, eel is really good to do at my level range. So maybe once we hit the tier 6 for forager, we can actually go get it done. I'm pretty sure it's pretty early in tier 6, just like it was in the other game, or, you know, in the other format. Isn't it? Where do you get periwinkle? Yeah, it's pretty early. Not like early, but definitely early-ish. You would get that at 612 then. Since it seems to be the same brackets for every single level range. Which is both good and bad. The only slight bad thing about it is that does mean that like the gameplay loops that you end up doing tend to be a lot similar. Like we'll see a lot of them the first time we go through them all. But then after we go through them all, the gameplay loop is going to be basically exactly the same. We might just have like a slightly quicker tool for the doubling and stuff like that. But like the route I'm doing for this nettle is the same route I'd be doing for nettle 5, nettle 6, nettle 7, nettle 8, nettle 9. Because there's no variation with where this things level up at. Every single pathing for every single thing is going to be exactly the same every time you reach it. To some degree, that will at least make it easier to do guides. Because your strategy you would do at something like tier 2 or tier 3 is the same strategy you'd be doing at like tier 8 or tier 9. With a few exceptions like mine carts and mines of Batubin and a few other stuff like that. Or pathing is quite a bit different, but it's still the same general premise. But for this in particular, like this is the same gameplay loop at tier 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 nettle. Everything from 2 to 9 would do the same loop. Which are both good and bad. It's good for streamlining it, but slightly bad for lack of variation. Because one thing Forager had before, because everything was kind of all shuffled around at some level ranges, is the routing that you would have to do would keep changing for a lot of things. But in the current state of the game, your routing would actually be the exact same. Which means you might see a person with like 100 Forager doing the same route as like a 410 Forager. Which is both good and bad. It makes guide videos a lot easier though. Whenever we eventually get around to them. Since you wouldn't have to cover a resource like 5 different times. Because that means each resource should, in theory, only have one route. Though, of course, the route could change depending on your level range. For example, this bone that we're getting over here, I forget which bone this is, we'll find out in a second. But this bone that we're getting, the route that we would do for it would potentially be different at its level range. I would need to double check whenever we actually get access to it. But there is a good chance we would still be doing this route. Also, why is it not spawned yet? Yeah, ram horn. We get that at 347. Oh no, would there be anything better to do route it for at that level? Let's see. If we were 347 or 447, is there anything downwards I can do? There's femurs over to the side. Yeah, I guess the route would pretty much be the same then. I guess for some things it could change. Hello, Sarah! Welcome, welcome. But no, it probably actually would be the same route. For some things it could, but I don't think you can get all the way to femurs conveniently. Because you'd have to go from here down to there, which is kind of annoying. So probably wouldn't be worth doing. I just realized, does this bone only have one room? I just noticed that now. Oh, no, the ram horns are also in that room. Oh, so you could do ram horn femur. Oh, never mind. You actually would do a different route. Because you would do ram horn, femur. Most likely. So you probably wouldn't do the nettle. You would maybe grab one nettle just for the double, but you wouldn't do anything beyond that. Kind of like how we're doing one fish. Like at most you would do one nettle because you would just want to double it. But the nettles wouldn't be nearly as much EXP. So aside from the doubling of the nettle, because it uses a different tool, you wouldn't actually touch it. Kind of like how we're not touching the other two fish. But you do the same with the nettle. You would grab one whenever it's on double, or just even just one in general. But beyond that, you wouldn't need any. So technically that fish could also be taken in the same way. The only reason I'm taking it every time is because the cycle actually does like taking it every time. Because you need this a little bit of downtime. If you don't take it, there's like a little bit of downtime here where you're just doing nothing. Which of course we don't want. Because by the time we take this, the nettle would not be respawned yet. There'd be like a 1 or 2 second delay there. That's the main reason why we take the fish. Even if we're not on net cooldown. Whereas if you were doing the ram horn into the femur bone at the higher level range in like 20 something levels, you'd probably only take the nettle on off cooldown. But we'd have to see what the cycle's like when we actually start doing it. But it would likely only be when it's off cooldown. I don't know, find out in 20-something levels. Probably not today, but probably tomorrow. We'll find out. Unless we do gain that many levels. I'm still finding it a little bit hard to gauge exactly how many levels we're getting per hour. But we're not even half an hour in, and not even all that time has been grinding, and we're already about to gain another level. So it seems like we're getting almost 2 levels an hour, which is actually insane. Post 200, quote unquote. I know our level technically isn't post 200 because the whole level curve is so much different now. But compared to what we're doing at like level 200 something, it is so free now. Maybe it gets harder at like tier 8, 7, 8, or 9, how much XP you need. But this is so much quicker. Like 2 levels in an hour on something technically post 200. Before, a skill was considered quick if you could get even 1 level an hour in it post 200. We're about to comfortably get 2 while also doing some fishing. Oh, so I love a lot of these new music tracks they've been adding and the more ambient ones. Especially in this area because of like the forest thing that has like the different ambience to it. I haven't really gotten to hear them too much because I haven't been like massively playing lately. I've mostly just been keeping up with dailies and everything else. But they've added a lot of audio tracks in the last year that I haven't actually heard properly yet. Like probably around like 8-ish. Yeah, we're almost at our XP potion. That'll get us a level, but that doesn't move us anywhere. But at level 25, we do get monument pieces. Which, of course, is the whole goal of what we're doing right now. So every time we have monument pieces, I have to go and complete it. And then hopefully monument pieces pushes up to potato. And then we can start doing combat again. So the earlier part of the stream, unfortunately, is not going to have the RNG rolls of a bunch of combat. But as soon as we hit level 25, we'll be at combat again. For the next 2 levels. Oh no! Next 2 levels will be just this until we can get back to combat. But then afterwards, we actually have a pretty hard foe to go kill. Because the I did kill him earlier, but I did have to use some healing pots. But the goal is our next target. And by the time I go kill a few of them, I'll be at its exact level range. Hopefully all the gear upgrades we got from the goblin AFK off stream is enough to kill it. As we are in full tier 2 armor. Ignore shield, we're not using shield. We are in full tier 2 plus a tier 4 weapon. That's not too much better than the tier 3 we had earlier. But yeah, hopefully that's enough. We'll find out. Might need to go get some cryonate potions or get some better healing potions. Because I'm using 25%. Yeah, I can craft 44% and soon to be 46%. So I might want to look into getting some better healing potions soon. Because that's almost double the amount of healing compared to what I'm using now. The cost associated with them would be way higher, though. I think the current healing pot I'm using is like 2 silver each. Though if I was to buy the supplies for the next healing potion we can do, I'm pretty sure it's almost like 15 to 20 silver per potion, if not higher. It's quite a bit of a price hike. Like almost double, but you do get some XP for it, if nothing else, for alchemy. Obviously, we'd ideally want to go and forge for it, but we are a little bit away from tier 6 forager. We could always do the tier 5 ones, but we're not going to get nearly as much XP from it. For forager we will, but for alchemy not so much. I don't know, maybe it'll be worth it. Maybe I will do that. When we get to the tier 5 healing potion, because I need to make one anyways. But once I get to the tier 5 healing potion, maybe I'll actually make some. It's like a, what, 42%? Somewhere around there? Oh, I forgot to drop. It's a 44% healing. That is so much better than 25%. It's basically a half heal. Not quite, but pretty close. Like, you drink one of those, you should be good to go. There shouldn't be almost any fight ever that we would need 2 of them. Unless we're, like, mega undergeared compared to something. Oh, oops, I hit the thingy. Let me grab that right now. Click the 1 button. Throw that in the forager. Throw that in the forager again. Boom, forager. Also, during this grind, we are dumping everything in the forager. This could be seen as a waste, however, I just want to move to every node a little bit quicker. Just so we're not stuck at any one gameplay loop for too long. This is like a really, really good one, but even then, I still kind of just like moving from one to the next. Got a little bit more variety in there, since we have to do each one for some amount of time. Luckily, you don't have to camp anything for nearly as much as you did in the previous format. In the previous format, you sometimes had to camp a method for dozens of hours. Like, literally, like 20, 30, 40, 50 hours. Now, the longest you ever really have to camp one method is like, what? 5 hours? 10? Not even? Like, probably, like, well, for Forge or how we're doing it right now, on average, I think we only have to camp in a given activity for 2 hours. Which is crazy quick compared to before. Because I know at my current Forager range before, I had to camp whatever we were at for like, gosh, 20, 30, 40 hours? And that's if we weren't doing any combat with it. Like just Forager only. Like it was literally measured in dozens of hours. Now it's just measured in hours. Which is still a bit of a grind, but nowhere near as it was before. And that's one of the main nice benefits of the new system, is you keep moving to a better XP activity every single time. Because obviously when you're camping something for dozens of hours, that means you're not getting a better method for those dozens of hours. But so far this stream, we have already moved up to a different method. Or technically, we did the racks, but you know, they weren't actually worth doing. But we technically moved up to a new method, plus already have another one coming in like an hour, hour and a half. Probably closer to an hour at this rate. Which is way better than the previous system. Or if this was the previous system, we'd be here for like half a week. Doing exactly this. Yeah, during the duration of the stream, we'll probably be doing like 4 or 5 different methods. As far as how many we'll be able to shift. These we're able to shift to racks during this. We were able to shift over back to this. We'd then be shifting to monument pieces. Then after monument pieces, we'll be shifting to potato. Then after potato, we'll be shifting to the hair beasts, where we did the thing yesterday. Except we'll have the lily pad that we'll be able to go get instead. Which at some point, we actually do need to go farm a lot. Wait until tier 6, though. That is for the Cryonate potion, which is our best in slot potion. And we're going to need a lot of those in the long term. And the great part is the hair beasts actually drop pondweed. And that's needed for the Enrage potion. So not only are we getting the best combat potion for Cryonate, but we're also getting the max Enrage potion whenever we finally get level 400 and somewhere's in here. Where is it? At level 450. So at level 450, we can go use that here to go make, or not the here, the pondweed, to go make the best in slot Enrage potion, the almighty 10-minute AFK. Which is the longest AFK currently in the entire game. And I want it so badly. Honestly, that might be our next grind. Even though I really should go do the Gather grind next. Or not the Gather, but you know, the Chapter 2 grind next. I am really tempted after 500 Forager to go get 500 Alchemy. There are a couple things we'd have to do before that, though. Like go get max combat and Mines of Bitumen. Or at least a little bit more so we can get some of those Alchemy supplies. As I'm missing quite a few of the Alchemy supplies, I need to go and fill out some of the extra spots. But after 500 Forager, and with all the new changes, and if we just offset by whatever else we need, we should be pretty close if we don't mind burning like 50 gold. Or maybe 100 gold. If we don't mind burning like 50 to 100 gold, I think after 500 Forager, we can go straight to 500 Alchemy if we really wanted to. It'd make more sense to do some Mines of Bitumen first, though, and maybe some Botanist. The problem is my Botanist is so far away from being useful. It's kind of too far away to kind of utilize. Because I really want a lot of those high tier potions. With how they changed alchemy, everything in the highest tiers is so strong. Plus 100 strength potions, 30-minute fear that lasts like your entire login, basically. 10-minute AFK for knowledge points, the best knowledge point per click in the game, best XP per click in the game, best money per click in the game. It's almost the best everything. Like, actually, I think it literally is. I don't think there's a single metric that it isn't the best value per click. I can't think of a single thing. But it is not counting picking everything up, but that takes like a few seconds. But yeah, because it gives you the best money in game, the best knowledge points in game, even though they nerfed it. At 1/3, it's still the best. Not the best per hour, but the best per click. So best knowledge per click, best money per click, best items per click, since you can get gear from it. You can get resources from it because everything drops tier 9 alchemy supplies at max level. Even right now, I'm getting them those alchemy supplies. Like, it's basically the best everything in the game. Not per hour, but per click. It's actually insane how good they are. Even though they've been nerfed into the ground. They're still so good even after, like, 3 nerfs. Oh, so hello, Isabel. Hope everything's been going well. Oh, by the way, Isabel, have you been doing the Animal Crossing thing at all? It's one thing that kind of slipped on my mind last month. Like, the whole Animal Crossing thing. The main thing I'm looking for, as far as, like, cozy games coming out this year... Paralives. I've been keeping an eye on it for, like, several years now. It's basically an indie dev team that's remaking a buy once, no DLC, or no paid DLC, Sims game. And they're finally releasing it, I believe in May, unless they delay it like a 3rd time. But I think it's officially coming out this May. The only problem is I might be on the trip by the time it comes out. But I've been keeping an eye on that game for like half a decade now. Actually, a little bit more than half a decade. You've been hooked on Heartopia? Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. I need to look into that later. There's always like trying them out just to kind of see what they have. There's very few that really grab me and get me addicted though. Like Animal Crossing back in 2020 was like the last one that did that properly. I think we have like 1,000 something hours in Animal Crossing. The crazy part is most of that was done in like the first 3 months. Though it's not the quickest we ever hit 1,000 hours in the game. That would actually be Brighter Shores that we're playing right now. Which we ended up doing in like 2 months and a week? 2 months and 2 weeks? Somewhere around there. It was like 2.5 months or so, like slightly before. But Animal Crossing New Horizons was the second quickest we ever hit 1,000 hours in the game. At the 3-month mark. Yeah, I do need to check out Animal Crossing New Horizons at some point. I won't be doing that quite soon, though. But I kind of want to do it before my trip. Which I don't know the official date yet, but it's either going to be late May or early June when I'm leaving. For about 3 months. Still haven't gotten the tickets yet, but I will be soon. Problem is my bank account's looking empty. Not like empty, but from some medical expenses, putting some of the money into investments and stuff like that. My actual bank account has like 300 in it right now. So I can even buy like the $1,000 ticket at the moment. I go make some more money before I can even buy it. Because everything else is either tied in medical expenses or investments. That can't be touched at the moment. It's actually the lowest I've ever had in the bank at any given time. I have like literally the bare minimum you can even have in my accounts to not get penalized every month. Like literally the bare minimum. But yeah, Isabel, could you link that one game that you mentioned to me on Discord later? I'll definitely check it out some. Or at least look at it. Not sure if I'll do a stream properly for it or everything, but I might at some point. There's always like checking out games like those. Even though I don't get like particularly invested in them. Brighter Shores is definitely our most recent re-addiction though. These milestone changes just make leveling so much more less annoying. Still takes forever. But the vibes of the game are still pretty nice. Oh no, that's just the Windows thing. I thought that was me OBS disconnecting. Not sure if you guys heard a ding. I forget if I have Windows sounds on the stream. They got a Windows update that I need to go do. Autonomica? Interesting. It sounds like one of the games that would be like Factoria or something, which I've never actually played before. But conceptually, it sounds like it would play like that. I haven't actually really played any of the games in like that automation kind of genre. Because a lot of those play like a mix between like a cozy game and like an idler. And a lot of the idlers I play, or quote-unquote idlers, tend to be MMOs. Like old school RuneScape, this game, now that we have 10-minute AFKs, technically. Stuff like that. But the other big game that we're going to be doing in the next month too is going to be pretty much as soon as we finish out this monument grind. I almost forgot about that. Slay the Spire 2 comes out next month. I haven't been keeping up with most of the updates to it, but I'm pretty sure after delay, I believe it's finally coming out sometime in March. I'm not sure if they've given an official date yet. But sometime next month is Slay the Spire 2, and I do plan to do that for a little bit. I'm not sure if we'll stream it or do videos for, or how we're going to divide it up. But, yeah, that's right around the corner. I've actually considered just doing videos for it instead of streams, though. Just because the format of the game works really well for doing one run as a video. As one run is pretty much like a perfect video length. So I might just do it in video format instead of streaming them. And just post like a few videos a week for it for like a month or two. Yeah, I've been looking forward to Slay the Spire 2 a lot. I don't have like that many hours in Slay the Spire 1, like 300-400 hours. The last 100 of which was pretty much done in the last, recently. Just to kind of prep for the game. But it's definitely my favorite roguelike and favorite card builder ever. It does both really, really well. And unlike Darkest Dungeon 2, they're not completely torching the formula. Like, it's very, very similar to Slay the Spire 1, just with like a new coat of paint, different balancing, everything else. So it still feel like a new game, but it's, like, they didn't get rid of the formula that made it good. Unlike Darkest Dungeon 2 that completely nuked everything. And while it did some things better, it did a lot of things worse. Or Slay the Spire 2 seems like it's playing it really safe, which I actually prefer. Especially after what happened in Darkest Dungeon 2. I think they kind of learned from that too, seeing what happened with that game. Even though obviously they didn't develop it. But they definitely saw what transpired with it. Speed running a destruction of your franchise. You know, one thing that's kind of weird though, I feel like Brighter Shores still has like no player base right now. Yeah, I go into every room and I feel like there's 1,000 people here. Like, there's only like still about the same amount of people playing right now, like maybe 250-ish. Yeah, for whatever reason, every room feels so much more crowded. The only reason I can think of is because it's Chapter 1, and I've been spending a lot of time in Chapter 3 and 4 that requires membership. So it could just be a lot of people are playing free-to-play these days. Because I still have membership on this account. I actually never bothered stopping, because it's only like 6 hours a month, it's pretty much nothing. I've made enough from streaming it that it's technically not even spending money. At least from the first 2 months. I haven't made that much from it since then, though. And that's pretty much when everyone ended up leaving content creation-wise. Like when the money dried up. But I still enjoy it. Even if it doesn't really make anything. Because at this point, this is a grind we'd have to do regardless, so hey, might as well stream it. There's a lot of grinds for a lot of games I feel like I never try to stream. It's because I feel like it would get repetitive. And to some degree, Brighter Shores obviously does too. We're only on day one of the Monument grind, but by day 5, we're basically going to be repeating the same cycle until max. Like by day 5, we would have seen every unique possible gameplay loop, and then we're just repeating it till max for 5 whole milestones. Because by the time we hit like 515, we would have seen every possible method you could do for Forager. And everything beyond that is just doing it again 5 times over. At which point that could get a little repetitive. But at least initially, we'll get to see all the gameplay loops. But then we got to do the same thing 5 times more. Because a lot of the old school RuneScape grind, we streamed it initially for like the first month or 2. But then afterwards, we like barely streamed at all because grinds started to get into like the dozens of hours per thing. I've still been playing in the background though. Actually, I should have had it in the background here too. It could have been woodcutting. I don't have it open right now though. Maybe for the other days we will. But I've still been playing that here and there. We still have the maxed hardcore that isn't dead either as well. Which I'm still surprised, given that's the first account we've ever done PVM on. Like actually killing enemies and everything for loot. Yeah, it's still alive somehow. I've been considering what kind of video series we could end up doing for it. I just feel like video series for that game are really hit or miss. They either blow up like crazy or get like no views at all. But in all fairness, that's like everything with YouTube algorithm. Like, it either blows up or does nothing. There's like nothing in between. After we get these knowledge points in, we should only need one more level. And then we can move on to, finally, monument pieces. The main thing that we're here for. Well, we do need some of these forager materials once we get to tier 6 and some other stuff like that. The main thing that we're here for is the monument piece of completion. I think I might just grab all monument pieces just to speed it up. I'm not sure if I'm even going to do any combat with it. I need to see what the new respawn rate is that they changed today. Because I'm not even sure what the previous respawn rate is. But I'll check what the respawn rates are, and if it seems like it's not worth doing combat, maybe we won't even bother with combat. Obviously we will for some of the other ones, but for monument pieces, we might not. It also depends how many monument pieces we need, I guess, as well. Because if we don't need that many monument pieces, it might be worthwhile to do combat with it, so we can dump more knowledge into it, so we can skip it quicker. Because we don't want to have a situation like the previous system that definitely popped up a lot, where you do all your monument pieces, but then your best training method is then monument pieces. Like, we don't want that to happen. Like, we don't want to be stuck in a situation where we do monument pieces, but then our best method is monument pieces. This likely won't happen since potatoes is only 2 levels higher. So in this new system, that is pretty much impossible to happen. But we'll have to see exactly how many monument pieces we need and kind of judge it from there. Because I have no clue. Could be a couple hundred, could be a couple thousand. I feel like whatever the number is, it's not as intimidating as whatever it was before. Because based on this, you technically only have to do it for 2 levels. Obviously, you'd have to do it until all monument pieces completed, but based on this, it's only 2 levels, which be interesting to see exactly how many pieces that is then. Because 2 levels is not that many monument pieces. We're talking a 3-digit number, not even a 4-digit. Like, we're talking like a low few hundred, if even that. Which is insanely low compared to before, if that is the case. Yeah, we're almost back at our double knowledge dump. Which, how many knowledge points are we getting per hour then? It seems like we're getting about 4 point something knowledge points per hour from doing this exact loop that we're doing right now. I guess that's kind of good. I'm not sure what the best rates you can get for Forager are these days. But 4 point something seems kind of decent. Anything above 5 is like absurdly high. You can only really get it from Merchant, or unless they nerfed it, but you can only really get it from Merchant for the most part. There are some Forager loops that get somewhat close in the previous system of the game, but I'm not sure if current ones get that high. But yeah, we're about to get 4 point something or even low 5 point something this hour. I'm just really bad at tracking it, and there's no in-game metric that keeps track of it for you. But we're definitely bare minimum getting at least 4 point something knowledge per hour doing this. So much so, it might even be worthwhile using the knowledge potions that they added. Because they refunded all of our old knowledge points. So we could end up using those at some point. I haven't bothered yet because I wanted to wait until we find like the highest possible knowledge method in the current state of the game. Which I assume is just doing merchant still. In which case we'd have to wait until we did a merchant grind at some point. Which I'm not really planning on doing much until I guess Chapter 5 is getting closer. Like obviously once Chapter 5 is getting closer we want to go get 500 merchant, 500 leatherworker. But until we see signs of life on Chapter 5, it's not really worth going for. We have to know that Chapter 5 is coming out within like the next few months before we really go crazy on Chapter 4. Because if it's still like a half a year away, there's no point in grinding for it now. There's just other higher priority grinds at the moment, like a 3rd venture slot. Speaking of which, our ventures are ready in 2.5 hours. Basically right now for the next week, I'm just going to be doing all the ventures to get the one-time bonuses. Then after I complete all the one-time bonus ventures, we're just going to do probably oyster the entire way to 500 fishing. And I am serious about that, by the way. But the changes they made to Oyster, you literally Oyster all the way from level 100 to 500 fishing. That is literally what the fishing skill is now. Other than if you're getting some while doing foraging, or getting some while doing combat, or getting some while doing, while getting some cooking supplies. The entirety of the fishing skill now is do oysters from 100 to 500, and you get a new upgrade every 50 now. That is literally the gameplay loop before of fishing. And with a third venture slot, that means you could put the third one on merchant. So you can still run double oyster and still be getting merchant supplies. But it's actually crazy how powerful they made oyster. The main thing that makes it really broken is it is the only skill in the game that has a venture that can be increased with EXP. There's a tool for Fisher that gives you 10% EXP. Right here, 10% extra EXP. It's the only venture in the game that can be EXP boosted currently. Not in Lobster, but Oyster is way better. Because it's 23 hour instead of 11 hour. But unless they nerfed it with the most recent changes. But as long as it's similar to how it was before, it's literally Oyster all the way to 500. The second you get access to them. And then go get the tool to at least level 25, if not higher. And then just Oyster all the way. Which also helps with Chef a lot, because all you need for them is lemon juice. Which is still annoying to get from the shop, but it's not as annoying as some other recipes. Especially if you already have, like, infinite oyster banked. Plus, they stack to 100, so you could just get 100 oysters in your inventory with 23 juice. You just keep doing that over and over again. So you don't even need to bank as much. Unlike other fish that you have to bank every inventory. Oyster, you only have to bank every 5th inventory. Oops, I forgot to drop. Also, at some point we will be banking this stuff, by the way. I'm waiting closer till tier 6 before we start banking anything, though. Like when our stuff starts to catch up with alchemy. Because we do want to offset all of our alchemy to max at some point. The less we can pay for 500 alchemy, the better. Oh, so you know what's annoying me right now? I didn't have enough time before to stream to AFK to that final level. And it's driving me crazy that we're like 2 kills away from a level. Once we go to monument pieces, I only have to kill like one of the guy to go get a level. 1 or 2 of them. So as soon as we get this forager level, we'll be able to go do that. But every time I peek over there, anytime I see a level this close, it's like, why didn't I just get it all the way? But yeah, I've been addicted to the new Enrage potions. I already knew that this would likely be my favorite thing in the entire update, even before the update was announced. And it is. It 100% is. It's everything I wanted and more, honestly. Especially since they buffed the knowledge rate from 0 to 1/3. Which is still an unfortunate nerf compared to, you know, full, but it makes sense why it's not full value. But the fact that it gives a 1/3, it's still realistic to get knowledge from it. For my old accounts, I would still do it on raid dens. Because you get 100% there. Well, almost 100% because you still get the penalty some. But, the 1/3 isn't that bad for how AFK it is. It's still obviously less knowledge per hour than what we're doing right now, or actively playing in any way. But, it's better than nothing. Because I really like games that you can do like 5, 10 plus minute AFK. And as we get alchemy up, we can get up to 10 minute from it. Which is pretty solid. Alright, drop that, drop that, drop that. Also, once we get our next knowledge point, that should almost be enough. I'll go drink a 11% potion, put it in the forager, and then almost by the time we finish that cycle, we should hopefully be moving on to monument piece then. And that'll be our first monument piece of the monument grind. Because we technically started at like 200. So we're not starting at 0, but kind of close to 0. Also, it's still our lowest skill, by the way. Though, as of today, Forager will no longer be our lowest skill. It's about to pass Botanist. Which is probably going to stay our lowest skill for a while, because Botanist is actually really annoying to train in the current state of the game. I'm not sure how we're going to go about it. Because after the reworks that they did, it is probably the worst skill to train in the game right now, honestly. I do enjoy the gameplay loop, but the actual XP and knowledge that you get per hour does not seem that good. And that's the Milestone update kind of reworked it a bit. But the rates that you're getting are just horrible. It's not like leatherworker slow, but it is. Like, as far as every gathering skill, I think it's the slowest gathering skill in the game. And you don't even get anything good from it. Like, the best thing you get is, like, the luck potion stuff, but you can just buy it from the shop. That's, like, the only thing worth getting in the entirety of Botanist that I'm aware of is the luck potion, which you use to get double the rate on rare drops from enemies. I wonder how that will work on bosses. I assume this potion would not work on bosses. Because if it did, that is crazy broken. I would assume it doesn't. Or if it does, it just works on like their general drop table and not on their unique drop table or something. Like if they have just like basic armor drops still, but then have like uniques that you need for crafting. Like it wouldn't boost the crafting material or something. Like if it dropped like some kind of unique boss crafting material. To make some kind of like 5-star equipment or something. You DM'd me the thanks? Thank you, Isabel. Yeah, I'll go check it out later. Tonight. Yeah, I'm definitely the kind of person that just gets like overly addicted to a few games though. I very rarely tend to play like a high variety of them. Like when I get into a game, I get like mega overly into a game. Like Brighter Shores I'll be doing for every day for the next month. But cozy games are like the one exception to that. Or I don't mind just playing them for like a single session or a couple dozen hours. Alright, looks like this knowledge point should almost get us there. Combined with the 15% bonus. Also, I should really be chugging the 15% bonus potion a little bit more often. 15% is a lot. And this isn't even the strongest one either. My only reason I'm not is until we get to level 600 or 300 and something for Forager, I don't have access to any more potions this strong. So the main reason I'm not chugging them is this is basically my whole supply until we get like 200 more Forager levels, which is not ideal. And a few more alchemy, but the alchemy levels should take like a single session. It's not gonna take that long. We're like what, 6 levels away? Technically 5.5. That's not gonna take that long, especially in this new format. So I keep forgetting to drop these. Oh. Yeah, even though Paralives is like one of those games I've been looking forward to for several years, there's a good chance I would play it for like 20 hours. I've just been really curious about it, so I've still been keeping an eye on it just for over the several years. Just because it's basically trying to be Sims with like no paid DLC. And from what I've seen of it, they've done a decent job at it. Still some core mechanics from Sims I wish was in it, but, you know, it will be developed over time. Yeah, I think the thing I always enjoyed the most in Sims is having a family start from scratch, or even as a single person, and make it so the only way they ever make money is with a business. And just open up a shop at the house or at a facility or wherever you end up doing it in a given game. And just going from there. And don't get them like a normal job or anything. They just keep doing that the whole way. Almost like a tycoon game in a sense. It was at 400 Heartopia in under 2 months. Nice. There hasn't been any games recently that are new that have caught in me for that long. The most recent one, obviously, is Brighter Shores in 2023. Where I ended up doing it for 1,000 hours in like 2 months. But since then, there hasn't been any game in that last like year or so that's really gotten me that much. Even though I'm really looking forward to Slay the Spire 2, I probably wouldn't put more than a few hundred hours into it. I'd probably go for all max difficulty. I'd go for all achievements, stuff like that. But after I've won with every character like 5, 10, 20 times, I probably wouldn't really bother with the game much beyond that. That's basically what happened with normal Slay the Spire. I completed everything you could possibly complete, and then it's like, I had my fun with it. Maybe we won't reach it with this. I was hoping that by the end of this 2-minute potion, we'd have 25. We're going to be a little short. We're going to be close, but not all the way. But yeah, we've only been going for an hour, though, and we've already gained 3 levels. There's no way. This has to get slower at some point, right? I'm pretty sure when you get a higher milestone, it will go slower. Because this is basically, quote-unquote, post-200, even though it's not technically post-200 anymore. But we're getting 3 levels an hour. I'm literally getting 3 levels an hour right now. In the previous format of the game, we would have taken an hour and a half to get 1 level for Forager like this. Maybe at absolute best if we're dumping all XP and had a really efficient one. Maybe a level every hour. But we just got 3 in an hour. That's crazy quick. This is one of the reasons I've been waiting to level, by the way. Even though we kind of rushed to 200 all, I kind of slowed down post 200 because, well, for one, the big EXP curve. But also, I had a feeling they would tweak that EXP curve at some point, which they finally did yesterday. And it's one of the main reasons I haven't been, like, power grinding as well. Is that 200 wall was definitely pretty demotivating, but it's not there anymore with the new EXP curve. Like, we're basically getting pre-200 EXP rate post-200. Of actually be able to get, like, 3 levels an hour. Compared to 1, if you're lucky, every hour. So now time to max has been cut down by, like, more than half. Like, honestly, how long it took us to get level 5,227 might actually be, like, how long it'll take us to go finish now. Whereas before, getting to this level would have taken, like, you know, it starts slowing down at, like, level 3,600 or whatever 200 all was before. But now... It's actually crazy. I'm like trying to do the math in my head right now. But it's like 1.6 times quicker or something. If not even more. Like as far as like time to max. Like let's say hypothetically it took like 5,000 hours to max before. It's now like 3,400. I'm not sure what the exact time to max is. Especially now that they changed everything. But it is way quicker, whatever it is. Alright, come on, Forager level. Get our level low. Come on, you're almost there. I want to move on to Monument Piece. So we can get some combat going again. That will slow down our Forager levels, though. But I need that precious combat XP. Because we're definitely not going to be getting 3 levels an hour while mixing it with combat. While mixing it with 1 fish, yes. While mixing it with combat, no. 1 fish is way quicker than an entire kill. Yeah, we need to keep track of how many levels we get today. We started just under 422. Reno Milestone 4, level 22. I'm really curious by the end of the stream what level we're going to be. Obviously, it depends how long we go. But the answer might actually be next monument piece. I was saying before that, like, every other day, maybe we'll do a monument piece. But there's a non-zero chance we get 2 monument pieces done on day 1. Because obviously we're going to get the stone monument pieces done. That goes without saying. We're going to be there in, like, the next, like, 5-10 minutes. But, I think we could do jade today. I was thinking earlier, like, oh, every other day we'll get 1 piece done. But unless it gets, like, way slower by milestone 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, all the higher ones. We're actually going to be able to double piece today. That probably won't be able to be done if it does get slower at those high milestones. Actually, does anyone know? Not sure if it's Fawn or anyone else is here who plays a lot. Or might play a lot now. Has the wiki updated, or there been any discussion anywhere, like a Discord or somewhere else, about the current XP curve? Because I'm really curious what the current XP curve is at each range. Like, is 9 way slower than 4 or 5? Because I assume the answer is yes, but probably not that much compared to before. But I have no clue what the new XP curve is, and it's hard to tell just from doing each skill a little bit. Like, we were doing a little bit of mining earlier, but, like, I didn't do it long enough to really be able to tell the difference between Milestone 8 and Milestone 4. There's a lot of talk about the Bright Shores Discord. The wiki folks are on it. Okay, hopefully the wiki will have it updated next week or so. You think they got some official emails for Fen? Oh, nice. Hopefully it'll have the data soon. With the bell curve of whatever the new XP curve is. Hopefully they have the old one too to compare it to. I want to see that gigantic spike. I want to see the new bell curve compared to the previous system. Because you're just going to see like a giant mega ultra spike at 200 in the previous system. It'll just look like an upwards line. Whereas the other thing will actually look like a proper curve, whatever the current system is. Whereas the other thing literally looks like a line graph. In a literal sense, that's just a line upwards. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. It always feels so much slower when you're right about to get it. Even though we're still getting the same speed as the whole time, obviously. But that last little bit of XP just goes so slow. Come on, you're almost there. At this point, I might as well just walk south. We're literally like a room away. Like 2 rooms away. I don't even need to teleport over there. By the time we teleport, we would already be in the room. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. We should probably try to end on a good AFK activity as well. I was actually AFK in combat last night while I was sleeping instead of Forager. Whereas I do ideally want to be doing on Forager. The problem is a lot of these give us alchemy supplies I don't need. Oh, scrap metal. Perfect. I know my goal. Either on stream or off stream after we finish a little bit later tonight. I want to get to at least 45 Forager today. Or, you know, 445. Whatever you want to call it. I hate this no numbering system. But we'll get level 245 Forager. So I could do scrap metal. But then again, I don't need that though, because it's too low level scrap metal. Never mind. The problem is a lot of this I don't need. A lot of this is making potions that for alchemy that I don't need. Or fishing supplies that I don't need. Or smithing supplies that I don't need. It's too low of a level. So I might still have to stick with combat AFK, honestly. At least until we reach like tier 6 and higher. Because otherwise everything we're feeding into is just too weak. Like if we can get this scrap metal, that'd be great. Because this scrap metal I need for the strong, or you know, our current smithing activity. Like literally my exact activity right now is this scrap metal. So hopefully, you know, we'd be able to get that in perfect cycle to be able to go AFK that then. Because that would be nice to have like a day or 2 of AFK. Probably only a day because I probably won't be able to get more than that since we're actively getting Forager. But whenever we're near the end of Milestone 6 in like a week or 2 from now, whenever that is, I need to remember to try to end on that if I can. It's not too big a deal, but if it does align perfectly, that'd be great. So we can get at least like 1 day or half a day of scrap metal in. To be able to do the same on smithing. Because then that gets me to the next milestone for smithing, so we should be good from there. Because then we'll have another activity we can end up doing. Alright, it should be the last cycle we need. Use the tools up one more time each. Oh yeah, that's something else. Monument pieces might not be good XP. I just remembered, monument pieces don't use the tool. That's one of the reasons why this is so much better than the racks. Other than the fact that they put the rack storage rift in the middle of nowhere. And put nothing next to it to multi-skill it with. But aside from that, both of these use a tool to be upgraded. For their XP rate. Racks do not. The monument pieces do not. Quite a few other things don't either. I don't think the hogberries do. It's one of the reasons why potato is normally so good in that area for so long. It ends up using the tool. The little trowel thing to get it. I think the only things that don't are monument pieces, hogberries, racks, kelp. And is that it, or am I forgetting one? I feel like I'm forgetting one. Actually, we can go through this list. Pondweed uses net. Bell plant uses shears. Kelp doesn't use anything. Wall plant uses shears. Jaw uses trowel. Periwinkle uses nothing? I think periwinkle doesn't use anything. It's either shears or nothing. I'm pretty sure it's nothing. Shell uses trowel. Goathorn uses trowel. A lot of trowel. Nettle uses shears. Rack uses nothing. Monument pieces that we just got unlocked uses nothing. Potato uses trowel. Water lily uses wait, let me grab all the fish from this stack. Water lily uses the net thing. Give me all the fish. It's like the only thing here I actually need. Give me those fish. Oh, give me those fish too. Did I drop some fish here? No fish. Alright, we're out of here. Alright, store all this junk away. Starfish uses trowel or nothing, I don't remember. Bone Spike uses trowel, Hawkberries uses nothing, Limpet uses nothing, Monument Piece uses nothing, and these two use trowel. A lot of trowel, gosh. Getting trowel upgraded would help a lot. But anyways, Monument Piece time. Oh, so let's see how bad these kills are. The second they attack us, we'll see. There we go. They also changed the spawning of these as of today. I'm not sure how much better or worse they are. If it was a nerf or an improvement. I assume they nerfed it, but it's hard to tell based on the patch wording. So I'm just going to grab all four of these and then we'll attack them. And see if they respawn in time by the time we finish the battle. That's the main thing that matters. Is by the time this battle ends, do we kill them? Or do these respawn, I mean? Oh, I should probably go use the luck potions too. These actually have a good modifier on them, I believe. Let me go double check. No, never mind. They have a negative modifier. Good XP though. I'm not sure if it's worth using the potion on them then. Also, I need better healing pots. As soon as we gain a level, we'll be at his exact level range though, if nothing else. But double healing pot's a little rough. Let's see if the monument pieces spawns or not. If not, okay, good, it does. Perfect. I can do one kill and then grab every monument piece. Exactly what I wanted. I'll put that into that, I guess. Alright, there we go. And then I grab all the monument pieces, go for another kill, and rinse and repeat. The only slight issue with this room is they're all over there and the monument pieces are over here. So we do have to walk a little bit to get over there. I'll probably just range them. I made sure to switch my range weapon. I switched to a bow so that we can kill him. Even though it's tier 2 and not tier 3. They have a weakness to green. No, not quick attack. I'm trying to do the other attack. There we go. But yeah, they have a weakness to green. This also makes it so we only do 3 so we get back to our bigger weapon as well. It's about the same power as what we had before, but it actually uses their weakness. Is it going to help that much? Probably not, but... we need every advantage we can get right now. Since he's the same level as us. Though, unlike yesterday, we're not under-geared for once. Technically, compared to if Armor Maker was in the game, we're under-geared. But compared to the current state of the game, we're actually really geared for our level range right now. Thanks to the Luck Potion. Luck Potion basically fixed everything. Like, almost everything I have, including this 4-star sword, is from the Luck Potion. Just AF King it with the Enrage. Speaking of which, I should probably go do it. Even though they have a negative modifier, double's still double. Also, I love the animation for it. Well, it kind of got broken a little bit because of our shield, though. It almost looks like an ice animation that looks so cool with Cryonite, even though it's just a bunch of dice. But every time I see it with Cryonite class, it's like, oh, that's like a bunch of ice cubes. Because whenever I see that, I definitely think ice cubes and not dice. But how frosted it looks. Oh no, that's my kill. don't you attack him. There we go. I forgot, you can attack diagonally in this game. That hurts my brain compared to old school RuneScape, where I'm so used to cardinal direction for most things. I keep forgetting, oh yeah, you can just diagonal. You don't have to fight something cardinally. The reason I moved is I want to be right next to spawn when it comes up. You can also grab items diagonally. -1 luck. Oh no, I need that luck. Hopefully we get at least one cool drop from him. Even with a decreased modifier, we should still be able to get something from him. Yeah, the gameplay loop seems like it's fine. One thing to put into consideration too is when I have 4 inventory space left, I should go head over to the Monument Bank. Oh yeah, by the way, I kind of skipped through that screen right there. But there's a new screen that shows you some of your level up stuff. Eventually you'll be able to allocate all that stuff once they have skill tree and everything. But it actually kind of shows you that you're powering up every single level. Since it's kind of ambiguous in the past, even though it's still doing it on the back end. But a lot of that stuff you'll be able to actually go and modify when you gain levels in the future, probably with the skill tree. I am still really curious to see what they ultimately do with skill tree. I've actually never primarily played a game that has a skill tree. Like, the closest I think I've ever played was, like, Diablo, a little bit. Like, Diablo 2, specifically. Not the re-release, like, way back in the day when it originally launched. I haven't really played that many games that have a skill tree as a core mechanic. Actually, another game that I played that actually somewhat had it a couple years ago, which is a kind of funny one, is Ring Fit Adventure for the Wii. I mean, not the Wii, for the Switch. Because Ring Fit Adventure actually has a pretty substantial skill tree. Which I find really funny because it has one of the most interesting dynamics for how you would go about a skill tree. Because there's a bunch of different exercises on it with different strengths on them. So you have to basically balance your willingness to do the exercise with the strength of with the skill itself. So you basically have to balance that. Which is a really weird dynamic compared to like any other game where you would just take the most broken thing. But the most broken things were also like some of the most hardest exercises. So you had to balance like between the strongest option. You had to go like downgrade a little bit, but go for something that was like realistically doable exercise-wise. It was a really interesting dynamic compared to any other skill tree where you just make the most broken build possible. Because you very much would not want to do that in that game. Yeah, that's pretty much going to be our gameplay loop here. We'll go until we have a bunch of stone up to this point. The last 4 stone we'll grab here. We then put all the stone in the bank, and then we go walk back. And then rinse and repeat until... Oh yeah, let me go double check. Wait, before I put that in. I want to see how many stone I need. I haven't actually checked. Let me give it to her. Normally we're going to put it in the bank, but let me see how much we actually need here. Just so we can kind of gauge how many we're going to need to do this for. Only 260! That is so easy. Okay, well, let's go get 260 monument pieces. Wow, that is nice. Only 260? That's great. Oh, monument pieces are done. Let me grab them, I guess. Normally, they wouldn't have respawned in time, but because they took so much time checking that, they are respawned. Normally, we wouldn't grab these, but since they are here, might as well touch them. I wonder if the other bank is closer. Because the other bank's right there compared to over there. It's hard to tell. Because we're ending at the cycle of this, so we're further away from that area. If we're ending up there, it wouldn't matter as much. Well, I guess we will be with this cycle that we're doing right now. I don't know, they're both about the same distance. It's just the other one we can grab 4 more stones while we're doing it, so it kind of makes sense to go that way. Plus there's a storage rift over there, which has a little bit more delay since there's no right-click store all for whatever reason. Something I'm really surprised this update didn't bring. I'm not sure if they're having a problem coding it or if they just aren't prioritizing it. But the fact that there is a deposit all for storage rift but not a right-click deposit all drives me crazy. Like they literally added a deposit all but not right-click deposit all. Like, they're definitely gonna add it eventually. But I'm very surprised they haven't already. I'm gonna have all of the equipment up, I guess. Said the map. I don't know, I like the map though. I guess you can see our equipment right over there. I wish there was like one convenient screen for all this. Like if armor and combat was like combined into one mega screen. There would be a lot on screen though all at once, especially if they had more gear slots other than just amulet that doesn't exist yet. I'm curious to see what they eventually do with amulets though. I just hope it's more than just like here's some free stats. Hope they actually have like cool effects and everything. I'm just hoping that it's not like a, you know, 7th armor piece essentially. It just happens to have like more offensive stuff. Really hoping it has like actual really unique things. To the point that you'd be switching out your amulet depending on what activity you're doing. Also, slightly surprised they didn't do an amulet for the monument. That was my like first speculation ever on what the monument would probably be. It was, oh, they'll probably just make it an amulet or something. Also, I'm running out of heal pots. I should go double check my bank to see if I have anything higher than a 25%. Because we're getting really close to the point of 25% just not cutting it anymore. As I say, that would easily win this battle, but normally they've been kind of sketchy on some of them. Also, I realized why we were doing so bad against the Hero Beast earlier. He was doing yellow damage. And Cryonite has really weak yellow defense. And you would think, oh, it's only 20 or 30 stats. 20 and 30 stats make a big difference with how the combat system works. Because pretty much every point that they have over you is just so much extra damage. Like, you pretty much always want to be, like, over the enemy. It's one of the reasons why we're actually doing so good now. That we have, like, full tier 2. Because every few points here just matters so much. So, even though this guy's the same level as us, we're not doing that bad. Like, maybe 1 heal pot and we're fine. The other Hero Beasts, we needed, like, 2 or 3. Because our yellow defense is so bad. And they were doing yellow damage. Whereas right now, our highest defense is Necromay, and he's using Necromay. So it's basically, like, never hitting. It might not seem like a few stats are doing that much, but they're using a really weird formula where it actually does matter. Because the formula is mostly looking at the difference between the two numbers, rather than necessarily how high your number is. The only problem with doing this is I do have to keep storage rifting my gear every single time if I want to head back properly. Which is somewhat annoying. Luckily there's a deposit all button. Just gotta make sure to not accidentally deposit everything that you have equipped. I wish they would have a warning button for that. Like, not a warning button for deposit all, but a warning button for deposit all gear that you're wearing. I haven't done that since this update, but I have done it before. Where I accidentally just put in all my gear instead of all my inventory. It's oddly enough something Old School RuneScape hasn't added a warning button to yet. That has a similar mechanic. But there's no warning button on deposit all your gear. Which I really feel like it should. So I've only used the Path's Luck Potion so far. I feel like we should have used it more, but maybe because he has a lower modifier, it's rolling his chance of using it a little bit less. I'm still not fully certain how the Luck Potion is consuming charges these days, though. I thought I knew, but honestly, the more I see what it is and isn't triggering on, the more I'm confused on how it works rather than clarifying it. All I know is if that says 0, we drink another potion. Also, I made enough luck that we should have way more than enough for the entire stream. We have 580 charges. Well, technically 585 counting the ones we already have set. We got a lot of charges. And what's great is they're the best potions I could be making right now, too. Not counting the Explore potions I can't even use at the moment. But otherwise, they're the best potions we could be making. Other than the Chronopolis potion, which is really good. We do get the grapes for that soon, so maybe we'll go take a little alchemy break. Because I do need to start getting to those higher potions. Like that healing potion right there at 510 and 2.5 levels. Oh, so this is way less Forge or XP than before. Which makes sense. But the second we can get to Potato, we definitely want to shift to Potato. And start doing Potato Plant again. Or just Potato with another foraging object. Because Plant's starting to get to the point where it's not good to kill. Also, I was trying to enrage it earlier. It doesn't let you. Even though there's a perfect spot to use enrage, it doesn't work on stationary units. So even though there's a perfect double spot that you could AFK these plants, it doesn't let you do it. Which is really sad. Maybe they'll change that in the future. Maybe they couldn't figure out how to code it at the time just to make it work for stationary units. But hopefully they change that at some point. Because otherwise, that would be an amazing place to AFK if they ever fix that. I almost want to send a support ticket for it at some point. Not yet, because they're probably getting bombarded. Because, do you know what when their 2 drops are? Oh, no, never mind. I was thinking of the other enemy. Never mind, scratch that. I was going to say, they drop onto the resources for the Enrage Potion. No, they don't. It's the thing in the other room that drops it. They just drop the Hogberries. That would be funny if they did drop it, though. Though there is enemies in this chapter that do, the Here Beasts. I don't think there's any other one. Unless there's something that drops Bell Plant in this chapter. I don't think there is. You would think the plant would, but it doesn't. It drops Hogberry. But, there is a resource, or the thing, the Here Beasts, that do drop them. So technically, you could farm them. The problem is they're weak to green, and we're not Guardian. They're the second strongest thing in this chapter. Oh, sorry, they're weak to Necromay. Oh, wait, we could be okay with that. We have a good Necromay weapon. Well, every class has, like, you know, okay Necromay weapon, but, you know. But yeah, this might actually be worth doing as a final chapter, then. Because they give you the AFK potions back. Like, if you AFK'd Here Beast at max level, they give you half the supplies to make the potion to keep AFKing them. So it might be worth considering. Plus the highest level thing would be... Oh no, it wouldn't be the blue weak. It'd be this thing, which is weak to green. Which is what I was saying with the weak to green thing. Because I assume it's the same order for each one. Which means the final enemy for Chapter 1 is Ghoul. The final enemy for Chapter 2 is, I believe, still the Blob, which is weak to blue. But the problem is it uses range, which is really annoying. And I'm not sure what the other two are, actually. But yeah, blue is still Blob. Or Wraith if you want to do yellow. Where's my kill? There it is. Because this would still be the best place to go do Cryonite as your final chapter. Doing the slime blobs, because they're weak to blue. The only problem is they have no modifier for rare loot. They're like dead even on everything. What about Wraith? Oh, come on, why is Wraith so much better? It gives you like no knowledge, but everything that matters. It's 50% loot modifier and the XP thing. We do have a yellow setup, but it's not as good as like Hammer Mage yellow setup. Oh yeah, what potion tier does this one drop? Because if I remember correctly, for whatever reason, the Stone Worm actually does the highest tier alchemy potion. For reasons I cannot comprehend, it's actually not either the two that previously did the highest. Why? I have no clue. But if I go check the highest tier potion right here, it is not what you think it would be. It is, where is it? Oh, I can't check recipe, never mind. Not allowed to do that here. But last I recall, it's actually the scales from the Stormworm thing. Which is really weird because that's not the highest level enemy. Even another reason why Mind of Bitumen is awful. The highest level enemies in the area aren't even the ones that drop the highest level material anymore. Like they used to. Which makes no sense at all. So I'm not sure what I would make as my final zone if I was to get 2,000 in the current format. Because it's no longer like worthwhile doing Mines of Matuba necessarily as your last. Since the alchemy supply that he drops actually isn't useful if you have really high alchemy then. Because I don't believe this is the highest tier one anymore. Like, the best one for Guardian. Technically, Guardian might have 2. Because Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 might end in blue. I need to go double check what the Forest one is, though, later. Oh, I might die here. Come on, RNG. Come on, RNG. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Ooh, we almost had our first death. Also, our Forger XP is, like, glacially slow from this. It, like, hasn't even moved. But I need the monument pieces. But yeah, it looks like what we're going to have to do when it comes to monument pieces is we're just going to have to dump all of our knowledge into it while we're doing it. While doing the combat thing that we're doing now. And then that should be able to go skip past the monument tier. What does the other tier look like? Let me go check the Jade one. Yeah, the Jade one you have to do for 3 levels. This one you have to do for 2 levels. But Jade has a lot of multi-scaling you can do next to it, so we'll be fine on that. Because instead of combining it with combat, you'd be combining it with Forger, so you can easily get that extra level. Not to mention, the limpets get added at the exact time. And there's a room where you could do a limpet plus monument Jade. So you would do all the Jade pieces and then get 3 limpets. And then just bank everything at the storage rift there. It's right next to a storage rift too, so it's really nice. It's way more convenient than the storage rift for stone pieces. And by that I mean putting into the monument thing. There's not even a storage rift nearby. I guess there technically is if we go north, but it's about the same speed as going south. But yeah, that's some really good synergy. Limpet, Monument Jade, and you could even get Hogberries if you wanted. All 3 right next to each other. This is actually really good synergy for Jade pieces. Why didn't stone pieces get anything like that? But yeah, Jade got crazy synergy. That's not even counting the fact that you can get Mana Rays and the other fish in the other room. The Bass or whatever the other one was called. Which one is this one called? Cod. But yeah, you have Jade, you have Starfish, you have Cod. You have Limpet at the exact same level range. You have a storage rift like 1 tile away. You got Mana Rays if you want to catch them. You got Hot Berries if you don't mind a little walk. Or Potato. Like, it's so good. Jade Loop is way better than Stone Loop. Which I guess makes sense because they made it more recently. But Jade is so much better to do than Stone. Oh, oops, my luck potion ran out. Alright, time to go get the ice dice. Oh, so I wish I would add more potions with an amazing animation like that. It's definitely my favorite potion animation in the game. The ice dice. Oh, so I really need to go check my bank soon. Maybe we'll go north on our next bank so I can storage ref some healing pots. Because I keep forgetting, you can grab your potions from there now. So I'm going to check on our next deposit north instead of south so I can check my deposit box for any amount of healing. Because we only have 9 left. I'm running so low. I just realized this is a shield upgrade I have right here. I didn't even notice that till just now. The only problem is I'm not really using one-handed weapons, so unless you're like shield flicking, it's not really doing anything. Alright, there we go. I see, does shield flicking still work in the new update? I didn't even bother testing it. Where's the key for it? Oh, yeah, I think it's that one right there. It still seems to be working. I'm just not sure if it's giving us any defense or not. But it seems like they haven't fixed shield flicking yet. Is it doing anything? I have no clue. But it is bringing up your shield. Is it just visually doing it or actually giving you defensive stats of it? I have no clue. But you can flick your shield out of anything. I'm just not sure if it's actually giving defensive stats or not. It's hard to tell because the shield does so little, even if it is giving you defensive stats. Alright, grab this kill, store away all of our drops, and then I'll go check the top thing and see if we have any healing pots. And if not, we might need to go consider making some. No, we're about to lose this. But yeah, 100%. We need to go make some. I might need to go see if we have any of the other supply. I don't think I banked any of that kelp, but then again, it was tier 4 kelp, not tier 5. Which is why I don't think I banked it. Oh, he drops eels? He drops max tier eels. Interesting. Oh no, I guess I grabbed that instead of monument piece. Sure, why not? That's not what I want. Store drift. Deposit all. Deposit all backpack. Good as eels, I guess. But yeah, it drops 4 max eels at a time. Interesting. Everything when it drops its material seems to do it in highest tier. Alright, let me do this. I gotta manually deposit so it doesn't close the screen. Deposit all, and now we withdraw items, potion. Please tell me I have healing pots. Yay! I made 1,040% at some point. This was like the highest or second highest potion at one point. All right, never mind. We're in the clear. False alarm. We got infinite healing pots. 40% is perfect enough. All right, saved. Saved by some alchemy grind we did like half a year ago. 40% are perfectly fine. That's way better than 25%. Alright, false alarm. No need to make healing pots anymore. I probably still will for this level of range just to get a couple of them. But for most things in the game, 40 to 46% isn't going to be that big a difference. Whenever bossing comes out and stuff like that, that may will make a huge difference though, but for a general mob, 40 and 40%, 46% is basically the same number. Until we get real bosses and stuff. Where that extra healing will actually matter. Because the amount of extra healing is about 1 extra hit. Roughly. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, 1 heal pot should be enough for every fight now. Even if we're fighting something pretty much at our level range like right now. Should be very rare that we ever need a second with 40%. Should have used a 40%. Ooh! Ooh, good job, luck potion. Good job, luck potion. Our first good drop this stream. Huge. He's got a 4-star glove, or 3-star glove. Yeah, this luck potion goes crazy. This thing has a minus 25% modifier. We're still getting cool stuff. And this goes really crazy on 50% modifiers. Assalamu alaikum. But honestly, what we did last night I need to start doing, like, for the rest of time in this game now. Use a luck potion and an enrage potion at the same time against an enemy that is closest below your level that you can AFK that has a 50% modifier. The amount of items that it prints is crazy. Like 50% modifier with double loot into AFK potion. Like you just come back to just a bunch of 2-star plus gear all over the ground. It's so good. It'll be a little bit under-leveled, but it's still worth it. Like this weapon, like it's under-leveled, but it's tier 4, so it's literally better than our tier 3 that was at proper level. Especially if they ever get special attacks and everything eventually. Please, add special attacks already. But it's crazy how strong that is. Enrage potion plus luck potion on anything with a 50% loot modifier. And you just come back to a bunch of printed 2+ star gear. And a bunch of 1 stars you get to sell. But yeah, welcome back, I'm a bud. What have you been grinding lately? Because I saw you a couple times in game. I think you were doing alchemy earlier. Or was that someone else? I think it was you. When I was playing a little bit off stream. Because I was making these potions earlier and I saw you when I was making these potions here. I'm so glad we have 1,000 stack of healing pots from like years back. You know what that was from? Remember that one week where we did the 200 alchemy grind? That is what this potion is from. I know exactly when it was because we did a 200 alchemy grind push one week. And that's when we made this 1,000 potion. Because I was doing it at a level range where it wasn't that bad to do it at. Because we invested a little bit of extra money to go a little bit quicker for something. But now we have all those healing pots thanks to it, so that's so nice. This will hold us over all the way until we get to level 6 Forager. I mean, no, Milestone 6. When we can start getting better healing pots. Because then we can start making 44%. But that will hold us over easily that entire time. Just going for Milestone 3 for your professions in the mines. Nice. Yeah, all the potion changes have been amazing. Enrage potion was always the biggest thing I was looking forward to with this update. But the fact that they added 2 really cool other potions too. Well, technically only one of them at the moment. The luck potion. But when I say 2, I mean the dungeon potion seems like it'd be pretty nice too. Like the extra chance of finding a rare room in a dungeon. I'm curious to see how the dungeoneering skill is going to work. Obviously it's not a natural thing, but you know what I mean. It's obviously going to be the main thing it gets compared to since he made dungeoneering. I'm curious how we'll go about it 15 years later. Because of course now he's attaching it to every skill rather than it being its own thing. I just realized something a little bit annoying about these eels. I can't actually bank them in the stone bank. Oh, so I should probably go to the stone bank to double check how many more I need. I'm going to drop these eels and come back for them later. Because I need a bank north to be able to actually bank them. But I'm going to go put all these stones in and see how many more we need at the moment. I'm just going to drag a couple of stones and check our progress. Because you don't need nearly as many stones as before, which is good because this is such horrible XP. This is not great XP. It's okay combat XP because this is the best thing we'd be killing right now. But it is not great foraging XP. Luckily, you only have to do these for 2, and the ones that are better you only have to do for 3. Hello, Tyrion. Welcome, welcome. All been well. Also, I noticed YouTube, next to all the moderators, has the shield now instead of the wrench. No wrench for you guys. You now hold the shield. Alright, let me go sell all these. Let me see how many we have. This doesn't give XP, right? I don't think it does. It just gives you money. Because I'm pretty much right at the point of getting a knowledge point here. Let's see how much progress we have so we know how many more we need to get. Looks like we still need 100 something. Just want to double check while we're here. But yeah, we're almost halfway done. Why'd you be halfway done as of today? Even though we literally just started today. That's because obviously we had like milestone 20 already and everything. I mean, milestone 4, I mean. But, it'd be interesting to see how that works out. Like how many it will end up taking with the new XP curve. Because on day 1, we would have already done 2 monument pieces. I am pretty sure, as long as we focus on Forager and, you know, keep dumping over knowledge into it, we should almost or be able to go and hit Jade piece today too. I mean, we'll be able to finish a whole tier of stone and a whole tier of Jade in one stream. And the XP curve will probably make that so we can't do that every day. Highly doubt it. But that means we could realistically, even though we'll get 2 today, I think we can get at least 1 every single day. Which means this could be like a 2-week grind instead of a month grind. Of course, when I've mentioned month in the past, it was assuming the previous system. But under a new system, this might literally be a 2-week grind instead of a month. I don't know, find out. Still a little bit early in. Because we don't know what the curve's going to look like at like milestone 7, 8, 9. But I'm not sure what my main goal is after 500 Forager. Because that's a really clear one set by milestones. But after that, it's not really clear what we should go for. I've been considering woodcutting carpentry just because of its synergy within the area. As well as the fact I still need a lot of that material, obviously, for weapon making later down the line. The other route would be just go crazy into combat. And just go for the Mines of Matubin combat grind. And just get that all the way maxed out. Oh yeah, I forgot we don't have the other thing yet. I still need to go grab these. Let's look at my eels. I'm gonna bank the eels. Is it worth banking those eels? Probably not. But we're gonna bank them. Oh, this thing's gonna hit me before I can grab it. I wish the other one would have aggroed us. Yeah, he's gonna get us. That's fine. These are gonna spawn weirdly now. Yeah, there's a lot of new logs to go for woodcutting. Some of which seem to have some pretty good cycles for them. Come on, get there in time, get there in time. I don't think we're gonna make it. We might though. Oh, we're gonna make it! It's gonna spawn right in front of us. Yeah, we made it! Wow, the timing on that was really tight. We made it though. It's always so satisfying when it spawns right in front of you again. Okay, then I'll be able to kill that one since he's not fighting it. Oh no, not yet though. No! No! It's happening again. Hopefully we can kill him quick enough. Oh, so I can't wait till we can start making cryonate potions again. We're almost there. Though it's actually kind of deep. So maybe not actually. Because I can't start making it until level 630. We're almost up to the R tier of Lily. But the problem is I need the tier above that, not this tier. And then we can start making blue potions for damage. While still getting good alchemy XP. Otherwise we're getting like almost no alchemy XP. Maybe the tier 5 one I could do, but I definitely can't do the tier 4. Tier 4 is just too low. But tier 5 we could probably get away with. Come on, kill him already. There we go. No, we didn't make it in time for this one. Boo. Battle was slightly too slow. You can't start with flint either, do previous ore rocks, or they want me to do minecart. Yeah, you have to do minecart for like every tier now for mining. Even my mining right now is at minecart. Though I would probably just do the ore above it, I think. Oh, so why are you trying to melee? I'm trying to use range. There we go. But yeah, like right now I'm at minecart. But realistically, I would probably just do Adathril. I need to double check like the XP difference, but I'm pretty sure I would just do Adathril so I get an actual ore from it. Because I believe this is one of the new ones I have 0 banked of anyways. Even though it shows it as marked, because I did want one of each activity. But I'd probably do Adathril instead of minecart at that level range. Until I get access to iron ore. We'll do some flint, but not that lot. Actually, based on the level range, you really don't have to do most of them that much at all. Also, don't tell me I'm going to need a second healing pot. We upgraded to 40%, yet we're still taking like the exact same amount of damage. Okay, I refuse to heal here. Wow. That should not have been that close. Alright, let's go bank these north since I gotta go put the eels away. We have one weird inventory because I wasn't able to grab that one stone in time. But it works perfectly because I have an item there, so I have it in the way. Yeah, Durabean's in the same room as a bank. Though pretty much all ores are now, too. There's not a single ore that's really far now. Even Cabernet can be done with 0-time banking, even though it was the furthest from a bank in the past. I would say the worst one to a bank is probably Platinums right now, I think. It's probably the worst situation for banking at the moment for any ore. Not kind of stone, just the ores. Though most of the stones aren't that bad for it. But I believe out of all of them, Platinums is the furthest from a bank. Which is a problem because that's the best one for Cryonites. It's the one that used this big blue sword that we're using right now. It's the best weapon for Cryo. It's also used for the really quick physical sword that can be used against anything. Alright, so by the time we finish stones for this, we are going to still need like half a level for Forger. Which means I might have to go back to the Nettle for a little bit. It would be for a very short duration, though. So I might have to go there for like 15 minutes just to go get that last little bit of level. Because we need so few monument pieces that we're only getting a natural like 1 level from it. The rest is just knowledge points. And his XP rate is so slow from these things. Though it doesn't help that we're doing combat. But we can get half a combat level from it if nothing else. Which isn't that bad. That's the whole reason why we're doing this. Eel again. Not ideal. I'm not sure if I should keep banking the eels. I feel like I'm going too far out of my way, but I don't know. North Bank's not that much further than South Bank. The only big issue is you don't get to grab 4 stones along the way. But those 4 stones are kind of really separated. Like, this room is way better for grabbing the 4. Like, the time it takes to grab these 4 is way shorter than the other 4 because you don't have any elevation. It's all in the same plane unlike the other room. Don't move into him. What are you doing? Hello, Mad Hatter! Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I really love that everything drops their highest tier resource now. This makes Mines of Batubin a lot worse, but it makes every other chapter so much better, particularly chapter 1 and 2. Because everything just drops their highest tier. These drop their highest tier eel. The plants drop their highest tier hogberry. These things drop their highest tier pondweed, so on and so forth. The other thing I was killing earlier was dropping the highest tier fire weed. That's untradeable as well. And by untradeable, I mean it's not sold at shops. So I was able to get some of the unsellable from shop tier 9 material without even needing to forge it. It's so nice. Like, everything just drops their highest tier. I'm not sure if it's a little bit different at lower level range, but at this level range, literally everything's just spitting out tier 9s. Which makes combat in zone 1 and 2 even better than what I thought it would be. Like, it was already better, but now it's, like, mega better. Because this is so much better than getting, like, 4 alchemy supplies from Mines of Batubin that you're never going to use. Because it's only for, like, a 6% potion or something. One the first to complete the monument? Oh, gosh. No, we're going to be, like, 200 for something. Actually, how many people are there with max monument? I guess we'll find out in whenever we finally get there. Because if I had to guess, there's at least a triple-digit number of people with monument max. It's hard to tell with how the current leaderboard system works, though. But it has to be at least a triple-digit number. Because here we can see a 108, so it's obviously a triple-digit number right there. It's hard to tell what the exact number is. But there's definitely at least a couple hundred people with monument completed. Especially since a lot of people are probably pivoting to it with the new reward. I mean, not a lot, but you know. More than none. So if I had to guess, by the time we get there, we'll probably be like 250th. Because we still got a ways to go. It's still my lowest skill right now. It won't be by the end of the stream, but at this exact moment in time, it is my lowest skill. Until like an hour or 2 from now. In which case, the useless botanist rework will be our lowest skill. Like, Botanist rework from a aesthetic standpoint, great update. From an actual training standpoint, it's the worst gathering skill in the game now. Not to mention, they moved all the useful rewards from it, aka the bones, into Chapter 1. Which is the other thing that really hurt it a lot, too. Beyond the gameplay loop just being a little slow for XP and knowledge. I forgot, you can queue ground items. As long as it's only one item and not a stack, you can queue a singular item from the ground. I keep forgetting that. Because I keep, like, delaying my click. Thinking it'll, like, interrupt. But it'll only interrupt if you bring up the menu when there's, like, multiple there. As long as it's a single item, you can queue it into an action. So far we've gained half a combat level from this. That's a pretty good combat XP though. I would sure hope so, given that we're fighting the highest thing we can. I believe it even has XP bonus too, doesn't it? No. Oh yes, 105%. Not a huge amount, but more than nothing. Alright, then we'll go bank all this. Unfortunately, we do have to go north when I'm going south here, which is not ideal. And we've almost gained one forager level from this. Alright, next inventory. I'm going to go south to Monument and just leave the eels on the ground to see how much more we need. Because we should be pretty close to the rest of the Monument pieces. Then we can move on to a real training method, get our forager level up real quick. And then we should be good to go. No way he sniped me there. Top 3 moneymakers in game right now, combat, combat, and combat. Either active combat, AFK combat, or, I don't know, something in between. It's literally all combat. Like, nothing even comes close. Like in Rage Potion, AFK combat, or actively farming combat. Or like super actively by using potion boost and everything. Like, combat just eclipses everything at the moment. I'm pretty sure some other skills at, like, really high level is still decent. Though I haven't been able to try it since the update, since I don't have it. Like, you know, like, Milestone 8 and 9 cooking is probably pretty profitable. Especially if you already have the material. And a few other things like that. Like, the highest thing I could do that isn't combat for money right now is honestly probably mining into smithing. Or like mining into, you know, one of these. Hello, Sean! Yep, we're back to streaming it every day, at least until the monument grind's complete. But we're not even halfway there, so we got a ways to go. But yeah, day 1 of us doing it every day again. At least until we get this grind done. Not sure if I'll still keep doing it after that, but we'll see. Depends what we want to prioritize next. It's just my next grind that I'm likely going to be prioritizing is something I can literally AFK. Which is likely going to be combat. And because of Enrage Potions, you know, you can just AFK the whole way there. So I wouldn't really need to stream that necessarily. Unless we did it like once a week just as an update thing. But we already do it like once every other week for whenever they do a big update. Like whenever they add a new quest or anything. Next big update should either be fishing bounties or 7-star Mines of Batubin quests. Or something else that we don't know about. But one of those two should be 2 weeks from now. I would assume fishing bounties, because I'm pretty sure they've had them done for months. They've just been waiting for the milestone update before they push it out. Yeah, I was making some of the chestnut dish earlier. We don't currently know what any food is going to do in the future. I personally have been banking every dish I've been doing for cooking since the update. Unless I've accidentally sold them, I've banked literally every single dish I've made since the update. But we don't really know what any of them are going to do. But just in case. And if you do have to sell them later, it's not that big a deal. It would take more time, but it's literally 2 tiles away from a sell spot. So it's pretty quick to go sell them if you do end up not needing them. And I have enough money right now that we're not really, like, pressed on money. And we don't have, like, a platinum or multiple platinums like some people who did 500 leatherworker. But, you know, 100 gold should hold us over for a long while. Especially once we make, like, 1 minute or 1 gold an hour per AFK in combat these days. As long as I have the luck potion and rage potions to go with it. If you were to sell every drop you get and not keep any of it, it seems to be about gold an hour at this level range. Not sure if that gets much higher when you get higher. But it's pretty good. Like 1 minute of gold, almost completely AFK. Just check the game like several times an hour. And you just have a gold just laying on the ground. And potentially some gear upgrades. Because obviously you keep some of it. Like 3 stars and higher you tend to keep. This is like a repeat 4-star or something weaker. What do you think of the UI showing milestones? Oh, I wish it were just numbers. I wish there was a toggle in settings to change them all to numbers. Because I still call them by their number. Like our forager level right now is level 425. Oh, sorry, 225. Let me adjust the volume some. I adjusted it earlier, but then didn't readjust. Let me move everything down like 1. Actually, I can just move the master volume, I guess. There we go. That's a little better. Combat is just so loud compared to everything else in the game. Like when we were doing the foraging thing earlier, it's like so tranquil. And in combat, it's like, rah, 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 rah. I forgot, you can do diagonally. Oh, chainmail. Nice, upgrade. Huge. Oh, never mind, you can't do that diagonally. Oh yeah, that's one thing that threw me off during the, that one squid boss, during that one quest in Mines of Matubin. Because in combat, normally you can do things diagonally. But when interacting with a resource like this, you have to be adjacent to it. But what threw me off during that boss fight is even though it's technically, to some degree, a combat encounter, the tentacles in the fight are considered like a normal node. So you have to be adjacent to them and can't hit them diagonally even though you're actively attacking them. You can't actually diagonal them like you normally could. And I ended up getting us hit one of the times. Oh, so wait, is this guy maxed out in this area? That thing looks like it's like max. The skin that he has on it. Because right now, I'm only at like tier 1. Even though this thing is level 1843, like double his level, this is only like the tier 1 goal. Because I only have, actually no, tier 2. Because I only have 2 levels into Hopeport. So this is only like skin 2, but the actual level obviously scales to whatever your level thing is. So I'm only like 2 out of 9, but he's already doing his his thing is probably almost at like tier 8 or 9. It is like half the level of ours. Alright, let me go and bank these so we know how many we have. So I'm gonna head north here. Bank all these. And then when we're heading north, I'm going to go and put all the stones in so we can see how many we have. But yeah, it feels so nice seeing this. I really like this luck potion. Let's forget our luck potion's actually down right now. But luck potion is carrying gear so hard right now. We went from full tier 1 to like actual gear within like an hour of combat. That's like unheard of in the previous system of combat. Getting completely geared in an hour. But that's what happened off stream when I was AFKing earlier. Like literally just 1 hour or so of AFKing. We had like full tier 2 and better. Minus shield. But we don't even need shield. Hello Jets, welcome. Yeah, it's mostly just combat that's really loud. Everything else in the game being louder is fine. There we go, I'm gonna move that back up. It's just combat's so loud compared to everything else in the game. I think we're still slightly short on stone. I'm just doing this to see how many more we need. But there's a chance we have them all. And the second we have them all, we are going back to our real training method. This is so slow. No, we're not as close as I thought we were. Oh no, how many more do we need? How many more inventories is that? It's like what, 3, 4 inventories? Looks like 4. And there's that one piece we didn't get that one route. He sniped us of our one piece. Oh, let's see. How many do we have here? How many 24s go into that? Oh, let's see. 3. Yeah, it's like 4. It's like 3.5. But of course, we'll have some partial ones because of other drops. So we need 4 more inventories of stone, and then we're done with stone for this tier. Yeah, stone is so much slower than jade. And there's nothing to multi-scale it with other than hogberry. But at the level that you get monument piece, you can't synergize it with hogberry, which is a conflict of interest that is really annoying. Like, you did a lower tier one, but it wouldn't be as good. So stone is just drastically worse. Like, jade gets the upgrade right before you end up needing to do it. And has like a billion other nodes next to it. And has fish next to it if you needed that. Like, these hogberries are near it. This limpet's literally in the same room. And you get those upgrades before. The problem with these stones is you get the upgrade after, not before. But at least we're getting good combat XP. We've gained almost a whole combat level in an hour just from killing these while primarily trying to get the stone. It's not awful. Like, in an hour we got a little bit more than half a level. While primarily trying to do stone. Just from doing 1 kill in between each stone. It's not that bad at all. Obviously doing combat only would be way better XP, as would Forger only, but it's a nice mix. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the pot, thank you. These do have a negative modifier, but even with a negative modifier, double still helps a lot. I keep forgetting to reapply the strong thingy. Also, I keep forgetting the hotkey as well. There are hotkeys for it now that they added as of the update. So I just can click like 2 right here and boom. The lucky ice. The ice dice. I wonder if they did that deliberately. The ice dice. I don't think they're referred to as the ice dice anywhere in the game, but that's definitely what I'm calling them. Which works so perfectly for Cryo Knight. Even though every class can obviously use it. Yeah, there's one potion that we're not utilizing right now. The combat for Cryo Knight would actually help quite a bit. Especially with the new powerful ones. I'm just not at alchemy level where I could realistically use them, and using the lowest tier ones just don't feel worth it. Nice, forging level. Finally, it took an hour. This is so slow for XP. But we have to do it for monument pieces. Oh no, technically we gained a level and a half. We gained 1 forging level and slightly more than half a combat level. It's not bad. And depending on what level range we are, it would be closer to half. The only reason it's more than a half right now is we're at perfect level range for this. We're at 1843 and he's 1843. But obviously you're normally not going to be at perfect level range. So it's about 1 foraging level and 1 combat level per hour. Which is not great, but you kind of have to for Monument for like an hour or two. It seems like it's about an hour and a half. I'm not sure if every tier is going to be that same amount. But it's about an hour and a half of doing stone at the slower XP rate compared to other foraging methods. Well, the combat XP makes it kind of worth it. We got 1 upgrade from this so far. We got the tier 3 boots that we're wearing right now. These right over here. Thanks to the lucky dice. The ice dice. Yeah, plus 40 strength is better than none. But barely. Like to a little bit of a degree that it is not worth the effort. Now, plus 60 and higher, that's a different story. Especially like plus 85 and 90 and 95 and 100. Those are a very different story. But plus 40 is like maybe one hit quicker. Which is why I normally don't bother with them. You also have to keep in mind the time to actually drink the potion that you wouldn't have to do if you were, you know, just otherwise killing them. But also the inverse argument could be made in that if the extra damage is making it so you don't need a healing potion, then it's the same time as just drinking the healing potion, of course, but for better DPS. But no, once I start getting these better ones, we will start using them. Like, if I had 1,000 of these 85s right now, we would be chugging these things. There's so much speed. Alright, so this is the first inventory. I need 4 more inventories after this one. Oh, we almost got potato. We're coming, potato. We're coming for you. What's explorer potions? They're used for the dungeons that don't exist yet. They make it a higher chance that you'll find a rare room, whatever on earth that will be in a dungeon. But they currently do nothing. Though they do look like they're probably pretty good XP rate. I haven't actually made one yet. But given that there's a superior potion, they're probably really good for XP. Like at my level range, it would literally be the best potion I can make at the moment. Not just because of my highest, but it's also a superior potion. So it'd probably be even higher than like these two as well. Oops, why did I do that? I could just right-clicked it. Okay, 3 more inventories and we're done. Hopefully we can make it to Jade today. Though I have a feeling we're going to be slightly short. We'd have to get another like 20-ish forager levels. We'll be able to get a lot. I'm just not sure if we'll be able to do 20 within that time. Because we're probably going for like several more hours. Not sure exactly how long. Pretty much until I'm hungry. We'll do it based on hunger meter. But if we could try to prioritize one milestone or one piece per day, that'd be huge. Because that means it would take like only 2 weeks to finish it all. And we'd still have a few days downtime, or you know, in between. Which is good, because I have a few things happening next week as well. Aside from Monday being busy, I do have a dentist appointment on Tuesday. That might make it so I can't even stream. There's one in my back tooth that got chips getting removed. So I probably won't be able to talk properly that day. So there's a chance 1 week from today we won't be streaming that day. As well as Monday streams would probably be just covering whatever the weekly thing is. So for example, if a new quest comes out, obviously we'd be doing that instead of this. Or if fishing bounties come out, would probably half prioritize that instead of this. Come on, bigger hits. He's basically dead. Just hit the number. Come on. Come on. 64. Come on. There we go. But yeah, I'm not sure what change they made with the speed of these monument pieces today. But they seem perfectly fine. They're pretty much perfectly in cycle for 1 kill. I'm not sure if they sped them up or made them weaker, but whatever they did, it still works. Or at least the gameplay loop I want to use on them. I'm sure if they nerfed him or buffed him today because the patch notes wasn't really, didn't really mention. They just said they reverted it to the previous system, which I assume is a nerf because maybe they were spawning too quick or something, I'm not sure. But whatever they're spawning at now is fine. How many knowledge potions were you left with? Like 200 something, I believe. We had a lot. I haven't used a single one yet. We were doing something for Forager earlier that was getting like 4 point something or 5 point something knowledge an hour. Which I might have to go back to go finish this out because these stones are so bad. Because the previous thing is way better than what we're doing now. But I'd probably do it with merchant runs later. Whenever we go and get like a full merchant setup ready to go. I believe we still have access to every shortcut. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. I'm pretty sure every shortcut we have access to. I know they kind of changed the level ranges for it. But I'm pretty sure we still have access to every one. So merchant speed should still be almost like 6 knowledge points an hour. Especially now with the double bounty board. They haven't used a single one of them yet. Because ideally you'd obviously want to use it on the highest possible knowledge yield method. And since I'm not doing the merchant grind anytime soon, I'm kind of holding out in case one of the world events or dungeon or something else like that is just like absurdly good for knowledge or something. Though I highly doubt they're ever going to do anything better than merchant. Because merchant's just like crazy good once you get like good routing and everything. And they keep buffing every patch. They just refuse to go a single patch without buffing merchant somehow. I really need to go make a list of every single way at some point. Because it's over 20 something long. Like it's literally measured in dozens. As far as how many buffs they've done indirectly or directly to merchant. But I really love doing merchant detective, and it's even better now with the new rarity system. There's some things that you wouldn't really take while doing merchant detective start to become better if it's like 2 times or 4 times on it. And of course, those detective things having 2 times or 4 times basically makes them the best XP method now. Just doing investigations all the way to max, basically. You not only can use the double tool on it, but you can also use the XP potion all the way at the end. And you can also get double or even quadruple the XP yield and gold yield, though the XP is the main thing that matters. And it has really good synergy with merchant. Even though you don't have combat synergy in Chapter 4, the merchant into detective synergy is really absurdly good. It's like 5 point something knowledge per hour, depending on how quickly you do it. And you get a decent amount of merchant and detective XP at the same time. It's really good. And it's probably my favorite gameplay loop in the game. Hey, what was that green potion you just used? I'm so confused. Because it almost looks like the new rear room one. What is that green potion? I'm so confused what he just drank. Because that's not the Hope Forest potion. Did he just drink a rare room potion thinking it does something now? Because that definitely looked like the new potion. Because I've never seen that one before. That's definitely not a Hope Forest potion. I can't think of any other green potion in the game. So I like how those guys also start foraging. They just randomly start going through the grass occasionally with their idle animation. Alright, 2 more inventories, and we're done with this tier stone. Oh, that's funny. That guy's called Milestone. He must have made that account when Milestones came out. He's level 58, and he's called Milestone. That's funny. Alright, 2 more inventories and we're done. Technically 2.5, but I'll overkill it a little bit just in case. Rather have slightly too many than not enough. Yeah, 2 more inventories. Oh, I should knowledge potion here. But yeah, we didn't even make the 2 levels. I'm actually kind of surprised. Even with dumping all knowledge into Forger, with how few stone you need, this is not even going to be enough for 2 levels. Even while putting all XP into Forger. We'll be close, but we're not going to be all the way there after 2 more inventories. But then we'll just have to do the other method for like 5 minutes, and then we can move on to Potato. I'm not sure what route I want to do for Potato. With all the new combat levels we've been getting, it's not really worth doing the plant anymore. Though we would nuke it with this weapon, so maybe it is worth doing plant. If we do, it has to be melee only and no range. That, and I'd probably want to wide farm the Potato. And do 6 Potato instead of 3 Potato. But at that point, I might as well just pick up more Forger stuff instead. The only problem is there's not really anything at this level range that's nearby that's good. I guess maybe Shell? But you have to walk weirdly on the beach to be able to go get that. Everything else around this level range is nowhere near the Potato. So I might still have to do the plant attack. But the way I'll do it is I grab 6 potatoes, kill a plant, grab 6 potatoes, kill a plant, and do it that way. Instead of 3 potato method. Just because the combat's not as good at this level range. You just hit 98 sailing on both your accounts. Nice, almost there. Yeah, I'll probably be 8th King that account later. I didn't bother doing it for this stream. I must have been 8th King woodcutting again. Did finally get Beaver Pet though. Not sure if I ever mentioned it on a Brighter Shores live stream. We finally got it at 91 million woodcutting. And now I'm at like 110 million and don't even have a second pet yet either. But yeah, we maxed sailing within the first few weeks. We streamed most of it. We streamed like every day for a week and then did like 1 finishing stream for it. I also got like 80-something% of the collection logs for it. Still feel I'm missing just because I'm waiting for like the boat rework and combat and everything. But you can queue ground items if it's only 1. Only if it's 1 though. Do not try to queue a stack of objects in this game. But if it's 1, you can simply queue it while you're picking up your forging stuff or whatever it is. I mean, that guy just brought it straight to us. Perfect. Yeah, my current grind for old school RuneScape is try to get the collection log staff. I think I'm like 20-something collection logs away, or somewhere around there. Like, I'm pretty much there. Currently only 9 hardcores have it. We'd be either the 10th, 11th, or 12th, depending on how slow or quickly we get there. Because a dragon collection log staff goes really well with hardcore armor. Especially because so few have it. It's not the rarest thing in the game, but it's pretty close. There's 9 total, and by the time we get it, there's like 12 total. Like a dozen people only. Yeah, on an Iron Man account, you basically have to be a clogger in a sense. Because if you want to have a certain cosmetic or a certain item, you basically have to obtain it. Since there's no grand exchange or anything. That's one thing I would go really hard on in Brighter Shores if they ever added a similar mechanic. Since we are doing the lone wolf thing. Is if they ever added a mechanic where there's like a lot of uniques to go get. I will get literally every unique in this game. As long as it's not like an absurd grind. But assuming every object is like under 50-hour grind, I'd probably go for it. If we're talking some in the hundreds, we'll see if we would go for it or not. It depends what the average grind looks like when they start adding stuff like that. Because once you start to get to the triple-digit numbers, when it starts getting a little too high. But anything in the double-digit or single-digit, especially single-digit, I would easily go for. Like, they could add 1,000 single-digit items and I would go for them all. But triple-digit is when it's like, probably not. Or at least not all of them. Alright, one more inventory after this one and we're out of here. And then we can move on to what we were doing before for half a level. And then we can move on to a real training method again. Which would be potato at 27 there. Do you think there will ever be rewards for collecting all the cards? No. I think they're just supposed to be like a little extra XP thing. I still do it for completionist sake. But I don't think they're ever going to add a reward for like getting every card within a skill. Though, if they ever do a trimmed cape in the game, that would be a good way to do trimmed cape. Is if you have the normal version like this, but then you have a trimmed version when you have all the cards for the max one. Like, just do it for the max one, I guess. Like, if the max cape for every single skill gets trimmed if you have every card for it or something. But I don't think they're going to do any, like, real reward for it other than just the XP drop thing. I'm still really hoping that they add a clue scroll equivalence to this game, though. I mentioned my 1-year video, and at some point when I have a few weeks where I'm just not doing anything, I kind of want to edit a video going over a concept of how they can add a clue-like system to this game. Making as few references to RuneScape as I possibly can somehow. But I so want some kind of clue system in this game that has like thousands of items to go chase for. Well, mostly probably cosmetic. Because I've done enough clue scrolls. I'm actually top 25 for hardcore clues as well. I've done enough clue scrolls for kind of know like every mistake original RuneScape made with it. So if normal, or you know, if Brighter Shores ever adds a system like that, they can, you know, end up doing it in a way that has 0 of those mistakes. The biggest mistake RuneScape made for it, that Brighter Shores has been doing really good about not making, or trying to fix any mistake like that in the game, is it is really hard to add to the clue scroll system in RuneScape, because they're divided by cheer rather than chapter or location. So it's basically impossible to ever go and add more content to it. Because if you ever were to, you basically have to go redo the entire tier. And has effectively made it so they can never add new stuff to basically any clue scroll. And they don't really have a system for adding more clue scroll systems. Whereas if Brighter Shores did it based on chapter, that would fix every issue. Not every issue, but at least that big issue with it. Because then they can add a whole new clue type, you know, every chapter. As far as like all the rewards and everything. And since most of them are cosmetic anyways, it wouldn't really matter that much. But you wouldn't be taking away from someone who did, like, you know, all the clues for Hopeport, for example. Because those just stay in Hopeport. But then they could still add, like, Chapter 17 and still expand it without ruining a previous chapter's clues. But I do want to send a mega post to them at some point. I might even go make a Reddit account just to post on Reddit, since I never use Reddit. I probably wouldn't do that till, like, half a year from now. It would have to be post 1.0. Because that's definitely not a pre 1.0 thing. But out of any one feature other than like really good mini games and bosses and stuff like that, I really want a clue system in this game. Like something that's like a scavenger hunt where you get a chest near the end. Even if it's only a one-step thing. Which I also feel like they should do. If I learned anything from League clues compared to main game clues, is the dopamine of having a one-step clue is way better than a multi-step. Like, make it like literally like how a treasure map would be. Is like, here, X marks a spot, there's the treasure. No, like, go do 5 steps and maybe you'll get a chest. Maybe it'll be 6, maybe it'll be 7. Like, every single one should be a reward. Like how it works in limited time game modes. Like, that's how it works in Deadman mode. Well, I think it's 75% chance, but it's basically 100% chance. Like this current Deadman mode that's currently still going on. It's got all the points for all the weapons and everything and then stopped. But that's going on right now, and that's 75% higher chance that you'll get it in one step. But most leagues you can get it either instantly or in one step. Or like really quickly. But multi-step clues just are so bad. Especially as a concept of what a treasure map or something it really is. Like, what kind of real-life treasure map, unless it's like an ARG or something, but what kind of real-life treasure map would bring you to like 4 different steps? Like, oh, here's a clue, but there's also a clue a billion miles away. Here's another clue. Hey, combat level. I also feel like with this engine, they'd be able to make randomized clues as well, which would be huge. Like if they made it so you had to dig at a specific tile, or go to a specific tile of the map in the chapter, but it could be randomized to be literally everywhere. And then you have to use some kind of fun tool to be able to go and find where it is. Like a hot and cold device or some kind of other mechanic to make it work. Or maybe a coordinate based on where your direction is. Like it tells you how many coordinates away. Like how many tiles, north, east, west, south. Some kind of mechanic like that. Because I'm pretty sure they have the technology these days to randomize it. It shouldn't be that hard. Not that it would be that easy, but you know. They could implement a system where a step is literally go to a specific tile in a chapter that's walkable. And it just has some kind of thing that you can keep touching that tells you around where it is. Or exactly where it is, just in some kind of cryptic way. Follow the aura trails? Yes, detect aura. That's one thing I wish they would do with detect aura. The main thing I mentioned with detect aura in the past that I wish they would do is... Oh, there's the new combat screen thingy. I haven't showed this yet, I don't think, since I keep mashing through it. But eventually you'll be able to determine all that with your skill tree. But what was I going about? Oh yeah, the main thing I wish they would do with detect aura is I wish they would make it how they made the monster examine work in RuneScape. Where you just see a full stat breakdown of the enemy. So you don't have to reference a wiki or anything like that. Because right now it's hard, if not impossible. I don't even think the wiki has it because it's just so impossible to figure out. Because every single enemy has a slightly different distribution of stats. Most of it doesn't really matter too much, but it is there. And there's currently no way to check the stats or anything else with an enemy. And it would be nice if you could see what your like average DPS or time to kill is on an enemy and a bunch of other statistics like that. With this detect aura upgrading based on what your detective level is. Where you basically get more statistics as you keep going on the enemy. Because right now detect aura, all it does is show what element it is. Like they'll all be black because they're all necromag. But I wish as you upgraded it gave you more and more stats to the enemy. Because if I do this now, they're just going to have like a black aura around them. As you can see right there. But I wish I could get way more stats. Like average time to kill, what their stats are. Maybe what your max hit is or stuff like that. You only really need time to kill though. Like what their time to kill is on you, what your time to kill is on them, and maybe like a few other things like that. Don't even necessarily need the exact stats, just like some math that you could be auto done. So you don't need like a third-party calculator or something. Oh, so this should be enough. Let me go try doing the monument. Don't you take my stone, I need that stone. Alright, maybe I don't need that stone. I will kill this one last one. Grab this stone and hopefully this should be enough. But I really wish Detect Aura gave more stats on the enemy. I don't care what stats they add, I just wish it did more than just, here's their element. Because there's so much they could add to it that would be useful. I'm a bud, thank you. Well, it's nice having in-game calculators for things so you don't have to use third-party stuff. Like, let's say there's like eventually a boss that gets added to the game. You're trying to figure out like how to increase your DPS at some point in this game. Like, it's gonna be so annoying having to use like third-party things like you have to do in RuneScape. It'd be nice if the game just had like a thing that just tells you, oh, here it is. And if you change your gear, here's the new number. It doesn't have to be exactly like that, but just something to go by. Rather than bigger number good. Just have a little bit more data for it beyond just guesstimation. That's definitely like an update way down the line kind of thing, though. Definitely low priority at the moment. Wait, I just realized, do I need another inventory? Did I count wrong? How many do I have? I might have counted wrong. Oh no, we might be okay. Okay, I think we're okay. I counted correctly, I think. We'll find out in a second. There should be enough pieces. If it's not, then we counted wrong. But it should be enough. It should be slightly more, actually. As long as it's enough, that's the only thing that matters here. And then we'll go move on to our real training method. Oh wow, we have exactly 24 left. That's kind of weird given how many weird numbers we got throughout. It actually ended with exactly 24 remaining in there. But I don't need 24 more. Okay, we're already good to go. And now I just need 13. Let's grab the whole stack, grab our eels. Store it all away when we get back over there. Grab all these. Alright, that is the next monument done. Let's see what this does. This will be our first animation since the new system. I'm really curious to see what the jade one does. Because these accent pieces are really nice. But this will put something on the foundation or something. Let's see what we get. Do we get a balcony? Yeah, balcony's starting to get formed. We can almost go up there again. Alright, there we go. Nice. And how many do we need for the next tier? 290. How many did we just do? Wasn't it like 260? So it does look like it's going up slightly. Though you do have to do this for one whole extra level range, so it could just be that jades require slightly more. Alright, there we go. Nice. Now let's start working towards the next piece. We get jades at 422. Or 442 at level 242. So let's start moving towards that. First things first, let's go get a level real quick on an actual training method so we can then go to potato. And that'll be good to go. Just store all this junk away. Start doing the previous gameplay loop where we're doing until we get a level, which shouldn't take that long at all. And then move to potato. Right, move all this junk in here. Hey, I won the first people that got 500 mining. I'm actually surprised they were that low of a level. There's some people that like literally rushed to 500 and almost stopped playing. That's still a pretty good level though. But I was just kind of surprised because he was one of the first, if not the first, that got 500 mining. Oh, they're still in the same level range as what we set before. Perfect. Don't even need to reset them. It remembers it until you log out, which is good. And unlike RuneScape, there's no 6-hour logout timer. So we can just stay in as long as we need. We don't need to worry about in like a few hours getting logged out randomly. Even though the AFK timer isn't as long as this game, there's no login timer. So you can literally stay logged in for like 30 plus hours if you really wanted to. Yeah, it shouldn't take that long at all. I might even dump the knowledge point into it just to speed it up a little. Oh, that's not it. Click a 1. There we go. I'm gonna put the knowledge point into it just to speed up ever so slightly. Also from the benefit of having 11% extra XP, obviously. And then we'll go teleport over to go do potato. I don't need to teleport. I can just walk there. It's not that far away. Now we got a knowledge point ready to go. Put that in the forager, obviously. And we're almost at the next tier. And how far deep are we right now? We're almost 3 hours in. And we started at level, what level was it again? I actually forget now. We started at level, we were like right before rack. So we started just under 422. Which means we would have gained 5 levels in 3-ish hours. But the first hour we gained 3 levels because we were just doing this loop the whole time. Which is way better for Forge XP. Because in the other hour we end up gaining 1 combat while doing multi-skilling it with the other thing. But also the monument pieces are just really bad XP is the other problem. They are really, really bad XP compared to this. Like absurdly so. Alright, drop all this, drop all that, drop all that. Double that. Alright, 4 for level to go. By next knowledge point, we'll definitely hit it. And this was giving like 4 point something knowledge an hour, maybe even 5. It's hard to tell. There's no metric to track it, and I'm really bad at tracking guesstimating it. Forager still has some really good loops though, Forager, overall. Even though they're not quite the same as before, there's still some that get really close to 5 an hour for knowledge points. You got Dragon Cannon Barrel? Nice. Yeah, I ended up getting 4 of them so far, in case we ever get a boat that has multiple of them. I still need to get all the dragon hooks, though. I'm currently 500 deep without getting one. It's like a 1 in 1023, I think it was. I gave up after 500. But also because it was Deadman mode, so I ended up just doing that instead. I didn't end up streaming any Deadman mode, but I mostly just went and just rushed points. And just got all the points I needed within like 2 days. Still in the pen hut. Oh, I got really lucky with the sailing pet in RuneScape. We got it while doing the trials for the second one. The Jubbly Drive. I got it at like level 60 something. Though if I didn't get it there, I would most likely get it on the upcoming Barracuda trial that's coming out later this year. Because I still need to go back there for the Barracuda paint. And it's going to be higher XP than the already highest XP method in the game. So I've been waiting to do that before I do any XP grinding. That's why I didn't bother going for like the 200 mil grind or anything. I might still do it because top 25 hardcore can still get 200 mil. I never bothered doing a 200 mil grind in that game for the same reason I haven't really been going for 500s in Brighter Shores. I hate no longer gaining XP. In a number go up game, it's really bad when number no longer goes up. It's the only thing I'm kind of scared about with doing the monument grind. Because we're basically going to max Forager, at which point I might as well just max Forager. And then we never get Forager XP ever again, and then number stops going up. And I'm not sure what to do when number stops going up. It's never happened before. How does a number go up game function when number no longer go up? So where'd all my ambience go? Like, it's still doing some ambience, but it's doing, like, really minimal right now. Okay, now it's kicking back in a little. It was, like, really quiet there for a moment. Oh, no wonder why. I have it turned down a little, too. From when we're doing combat. Yeah, we're almost at our level. And then we can start doing a better method, finally. Also, I need to double check how much XP I'm getting for this compared to Potato. Because Potato should be like 3,000 something or 4,000-ish. I just need to make sure whatever loop we do for Potato is better than what we're doing now. Yeah, it's 3,421. So 3,400. I need to remember that. I need to compare that to Potato. It's 3,400 plus whatever this is. It's 3,400 plus 1,900. So whatever loop we do for Potato has to be better than that. Which it should be. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. Like, Potato themselves might already be like 4,000 apiece. And since there's 6 of them instead of just 5 of these, it might already be better just off of that alone. I'm trying to think of where I get my extra tool synergy with the potato, though. Because I think the answer is we don't, is the only problem with it. I'm pretty sure it's only trail. Because a lot of the things that are really nearby potato is either combat or not a tool. Or, you know, same tool or not a tool at all. It's the only slight issue with potato is the new multi-tool system doesn't really work too well with it. For combat synergy, it's good, but for trying to use like 2, 3, 4 tools at the same time, it doesn't work. Not without going like way out of your way. Alright, after the cycle, we should get our level, and then we can move to potato. I gotta remember to go grab some of these fish from the ground if I can. These fish are the only thing I'm gathering right now that I actually technically need, but I'm not bothering to bank. Because we do need it for our cooking levels at some point for some contracts. How much more XP is that? It should be like 0. Yep, we get it right there. I was gonna say, should be coming in any second now. Alright, now let me just go and grab any fish from the ground. Drop that, give me the fish. Give me the fish. And give me the fish. Actually, let me double that while we're here. And then give us the fish. Then we'll bank them all, and let's head to potato. Alright, we're out of here. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do combat synergy or what with this, but we'll see. So the numbers to beat were what? 3,400 and 1,900, I believe it was. Hopefully each potato's at least 4,000. Because my current plan would be do 6 potato, do 1 kill, then do 6 potato the other direction, then do 1 kill, then do 6 potato the other direction, do 1 kill. I just melee them because our range weapon's not good. Actually, they're immune to my current range weapon, actually. Well, let's see what this XP drop is. Hopefully 4,000. 3? Wait. 3? Confusion. 3? Is the other looper doing better? Why is Sage so good? What do you mean 3,000? That's not ideal. What do you mean 3,400 XP? Huh, I'm not sure what to do about that. Okay, let's do some math. Calculator, where are you? Also, luckily we shouldn't need healing pots for these. 3,400 times 5. And then the 1,900 times 3. Add those together. Compared to 6 potato. Which, what are you getting a potato? That's while we're waiting, I can grab double shell because they're decent. There'd be a little bit of downtime here. Wait, even shell is better. Is trail not working on potato or something? Or is potato just low XP or something? What's going on with potato? Is it like a low XP yield activity? Yeah, a little bit, I guess. It's higher knowledge, lower XP. Huh. Weird. Yeah, it's not that much better, if at all. We're getting more knowledge points, though, so it's hard to tell. Because I'm not sure how big of a difference knowledge points 15% extra is doing. But yeah, it's not like a huge improvement. If even an improvement at all compared to what we were doing. Might even be worth considering going back to it. The other thing, too, is try to get a wide farm on it, potentially. And then bank all the useless stuff. This might have to be a wide farm angle where we do a circle. And you do, like, the old circle loop that you would do in the previous format. Because those shells on the beach aren't that bad. If we could just keep taking node. And we should be able to get a triple tool. So you know what? Let's go try that, I guess. Let's see what happens if we bank everything. Alright, what's everything we can double? Oh, but the bell plant isn't here anymore for that one double I wanted to go do. We wouldn't be able to do that. Because I forgot, that one thing that was in this room earlier is no longer here. It's goat horn now. And water lily's not at this level range. Once we have the upgraded water lily, it'd be nice. Yeah, I'm not sure. These potatoes are nowhere near as good as I thought they would be. Because we can't do the other wide farming thing either. Because I was going to try to use triple tool, but I forgot the other thing that we could triple it with isn't here anymore. It got moved to northeast by the salmon. The bell plant. Dude, that was the main thing that made it possible to do all the tools. But it got moved all the way to salmon. So why am I killing this one? I should kill the one on the other side. Honestly, we might just go back to the other gameplay loop. It is surprisingly better than this. Oh no, let me go double check what the other bone is. Let's see, how much is this? Because the other bone was 1,900. This is 500 more, and we can grab 2 when going through here. We could grab double water lily if we moved over here. But then where do you move from there? Instead of double water lily, we can also run double pondweed. How much of a difference is that? 2,300 compared to... Problem is you take so much time going down here, though. You gotta jump down like 1,000 times. It's 2,300 compared to whatever this is. Like the same number. And then you can also grab these 3. We have to walk quite a bit. It's like off cycle. Honestly, I think the other cycle is just better. Let's just go try doing a full lap to see what it kind of looks like. Because we can also have the benefit of dropping all at once, but you have to walk a little bit to the deposit box compared to just dropping it wherever you're at. Let's go try something. So I do this. We're gonna ignore those, grab every shell here. How much is kelp? I'll double check what the XP is here. 3,000? Shell. It's more XP than the potato. I'm not sure how much of a difference the knowledge makes on the potato. But yeah, I'm just going to try to see a wide farm and see what happens. We're just going to take like every node that isn't useless. And see what the XP comes out to. We'd want to be on the north side there. Is it worth picking up starfish? 2,000? Ah, it's more than the bone from earlier. Is there another shell here? Yeah, grab these 2 shells. Grab that, grab potato. Alright, this might be worth it. At least you get to bank stuff if nothing else, but it's worth so little. Everything I'm banking. At higher tiers, it would be worth it. But a lot of this stuff we don't really care about. And then we get our triple potato over here, walking up north. And then we grab our other triple potato, which is the whole reason why we're doing this cycle. And we still have a little bit more inventory left, which is probably going to be entirely bones then. Might even be worth dropping a starfish for the bone. We grab that, then we grab that, then we take the 2 bones that are right on path. I'm not sure if we go for water lily or pond. It's 4,000, but you have to go down like 1 billion stairs. Also fills up 2 inventory instead of 1. If we had 3 more levels, this 100% be worth it. Actually, our whole route would be completely different. But, I shouldn't have doubled that one. We should save double for shell or potato. But if we were to do that, that leaves us with 4 bones that we could have grabbed. So I can just ditch all starfish then. I wouldn't want to do that in the future because I need that for strength cryone. But this is a lower tier that we don't care about, so we care about XP more at the moment. So, okay, that'll be the game plan then. So this room, we grab everything. Actually, I'll ignore the 1 kelp over there. We'll take everything but the corner kelp. So we'll take everything but that 1 kelp. We'll then take, we'll ignore every starfish in this room. We'll use the double on potato. Though I don't think we'll be able to on this route, so let's just assume we have 1 more. I don't know, maybe the cooldown will work. We'll find out in a second. It's a pretty long cooldown, but it's a pretty long cycle. So I'm going to skip starfish because it's a lower level at the moment. If we were higher level, we'd 100% want to take it, but right now we don't. Because we need those for cryonate potions later, but this cycle doesn't have them leveled yet. So we grab all the better ones. We then go grab all the bones from the other section, then just keep circling around. So we don't have to drop anything. And it looks like we should get a double on potato soon. Otherwise, I'm not going to use it if we can't land it on potato. But we should be able to. But yeah, it seems like the way that we're just going to do it then. This seems fine. And we get to bank everything too, instead of just dropping on ground, which is nice. And then we double the water lily instead of the pond thing, because that's used for our cryonate potion. That would go with our starfish if we were to do it on a different cycle. And this gives us healing pots, this gives us XP pots, this gives us food for cooking, gives us some bones, nice little variety of everything. Gives us our cryonate potions once we get the better cycle. Though we'd have to reprioritize what items we grab a little bit. I feel like I would stop taking the bones would be the first thing I would drop here. Or at least the extra bones. The other bones in this room you'd probably still take though. And this time around I will have 1 spirit inventory space somehow. What did I not take? I took on one of the previous ones. I guess the 1 kelp. I think it was the 1 kelp I skipped. Because I have 1 inventory right now to do whatever with. I don't know. Did we go bother with the 1 kelp? Because we doubled potato and we doubled water lily. I could always grab the other water lily next to the water lily, I guess. That would matter more if it was a higher level, though. Although if we were a higher level, we'd kind of want to take even more than 2 of them, though. I guess we could just take the 2. Those get upgraded in 3 levels. I guess I'll just take the extra water lily. It's less of a walk than getting that 1 kelp. And it would be for cryonate potions at a higher level range, so we might as well get a habit of doing it now. But yeah, that 1 kelp's going to be the skip then. It's just a few too many tiles out of the way. Also, I gotta remember, I gotta path north here if I can. The auto move moves you in a really bad location for that one. And eventually, depending on our cycle, we'd completely replace out shells for starfish. But we need a few more levels before we could do that. That means we can also skip some of the further shells in that one room. Like that room that we were just in, we'd probably still take the shells. But in that first room, we could skip every shell except the one that's like really close. Because those are kind of annoying to take right now, but they're better XP than the potatoes, so I'm taking them. Worse knowledge, better XP. But yeah, that knowledge modifier really affects things heavily. It's like a 95% or 90%, whatever it was. Yeah, it's like hundreds lower than our other methods right now. The potato. Which what was it exactly? It was, yeah, it's 5% worse. Does the other one have, like, extra? I was gonna say, because it feels a lot more than 5% worse. Yeah, it's a 10% difference compared to shell. But yeah, we were gonna grab double water lily here. Then grab the other one, then grab that, then grab that. We're gonna need those for the cryonates later. And once I get to that level range in like a few levels, it's probably even worth grabbing a triple. Potentially even trying to route the other 3. It's just so hard to route those other 3 in that north room. They're so far away. And the one all the way north is like mega far away. So I might just have to go for the 4, or the 3 from that room, doubling it so it comes out to 4. Because then that would match how many starfish we're getting too, which would be relevant for the higher level ranges. Because ideally we'd want to be getting the same amount of both. Oh, come on, please click correctly. Gosh, these things hitboxes, no. Please. What is that hitbox? Because I gotta make sure how many flowers we get is how many starfish we get when we start doing that in a few levels. We'll be able to start getting this better at level 430, 430, and the other one at 432. Because yeah, when we're going for the speed later, I would probably drop this shell. And I would just go for... What would it come out to? It would probably just be this kelp, that shell, and that kelp. Or even just one shell, one kelp. That'd probably still be double kelp. I was not sure if we would go out or away for this one over here. Oh, we're definitely not going away for the other one wherever it was. Like the one all the way in the corner there. But yeah, the circle loop definitely varies a bit depending on where your level range is. As the resource you prioritize changes constantly. Like right now it's potato because we're at the range where potato's better. But eventually it's going to be pond thing, and then it's going to be the, or the water lily, I mean. And it's going to end up being the starfish. The only problem with this route, if the starfish is our best one, is there's probably a better route we could be doing for starfish. It's just harder to bank them. The only benefit of this route is that we're banking, but we don't really need to be banking. It almost still feels like it's worse than the drop method we were doing earlier. But it's hard to tell. The main benefit of this method, obviously, is that you get to bank everything. But we're at a level range where banking everything doesn't matter that much. Almost at a level. Need another 2 beyond that before we get an upgrade, though. Though, we will constantly keep getting upgrades to the current route we're on, though. Which I guess they deliberately did. I would assume based on where they moved the potatoes and everything. They were kind of expecting a route like this. So they put a lot of resources, like, directly on it. Because we have 2 upgrades to this route really soon. Water lily and then starfish. I would probably do this and ignore bone spike, most likely. Hogberries would probably change up this route, though. But bone spike likely doesn't, unless you just really needed it for bone right. It is right in a room with a bank, which is kind of nice. You could technically do the method we were doing before, but expand into bone spike, so maybe try that, actually. The method we were doing before is right next to a bone spike room. So we could expand that cycle into the bone spike. While still doing the previous cycle we were doing. So I'm gonna double the shell here, just in case I don't have the XP pop for when we hit the other thing. Because I'm not sure if it's gonna last until potato. Yeah, no, this seems slightly quicker. Of course, the big downside of what we're doing right now is no combat XP. But the thing is that we could do combat on isn't really good for our level range right now. It's almost in pretty much AFK category. Though I did test it earlier, you can't use an enrage potion on them. I'm sad. You can't do it on idle enemies. They have to be moving enemies. Hopefully it'll change that at some point. They would just have to make the range like really low. Because there's the perfect spot for it right there. There's a double plant spot right in that corner. But it doesn't let you use enrage on them. You can literally just sit there and just use a big blue weapon and just obliterate them. It doesn't let you. Also, a lot of these bones are so much easier to bank compared to before. Bone Spike's still just as easy as it was before. But every other bone that isn't Bone Spike got multiple times easier ever since they moved them to Chapter 1. Which, of course, this update didn't do, but it's a lot more relevant for this update. Compared to where it was a couple months ago when they moved them. Because they moved them around the time of the Botanist rework. Or the Gatherer rework into Botanist. The only problem is we're banking almost no value. Since I don't need any of these resources, we'd likely just have to sell them at some point. And these resources are actually worth so little that I'm not even sure if it's worth the time to sell them. The only reason we're putting them in a storage rift is it's quicker than dropping each one individually. Or basically just scrapping them by putting them in the storage rift. I'm like alternative scrapping them. There's a lot of resources that are like that till we reach tier 6, unfortunately. It's the only slightly bad thing about the milestone system. It's technically good. But if you were leveling for the previous system and then moved into this system, a lot of your levels are all out of whack because they're a lot more even now. Rather than the big gaps from before. So for example, your merchant might be way too high for your leatherworker. And stuff like that. Though that'd be a good problem to have. But then you can also have the inverse issue, though, where your alchemy is way too high for your forager and other similar gathering skills. Now they're a lot more even across the board. But we're making pretty good progress, though. It still feels weird consistently getting over a level an hour, though. I still haven't gotten over that. It just feels so weird getting like 2-3 levels in an hour. When before it'd be lucky if we even get 1 in an hour. Also, Harpies are still good to kill if we wanted to put it into any kind of cycle. Since we're wide gathering right now, or wide foraging, I don't think we need to. But if I want to do water lily only, it might be worth considering hair beasts. Because they would benefit a lot from doing that. Because otherwise it wouldn't be able to like spam take water lily. We'll have to see what the XP range is like. Because one option we have is 6 water lily into 3 potato. Or even 6 water lily into these 4 bones, but in the other room. And just drop them all on the ground since we don't need them at the moment. We'll have to double check to see if that's better. But there's a good chance it is better than what we're doing now. But we need 2.5 more levels first. Because all this banking time's kind of useless since I don't need any of this material. It's just alternative for dropping it. I don't know, we'll try it once we get the levels. Got a little bit of grind before then, though. Well, luckily you get to switch activity like almost every hour. But I am considering it, killing the hair beast and just getting the 6 pond stuff. Or 5 because the other one's a little bit far away. And just grabbing the bone that's nearby and then just dropping it on the ground. It would have to be a lot of XP though for that to be worth. Like, it would have to be at least 4,000. Which I'm not sure it's going to be that high. It might be though, because the other one feels like it's really high XP yield. Let me go double check it. Is it high XP yield? It doesn't say. Is it high XP yield? Let me check the previous one. It is higher. Well, it says high profit for some reason. Which doesn't really matter since it's being dropped on ground. We'll make the ground richer. But I do like the different routing changes that you have when trying to get the tools. We can actually utilize 2 tools on this run too if we really want to. I can grab 1 flounder and 1 bass if I really want to. Not going to be bothering right now though. Also because flounder can't be banked. Because that would defeat the point of not needing to drop anything. If we had to drop something. Also, still waiting on that right-click deposit all. It's one of those quality of lives ever since they changed the depositing system. That still baffles me that we don't have it yet. It's just so useful. They did like half the rework, but didn't do the other half. Alright, 1 level, 2 to go. And knowledge is gonna pump it soon. So I'm trying to delay the knowledge point pop up as much as we can, or the level pop up. I think it's gonna fall when we try taking potato here though. It's gonna flashbang us with a level up screen. No! No! So I really should start drinking these 11% more often. It's just we're so far away from being able to make more, so I don't want to like chug them all down within like a few days. Because we're a good week or 2 before we can make more of them at a adequate level for alchemy XP. Hello? I thought I clicked. I was wondering why I wasn't moving. But yeah, we'll probably be changing our route up a little bit once we get that 2 levels in. I'm not sure how we want to do it, because currently I'm only grabbing 2 lilies. Well, technically 3, but you know what I mean. We're hitting 2 nodes, but 3 of them are being gathered. The only problem is if we change our path for Water Lily, I would then have to change it again once we hit 432. So that we can do Water Lily plus Starfish. Which is how we make our Cryonite potions, by the way, down the line. That's our best in slot combat potion for Cryonite. Which is even more of a reason why we need to do Forager. Because now that we have plus 100 Cryonite pots, that is kind of important for any bossing ever. Like anything that they ever add that's combat related that isn't immune to blue. Or even if they are, there's other pots that isn't that. But anything that can be hit with blue damage is so important to have those. Plus 100 is just so much extra damage. That's like multiple tiers of rarity above whatever you're at. But how much extra damage that is. The thing that's really annoying, though, is, unlike some of the other material, it is really hard to actually bank 6 of either. While you can get a mix of, like, 3 starfish with 3 pondweed, it is really hard to get 6. Like, the routing for it's basically impossible without wasting time. They're positioned really weird to grab, like, 6 and 6 compared to some material. 3 and 3 is pretty easy to route, though. But it does mean you're gaining them half as slow. Oh, someone died. Yeah, those hair beasts are vicious. Though luckily no enemy in this chapter is like really annoying. Unlike some other chapters. Like chapter 2's Vipers, or chapter 3's anything that does range. Or chapter 4's Hags. Alright, so we have the double knowledge point that should get us almost to that level, but then we still need one more. I wonder how much knowledge this is doing this route per hour. Now that some of these have their knowledge adjusted, like potatoes have given less XP but more knowledge. It's definitely at least 4. I'm really bad at keeping track of it though. Yeah, once we hit level 30, we'll go and try the water lily then. I'm gonna try some kind of route with 6 water lily. As long as it's giving like almost 4,000 XP, we'll try it. Which it should be. Because the route is probably grab 7 of it because one of them gets doubled. Grab 5 of the bone because one of them gets doubled. Drop it all to the ground and then do a combat. And then repeat. Because that's the second best thing we could be doing for combat right now. Here, Beast. Not as good as the goal we were doing earlier, but if nothing else, we shouldn't even need healing pots against this now, hopefully. So I really liked some of the design changes they made with the monument. Those jade dragons there look so clean. Don't worry, monument. Give us a couple weeks. We'll be fully built. 1 stone at a time. As well as thousands of plants that we'll need to get to be able to get those few stones. So I find that kind of funny. That forager is basically a skill where you're just harvesting plants so that you can harvest stones. That's basically all we're doing. We're just harvesting a variety of plants and bones so that we can learn how to harvest stones better. Alright, 2 more trips and we should get a knowledge point. Also, I should probably double check how many knowledge we're getting per trip. So we're at 146 right now. Which I should keep track of what one full rotation does. So we're starting from 146. Make sure to use the doubles accordingly. Ooh, grabbing that one if we had 4 more fishing levels would be so good to do on this route. We need 4 more to be able to do that. Maybe I grind that off stream. All I'd have to do is poke a bunch of flounders for like 2 hours or something. But the problem is we're not going to be on this cycle later, but we will be at this cycle, you know, eventually again. That would have been a good grind to do into today, I guess. Off stream. But I didn't realize we'd actually be doing this cycle today. We'll kind of learn as we go through the milestones, like where we'll be at a given time to see if we need to adjust our combat level or our fishing level in order to better assist whatever cycle we're doing. Because today, having that 4 fishing level would be so good to pick that up every time. Because we'd be occasionally picking up the best fish we can, doubling it each time we'd pick it up. It's only 1 tile off from where we'd otherwise be. There's a lot of small things you can do to kind of improve with it. It really happens. It comes down heavily to where you're at level range. Which is one of the things I always loved about Forge, even though it's my lowest skill. Mostly because I've been waiting to be able to synergize it with combat. But there are so many different routes you could technically do depending on where your level range is at any given time. Even though a lot of them are pretty set as far as what you would need to do. It's just your exact level range of some of your other skills can really help determine what you want to do with it. Like, if this was the best thing we could be killing right now, we could easily go and throw in 1 kill of this every cycle as well. Which gives us time for everything else to get off a cooldown. This is one nice thing about the tools. They do still go down on cooldown even when you're in combat. That'd be weird if they made it pause, but the fact that it doesn't pause during combat, it makes it so you actually can incorporate combat with it. And do a combination of combat and gathering skills. Otherwise, it wouldn't really be viable if the timer got stopped. Alright, level 1.5 to go. Technically less, because by the time we get those double knowledge in there... Oh yeah, speaking of which, we started at, what, 147? And we went to 169, nice. Which means we got 22%. I got 22% knowledge from 1 full cycle, which is almost 1% per object, on average. But yeah, 1 full cycle was 22%. And 1 full cycle takes about, what, 2 minutes, I would say? About as much as the XP potion, which I should probably be drinking every cycle that I keep not doing. Because I'm really limited on them. But also because you have some delay in it when you get your knowledge points from it. But at 22 knowledge per cycle, it takes about 2 minutes. What is 22 times, calculator go? Where is it? 22 times 60, or no, not 60, 30. 22 times 30, and then divide it by, 22 times 30, divide that by 100. There's no way it's that high. That's 6.6 knowledge an hour. Wait, I gotta go drink an XP potion and check if it's actually 2 minutes. If I did the math right, it's 6.6 knowledge an hour. There's no way it's that strong. It has to be slightly longer than a 2-minute cycle or something. I think that has to be the case. But yeah, it has to be like 2.5 minutes or something. There's no way this is 6.6 an hour. Unless they like mega buff the knowledge on these potatoes or something. I'll double check it on our next cycle. I'll drink a potion right at the beginning of it. And use that as our 2-minute timer. And that potion should stop before we get back there. But if it doesn't, then yeah, it's like 6 knowledge an hour. Like 6.5-ish. I'm pretty sure it takes longer than a 2-minute cycle though. We'll find out next cycle. I gotta drink it soon anyway, so it works out perfectly. I was already gonna need a drink one. But yeah, Forager gives some crazy knowledge. Especially with this new system where you can go for nodes that also prioritize knowledge a bit more. Though for the most part, your routing is kind of set in stone in that regard. Just because of where they are. Since you obviously can't change your spawn location. But yeah, we'll try it this cycle. I'll drink the potion right in front of the thing. And see if we can get back there by the time the potion expires. The only thing that will make it a little bit different, though we can add a few seconds just because of that. I will be using the double boost at some point. Which is going to stall us by like 5-10 seconds. I'd start the timer from when we drink it, and then I would have to go back to that tile. So I'll start it from right here, and then we have to return to this tile to stop the timer. Alright. So we have a 2-minute timer going. That goes in the Forager. We'll add like 5-ish seconds because of that. We were doing it twice, so like 10-ish seconds. So if that expires and there's still like a 10-second delay, or you know, afterwards, 10 seconds afterwards, then that means the cycle actually was only 2 minutes. I feel like it's longer than 2 minutes. There's no way this is 6.6 knowledge an hour. Otherwise, they really mega buff knowledge from stuff like this. I have a feeling it's closer to like a 2.5 to 3 minute. Oh, find out in a second. Oh no! We're about a third of the way through, and we're about a third of the way through. They're both pretty well aligned right now. Wow, that is crazy knowledge. Even if it is slightly slower, that's still 6 knowledge an hour. That's basically just doing merchant efficiently. Just for picking up a bunch of nodes randomly that you can also bank. It does look like the cycle is going to be a little longer, though. So maybe it's closer to 5.5. Maybe I'll put a timer up and try to get the exact number for the next run. And we can give it an extra 10 seconds, just because we did do the potion thing. Oh, no! Let's give it an extra 13 seconds. From the misclick as well. At 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's not gonna make it. It looks like it's like 2 minutes 20, 2 minutes 30 for the cycle. Okay, so it's realistically closer to 5.5 knowledge an hour, I was gonna say. Yeah, it's closer to 5.5, not 6.6. As it does take longer than 2 minutes to full cycle it. It's still really good though, 5.5. Alright, I'll go get the exact number in a second. Let's time it with the Steam thingy. And then we bank here and then put it in there. Unfortunately, it clocks down, not up. But I put like a 5-minute timer up, which obviously it's not higher than that. But let's start from right here. Where's the timer thingy? Not that. I'll put a 5 up here. And begin. Oh, oops, I don't have the overlay. Reset! Pin. Alright, now you can start. Alright, there we go. It's not centered right now, but that's fine. So we're starting at 5, whatever the difference is, then put that into 60. And then multiply that by the other number. And we should know how many knowledge points per hour it is then. It's around 5.5 though, from guesstimation, from what I could tell. But whatever it is, it's over 5 an hour. It's definitely solidly over 5. It's really just how much over 5 it is. Which means it's almost the equivalence of max efficiency merchant. Almost. But it's way more chill. And you get to bank all the resources, which is nice. which for an activity that gets to bank everything is actually insanely good. But Forager's always been pretty good for that. This update doesn't really change that. It's always been really good to bank there. Yeah, we're almost at the 2-minute mark. If it's anything like last time, by the time we start walking past those bones on the way back is when it should be at 2 minutes. So by the time we reach that bone, it should be 2-minute mark. And it looks like that's about where it's going to be. And now what I want to test is how many more seconds beyond that 2 minutes does it go. So now we're at 2 minutes. But we're not back yet. Oh no, the misclick! I might have to give it a second or two for that misclick. We'll give it 2 seconds for that. Obviously we could still do that on any run, but I do want to be closer to what an optimal run would be. So we'll give it a 2-second reduction. And then we bank all this. It looks like it's gonna be 3 minutes pretty much on the dot. I know, a little bit quicker than that. And that is time. Alright, so let's count that as, let's see, so that's 3 minutes, 49 seconds. Let's call it 48 because of the timer time and just the little mistake. But let's go just call it 348 then. Pretty much the same number. 348 into 60. 60 divided by 3. Oh, wait. It has to do as a percent. Wait, how do you break that down? Wait, I forget how to do the math on that. Because you can't do 0.48 because that's, what's, I forgot to do this. What's, oh yeah, you'd have to do it by, I know what I have to do. Okay, never mind. Do that by that. No, that's not what I want. Calculator, what are you doing? Yeah, that's what I wanted. 63, there we go. Alright, so I need that decimal then instead of the other one. So that would be 60 divided by that, but with the other decimal, since it's translated into a full number now. Where am I going? It was 3 minutes and then that decimal, which is 6. And then 3 repeating. So that number is the amount of times you could do it per hour, which is 16.5. You could do 16.5 per hour. And we got what? 22 knowledge points, was it? Yeah, so we take this number now. So I have 16.5 is how many times you could do per hour. And we take 16.5 and then you times that by the knowledge that we got, which was 22. Wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. It's not that high then. It's 3.6 knowledge points per hour. Really? Not even over 4? But yeah, it seems like it's 3.6, 3.7. Alright, that's not as high as I thought it was. But it's about 3.6 or 3.7 knowledge per hour. Not awful, not like insanely high though. But that's for this route. Obviously you could do other things to adjust it that would change that number to get it over 4. But based on that math and everything, it's about 3.6, 3.7, and that's with banking. That's counting banking time and everything. Oh yeah, I can move that timer now. And that's assuming I did the math right, but that sounds about right. 3.6, 3.7. I'm pretty sure someone will eventually do all the math for every route. I can't be bothered to do it for every single one, though. Though it would be good to know. Because now we have a base one to kind of compare to. That what we're doing right now is about 6.7 per hour. Knowledge points. Oh, come on. Click the thing. Also, hey! We're almost at our new method. In which case, these lilies become way better. At which point, I'll start doing a 4. And then we can start doing that with starfish. And then what method do we do after that? I think we're going to be have to doing the starfish method quite a bit today. Because what do we do after? Because I don't think we could switch to hogberry necessarily. Hogberry routing's kind of weird. Because the potatoes moved. So you can't do like a weird potato hogberry mix. And hogberries are too far away from water lily and starfish. Let's do like some kind of really weird wide routing on it. Oh, can you move? There we go. Luckily, once we get to Limpet Monument Piece, that synergy is so good. But I'm not sure exactly how we route the few beforehand, though. I could do the previous method I was doing with Bone Spike and try to incorporate Bone Spike into it. If Bone Spike's actually worth doing. That's something we might want to look into. That would also then allow us to start banking everything if we want to. Including the one trout if we're still picking up the one trout. But it'd basically be the cycle I was doing before, but I'd be able to bank a full inventory rather than dropping it to the ground. Which might be worth it at the higher levels. Not sure about the lower levels. Well, I'll definitely try that at 35. Every single one of these we'll try a new method. And for Water Lily, I'm honestly considering just taking 6 Water Lily and then doing a combat. The only problem with that is it makes Forge a lot slower. Only reason I was doing that with Monument Pieces is Monument Pieces are just already slow to begin with. So making them slightly slower wasn't really changing much. But then we'd be changing a hot, quick method to a slow method is the only problem with doing it there. It'd be worth it if we needed Water Lily. The problem is it's too low of a level to make into a potion. Everything is until tier 6. Only food supplies and is the only thing that matters. It's why I care about that tier 5 fish. Because even though it's not really that needed for fishing XP necessarily, other than, you know, free fishing XP. But we need it for cooking. We would need it at tier 5 for cooking. It's right here. Oh, not that one. It's right here. Summer's here. Where's the trout thing? Summer's here is a trout dish. I have no clue where it's located these days. Poached trout. You would need it at 529. There's still ways. Oh, our ventures already. Ooh, I need to go figure out what 2 ventures I want. Alright, wait. Venture break. It's venture break time. I'll go to the storage rift and go telly over. And we should get a level pretty much right then as well. Perfect. But yeah, time to go take a quick venture break. I also gotta grab 1 potion while I'm there at this storage rift. As I did get rid of all my other chapter XP pots. I'm gonna grab a double here. I normally wouldn't do this, but because we're banking right now, I'll skip the annoying to click one. The one behind all that shrubbery right there. Alright, this might not quite be a level, but we'll go bank all this and time to go do our ventures. But also time to go find what new ventures I want to go do. I guess I'll just downgrade the ones I need. I'll double check. I don't think I need to downgrade because I should have done all of them, but we'll double check once we get to the menu. But first things first, deposit all this. And give me a potion for chapter 4. And we should be good to go. Just grab one of those. I have like 1 billion of them. Because they were really good for XP earlier, and they still kind of are, honestly, out of our level range if I want to push it a little without making a different potion. They're like the last tier of 5, so they're still really good. Plus, they're potent. So if it's still set up similar to before, it should be pretty strong. Not sure if the wiki's been updated with it yet, though. But it should still be technically even better XP than what I can do now because it's a potent potion. Alright, the thing I want to check right now before I go and click this, because we'll be on a slight timer, is what grapes and cinnamon sticks have I not done tier-wise? So these grapes are going to get done from what I'm doing right now. These cinnamon sticks, I think I technically didn't need to do because I already have it. Which is a little bit of a mistake. Yeah, I did already have it. I haven't done the tier 5 grape, though. So I'll need to do tier 5 grape. Is there anything else I need? Tier 4 cinnamon stick. So I need tier 4 cinnamon stick and tier 5 grape. Okay, that's all I need to know. Tier 4 cinnamon, tier 5 grape. So basically move both of these down by 1. So tier 4 cinnamon stick. Let me just double check it before I click it. Yep. And I need tier 5 grape. Let me just double check the thing. Oh, yeah, tier 5. This should be tier 6. Oh, no, don't do that, don't do that. Almost told him to do the same one again. Yeah, give me tier 5. This is what I need for my current potion, too. If we want some alchemy XP tomorrow. Though I gotta wait till tomorrow to be able to claim it. 23 hours from now. Alright, there we go. Easy as that. While we're here, let me go run my double orange. It's bothering me that I still have this as a task. I want to clear in case I want to do some cooking bounties in Chapter 1. Since we're prioritizing Chapter 1 right now. So let me just go clear these real quick. Just so I have a nice clean bounty list. I could always just ignore them, but come on, it's double orange. We gotta go for it. Also, since we're only doing double orange and literally nothing else, we could actually just teleport all the way across the map. I'm hoping we can make it in a minute. I don't think we can. It's a little far. We're gonna try to beat the clock, though. It's gonna be close. The problem is he's really far away from this location. Which is why I give so much XP yield. No, I can't because I don't have the shortcut! No, scammed! Okay, we're not gonna make it. But let me go unlock the shortcut, I guess, real quick. They undid my shortcut! No! Fine. I'll go re-kill this real quick. These level 4s. Oh, that's unfortunate. Though in all fairness, I probably wasn't going to be able to make it even if that shortcut was open. I need to reopen all the shortcuts. I guess I will do that while we're here. I gotta reopen all the shortcuts. I think I did that one earlier. I did this one because I needed it earlier. We're doing this one now because we needed it. So I just gotta open this one and this one. So I gotta do 2 more after this. And then I never need to do another one of these ever again for the rest of the time. Because they are mega dead content even after the rework. Except if you're a really low level. If you're under combat 500, then it's fine to go do 500 detective while doing this. Especially if you're like really low, like level 50 to 100 to like 200, like milestone 1 to 4. It's really good for that level range. Anything higher than that, it's horrible. But it's still really good to do as your like your first combat thing, while getting like 400-ish detective. Actually, when do you get the last raid then? Or do they upgrade again? How do these work now? I don't even know. Yeah, there's still raid dens beyond that, but I think it's just repeating them, right? Yeah, definitely, because that's where we're at right now. It just starts repeating them again. Oh, I see what it does. I think it starts at milestone 2. No, it starts at milestone 1. No, it starts at milestone 0 and just re-upgrades them. Wait, what level do you need to be able to unlock all those things then? Because there's what, 5 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you repeat them again? Which one is this one? Yeah, and then it repeats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay. There's 5 of them and it repeats once. Alright, that makes sense. There's 5 and they all repeat once. So what level would you need then? You would need level 200 something detective then. That's quite a bit of a higher requirement. My alt accounts definitely don't have that. You would need level 233 detective to have what 83 was before. So the new 83 is now 233. Well, gotta start working on detective on the alts whenever they need their knowledge points. They'll get that in some time point eventually. But yeah, to be able to do merchant properly, you need 233 detective now. Instead of 83. Quite a bit of an improvement in how much further you gotta go. But I'll keep getting my alts working towards it. I think they're at like 100-ish right now. But now I need to more than double their level. Well, they'll get a ton of combat XP along the way. And it's really 8k. Alright, the only one I gotta unlock then is this one over here. I think this one's better. And then that would be all the gates unlocked and I never need to do raid den ever again. Well, other than when we get a new upgrade one, I guess to do it once for the one-time bonus. So we only have to do 4 more raids ever after this. Just for the one-time bonus for the 4 we don't have. For the 3 we don't have. But otherwise, we would never need to do a raid den again. At least on this account. The other accounts are going to farm it like crazy. The main way we would do detective on this account is just investigations. I'm pretty sure we're doing investigations all the way to max. It looks like it unlocks at the level 8 for every 50 milestone. So that means you have to go 50 levels before you're going to upgrade to it, which is kind of unfortunate. Maybe there'll be some level ranges where investigations aren't the best thing then. But otherwise it looks like, yeah, you gotta wait 50 levels for an upgrade. But the new double and quadruple XP board makes it quite a bit better. I might even go check it now to see if we have an XP there. You could also technically AFK in front of the board, but at that point I'd rather do the combat AFK. Too bad there's not a teleport here. That'd be like crazy useful. If we got a teleport stone like right over here or something. Or right over here. Somewhere's in this mess. Shift something around. Maybe put it in the vault over there. They find a lost archive and it has a teleporter in it. That would be like an insanely good quest reward for like a 10-star quest for this chapter. Just let us teleport to center. Alright, one more raid then, and then we are basically done other than the 3 we gotta do for one-time bonus ages from now. Otherwise, for merchanting, this will be all shortcuts unlocked. And then we'll go back to Forager. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'll be back in 1 second, since we gotta wait a moment anyways. Alright, we're back. Alright, that should be all shortcuts unlocked now. So we never need to do these again then. The only thing I kind of want to check while we're in this area is just go a little bit north and see if we have a multiplier on one of the tasks. Otherwise, we teleport back and go back to foraging. Is there any potions I need to make right now? Doesn't look like it. Wait, what supplies does it require? Oh, it's a Stonewall Hill. Ooh, I didn't notice that. Those are some Stonewall Hill ingredients right there. Ooh. You can even see the level. That requires level 305 from Delver. Interesting. I'm really curious to see how Delver's going to work. How much different it's going to be from Gatherer or from Botanist and Forager. Or if it's going to be really similar to Forager. I'm going to check this board to see if we have a multiplier, otherwise we're not going to bother. Nope, we're out of here. Alright, back to Hopework Garrison. Alright, back to foraging. Which that's not where foraging is. Go back to the other area, actually. Oh no, is there anything we need to do while we're in town? I guess I can sell some of my junk from earlier. I've been banking a lot of it in my storage rift. Let's grab a little bit of every bit of junk we have. Withdraw, withdraw. Withdraw. I sure there's like a withdraw all 1-star button. I'll keep that bow. That actually could be useful soon. That'd actually be our best in slot bow soon. I think I got that before the update. I'm not sure from what. Or from something. And it would actually be our best in slot bow in like 3 levels. I don't have enough to go to all the boots. We'll do it at a different time. We'll go sell all this. Should be about like 600 silver or so. About half a gold. Gotta repair that cash stack somehow. Combat's gonna be the main way we do it. Since we don't have good old leather worker anymore. But getting max combat would easily cover all the gold needs we'd have for a long time. Yep, half a gold. Alright, I think that's the only thing we gotta do in town. I guess since we're doing bounties, let me go check the cooking bounties. See if I got any eggs I gotta go make. Actually, when do they reset? They actually reset soon. Maybe I'll do a little bit of cooking while we're here. The bounty board resets in 8 minutes. Let me take a quick cooking break and then go back to Forager. None of these are omelets. Why don't any of these say omelet? Let's cook these real quick, put them in storage. We're gonna take a quick chill cooking break. And then we'll go back to Forager and soon. And plus, we'll dump all this into Forager. So we're technically still doing Forager right now. Because all our knowledge is still going into it. We could be putting it into something more useful, but I like using the potion on the chapter that you're already in a lot of times. Like when we do our mining grind, we're probably dumping it all into smithing, for example. And when we do the merchant grind, we're throwing it onto leatherworker. So on and so forth. And honestly, when I'm doing woodcutting and carpenter, normally you would have put it into carpenter in the past. I am so tempted to put it into botanist. We need some kind of world event or dungeon or something to fix botanist. I'm not sure what, but these coming soons cannot come soon enough. These botanists need something to repair it. It is the worst gathering skill in the game right now. Both from a loot perspective, other than, I guess, the luck potions. And from a gameplay loop as far as, like, XP and knowledge point perspective. Like, thematically, I like the changes they made to it, but it is really bad from a actually leveling it standpoint. It's just so slow compared to Forager, for example. Like, it's like night and day how good Forager is compared to how bad Botanist is. Both in supplies and gameplay loop. And knowledge points and XP rate. And rewards at the end. Like, there's literally no reason to do Botanist with how overpowered Forager is. Like, at all. That's why we're doing a 500 Forager grind and not a 500 Botanist. Alright, store all this away. See if I get a good task. Well, first I gotta go do the one task I had. So let me go make my leek pies. We have to go make, what is that, 6, 8? Doesn't matter, I'm making 8 of them regardless. I have like 1 billion of these stored. And they're still kind of okay XP to be doing at this level range. They're the second strongest thing I could be creating. I think they're more for profit than XP, but I've just been banking them. Let me see. What does it say a leek pie is? It's my second highest dish I can make right now. I have 1 billion of them banked from previous updates. And yeah, it's low XP but high knowledge yield and high profit yield. It's even profitable if you buy everything, oddly enough. But we already have everything already. Is this from when we did the 200 something gatherer grind? I think we were grinding like 215 or for some reason. Like 215. Oh yeah, I think it was for clovers before they got nerfed because they were for cryonite potions. But then they got nerfed into ground since they are now used for luck potion, but they were lowered in tier like twice. So now it's a luck potion I can't even bother making. But yeah, we're doing that for clover at 222 I think at one point. Which is why we have 227 right now. We just did it. That was from messing with botanists. The other 5 levels. But otherwise that was all from trying to get the clovers. But that's where all the leeks are from. The only good thing about all that grind, we stored so many leeks. And they're basically the second best thing I could be doing for cooking XP right now. Aside from these Grenard things I keep ignoring. And they're pretty okay profit. How much are we making per? If I was to sell it, they're like 7 silver each. Since I already have all the supplies banked. Alright, do we get a new bounty here? That's good. No. Stop giving me all the useless stuff. I don't have any fish at this tier. No, let me double check. Grenards and... Do I have tier 4 Grenard or tier 4 the other thing? No, a tier 5 I'm settled on, but not tier 4. And what was the other one? It was that and, cod. Oh, wait, I do have tier 4 cod. Wait, what's the other thing you need for cod? Wait. Hold up. I didn't realize I had 100 something cod in my bank. I've been skipping these since the update. I didn't realize those were 4. I thought those were tier 5. Hold up. Hold. What do you need for this dish? I completely forgot. It's been ages since I made this thing. Cod and chips. View recipe. Just potato. Oh yeah, because you batter. Okay, I know what I need here. And keep in mind, every potato gets doubled. So I need, let's see, do they have the correct ratios now? I feel like the answer is no. Yeah, they don't, because the potatoes get doubled. Well, I guess I just have to grab 6 potato. Is it going to tell me to grab 6, or is it still going to try to grab me 12? It is going to try to grab me... Oh, they did update the numbers. Wow, they actually remembered. That's crazy. Because potatoes give you double resources now. So you only need 6, not 12. They actually updated the auto number. I am so surprised that actually is the case. That is not something I would think they would remember to do. That the potatoes give double. But they did. Oops, I grabbed 10 instead of 12. That was my mistake, though. Wait. Why did I click the auto button? I think I clicked 10 instead of the other one. Because the auto's on 12, right? Wait, the auto for COD isn't on... I'm even more confused now. Or maybe it was. Well, we'll find out in a second. I think I just accidentally clicked the 10 button instead of the auto 12. Because I should have 12 COD, 12 potato. And we just mix it all together. Alright, 2 minutes until the board gets reset. And I'll be able to get these 2 for a refresh. I won't be able to do that one in time, but it's fine. But I didn't realize I had these. I would have been using them then. I combine these together. That'll double complete those 2 tasks. Then bank them all, and then go to the message board before it resets. Then we'll do that again and go right back to Forager then. But I've been banking everything. How much is this worth if we were to sell it? Only 5? Scammed. It's only worth like 6. How little is COD worth that this is only worth 6? And this is with the potato too. It's half a potato, but it's still a potato. Why is this worth so little? I feel like you lose money on this, do you not? Luckily we already have all these supplies, so we're losing nothing. But, aren't you losing money making this absurdly complicated dish? Compared to some of these. Oh, not recipe. Not that either. I will eventually click the right button. Why? Why is it so bad? Oh! I have no clue what that was, but we got it. That is a legendary turn into Melv. Oh, Melv's really close. That's not as good. Oh, it's tier 4 trout. I don't have any tier 4 trout. We might have to go and get that later. I'll probably wait until we have a cook task for it, though. But first, let's go do the thing again. Okay, let's see if I clicked the auto correctly this time. Yeah, okay, I just didn't click the auto. I accidentally clicked 10 last time. And now we grab our 6 potatoes, which also has the correct auto. And we're good to go. And that will get this task done. And then we'll see whatever's on the message board after. And then we'll head back to Forager. And we're almost at our next tier as well for our next thing. So how many levels have we gained so far with all the random shenanigans we've been doing? We've been going for 4 hours and we have gained what you could say is 7 levels. Because we started at 22. Like right below 22. Oops, I forgot to batter the thing. So we gained 7 levels. So it's almost 2 levels an hour. While also doing side track stuff. It's not too bad. We're also getting a combat level, a cooking level, our dailies in. Actually, at this point, almost a combat level and a half. Like half a fishing level as well. From the other thing we were doing earlier. But when we're full in focus, like only Forager, it seems like it's almost 3 levels an hour. Like around there. And when doing like mixed activities, it's closer to a 1.5 or 2. Depending on what's being mixed with. Or how hard you're mixing it with combat and fishing. Or getting distracted by cooking. Oh, that's one of the things I like about the gameplay loop in this game. You kind of get distracted whatever you feel like. And still like efficient at whatever level range you're at. With the new milestone system. Now we're going to store all this away, see if we have any other turn-ins. I'm probably not turning in this trout thing right now because I have to go and buy them from the shop. We'll do it later, but I want to wait till we have a cook task to go with it so we can double dip it for both a delivery and a cook. Because whenever you cook it, you don't have to actually give it or sell it to anyone. So you get to keep it, and then you can just use it immediately for a delivery. Oh, is that only 3 times? I thought that was 4 times during the beta. Oh, no, this is only a rare. This isn't an epic. So there's 3 different rarities. There's uncommon, rare, and epic. Uncommon is 2 times, rare is 3 times, and epic is 4 times. I don't think there's a rarity above that. What threw me off is the coloration, because I think the other one's pretty similarly colored. But no, this is for 3 times, not 4. Still good, though. Well, we got our omelets. Okay, I guess we're doing a little bit of cooking now. Just because we have a really good board. Let's go grab a bunch of omelets, then we'll go do the other thing. I'll do this until our board is no longer good, I guess, real quick. And I'll still dump the knowledge into Forager, though. Alright, I guess we're getting really distracted for like 10 minutes. Also because we don't normally get a board this good. Normally we get stuck with like 3 Gennard soups or something. But you're getting a really good board right now. But we're still gonna dump it into Forager. Gotta get some Forager progress if we're not doing Forager. We are doing Forager though. Because we don't get a new method until the next level, but we'll go back to our other loop for a little bit once we get there. But this will get us to like needing only a half a level, so we won't have to do it for that much longer. If anything, I might even just start doing the loop at the other location since I... Oh, no, never mind. I forgot. We're not at the Bone Spike yet. Next one's Water Lily. But we'll do some kind of Water Lily loop soon. Gotta clear out some of these bounties. These are just so good. You literally just do something you would already do and you just get free XP and free money. What's kind of crazy is they literally give you free money for it too. Like you get to keep the full value of every dish, but then also still get some money on it. It's only like 1 silver a bay. More than nothing. For something you'd already be doing. And we're currently at the Bountiful Bounty, so they get replaced immediately. That's one of the reasons why we're actually doing this, otherwise we probably wouldn't be here. But whenever this is shining like that, they automatically get replaced. I wish they would have done this for the final milestone too, so you can keep going with it. It makes no sense why the final tier isn't also Bountiful Bounty, like when you finally hit max. But basically, whenever we finish a task, a new task gets refreshed on the board. We don't have to wait the 1 hour timer or anything. Which is very strong. I'm not sure how you would even do that without that. Because I've only had it since the beta, or, since the, the Milestones update. So I'm not even sure what it would be like, this new system, without it. It seems like it'd be awful. No. There's other things you could always be doing, but you don't have, like, the ability to constantly do deliveries like you could before. That's not something you can guarantee get anymore. Alright, now we're starting to get close to getting Gennard locked. But it looks like we got 3 inventories of leeks, and then we can go back to Forager, probably. Oh, I forgot to go and use my other knowledge point. No, I meant to do that with what I had. No! I knew I forgot something. I meant to do that with the thing. Well, whoops. Not too big a deal. Okay, well, let's go do, like, 3 sets of these. Store all of them in the bank. And then go back to Forager, probably, because I'm pretty sure we're going to get locked out. And if we don't, we'll just leave them there, I guess. What I want is more delivery tasks, so we can start stacking them up to get, like, a huge delivery cycle. The problem with delivery tasks, though, is, oh no, they're not really that good compared to before, because you can't, like, multi-sync them like you could before. Like, at most, you might get, like, 2 or 3 deliveries. Whereas before, you could get a set of, like, 6 deliveries in one go. Very consistently. Which you can no longer do anymore. Or you can, but it would take forever to check the board that many times to actually be able to get a set of 6. Like, we're talking, like, half a day of checking that board every hour. Whereas before, you would check it, like, twice, and you would easily get a set of 6 that would be really good. Is there anything that's really weird about the new bounty system for cooking? Like, these tasks are great, but they take away from the delivery tasks to such a degree that it's almost impossible to even do a set of, like, 4, 5, 6 turn-in for a delivery task. Like, I will hold this, and it'll probably be, like, 3 days before we do a multi-synergy turn-in for this. Like, it could legitimately be this weekend by the time we do that. Because today's what, Tuesday? It might actually be the weekend by the time we can get synergy on that thing. Do higher rarity bounties give more coin and XP? Yes. This one has a 3 times multiplier. It's a little bit hard to see because it's so small. But it has a 3 times multiplier for being rare. There's 3 rarities. Well, technically 4 rarities. The common, which for this is cook only. There's rare, or uncommon, which is 2 times. Rare, which is 3 times, and an epic, which is 4 times. So you get quite a bit of extra XP from them in gold. Because it stacks everything to be higher. Where am I putting this? Oh yeah, put it in the prep thing. Oh yeah, let me move this. It's throwing me off so much. It's so big. There we go. Do epics come around a lot? I've seen a couple of them since yesterday. I wouldn't say a lot though, but they're not like that rare. You would definitely see it a lot more often on a skill that cycles it more, like Merchant, since the board still refreshes every 2 minutes, and there's 2 different boards. And both the 2 boards have different roles, oddly enough, if you did that one quest to get the extra set. And Detective, we already did a 4x4 the other day as well when we checked it. So I've done a 4 times bounty for every skill so far already, since yesterday. I haven't been like really checking them that often. The only reason I'm here is just we were in the area. We're going back to foraging in a moment. I just got cooking distracted. I'm trying to still pinch this up to tier 5. Because one of our goals from last year, it was around like March or April of last year. It was around the time that we had 200 all. I forget exactly what stream that was. But it was sometime in either... I can't remember. Was it late January, June, July? Or not June, July. I mean February, August. I mean February, March. I cannot get dates. But whenever it was... we said at that time that our next goal would probably be to get to like level 250 all. And I still never did that yet. But we are so close to 250 all, aka 5 milestone all, from that last year goal. The only thing we're missing is one of the reasons why I'm doing a little bit of chef here. We're missing chef. We're missing forager, which we'll have in the next like day or 2 at the rate we're going. And we're missing botanist, and that's it. Botanist will probably not get done anytime soon. But the reason I want to keep pinching cooking is it's the only one we really have left. Because forager is going to get there in like 2 days. Maybe even tomorrow if we grind enough. So I kind of want to keep poking chef up to 5. And then botanist will just be the only one I don't get done. I'm waiting until either bounties or dungeons or the event. Because training this normally just doesn't feel worth it with the current rewards and everything. So I'm kind of just completely ignoring botanist until more stuff happens with it. But cooking is realistic to go get to milestone 5. It's only 6.5 levels. And foragers are going to get there by tomorrow, probably. Who knows? Maybe even today. But I don't think we're going to get that many levels today. I'm probably going for about another few hours before I grab dinner. But we'll be back tomorrow to start the grind again. Every day until that number says 10. Until that monument is completed and that number says 10. Is completing the monument should get us to level 494, so we don't even need to grind like 6 levels from there, at which point we might as well just do it at that point. It's already so close. Alright, last thing is just this omelet and then we're done. Regardless of what the board says, I'm not going to do it. Actually, you know what? I'm even going to teleport now. Just so I don't get distracted again. Now I got to do it. We'll do one instead of omelet. I'm starting to get re-addicted to doing cooking again. But no, this will be the last one we'll do. Then we'll check the board, and then whatever the board says, we don't do it. Anything that it says, we will not do. We're going back to Forager. Our total monument monument price is less? Yes. You need way less stones to complete it. I forget what it was before, but for my current milestone, I need like 260. And the next Jade one I gotta do is only like 290. You only need to do it for like a level or 2. It is so few. I'm not sure why it's at like the really higher range, but I highly doubt it's that much higher. But for this one we did today, we only need 264. And this one right over here is only 290. If it keeps only going up by 30, that's like nothing at all. That means we'll only need like, what, 500 something by the final one? Or like 600 something? Which is a handful of them, but it's not that much compared to before where you need like literal thousands. But it's way better than the old system, that's for sure. Pretty much everything that they changed is. The only thing that's still a little bit leveled, weird to level right now is Botanist. Mostly because it's nowhere near as rewarding in any way than Forager. It's basically just lesser Forager in every possible metric. Other than having like a kind of cool gameplay loop. But as far as like EXP, knowledge points, actual products that you get from it, just all worse than Forager. Especially with the monument upgrade now. Which of course is the main goal we have right now. After that, I'm not sure what our goal is. It's either going to be combat related, which I might just AFK off stream, or it's going to be start doing Hope Forest. But woodcutting and carpenter, not botanist. If I was to go all in on Hope Forest, it's just going to be a woodcutting and carpenter grind while doing combat. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna look at what task we got, but I'm not gonna do whatever this is. Well, I'll do it later. There we go, we got our epic. Someone was asking about this earlier. But, there's the epic one. So, uncommon, I forget what color the uncommon border gets. But the uncommon gives you 2 times. Rare gives you 3 times. And epic gives you 4 times. Look at that XP gain, 147k, 110 silver. And this is a low value task too. This is a really close one. This is even like a really good task. But because it's 4 times, it's insanely good. But yeah, we'll do this later. But yeah, very nice. 150k and like 110 silver. Of course, it will cost us some for the supplies though. Though then again, Scott and Chips, I already have it banked, so that won't even cost me anything. That's just a free 110 silver. And that task is like right over there. Like it's such a free turn-in. It's not even like a good turn-in location that gives you more points. Which would get even more multiplication from it. Because there would be more to multiply from it being better. But anyways, back to botanist. I mean, back to forager. We're currently wide farming starting on the beach. Which I guess I could just walk to at that point. But I guess I'll grab my water lilies and stuff while we're there. Oh, never mind. I forgot. We need one more level before I get to water lily. We still grab them in our other cycle, but they're not good XP until one more level. Oh, someone died. Why is it every time I go into one of these rooms, someone dies to the hair beast? Like, every time. We're just going to do a partial cycle here and then start doing the real cycle. That's because we're starting from a little bit of a weird location. We did the math earlier. This should be 3.7 knowledge per hour, what we're doing right now. Which is not the highest, but we are getting banked, everything banked. Which I don't really need, but it's better than just dropping it. I will be able to improve on the cycle once we start getting some other stuff into it. As soon as we do this double knowledge dump in 2 more cycles, we should be at, we should either be at or very close to the next foraging level. And then we need to figure out what we want to do with water lily. I guess it comes down to what their XP drop is. If it's close to 4,000, we'd probably just camp water lily and just do combat with it. If it's not that much better, only like a 3,500, then we're probably just going to bother, to just keep wide cycling it and only take like a few of them. I don't know, we'll figure it out once we get there. And then our route will change again once we hit 32. Because then we need to start doing starfish instead of shell. And then at 35 I can start doing the previous cycle but doing bone spike into it. Which would then allow us to bank compared to before when we weren't banking. But yeah, we'll need 6 more levels before we can do like a really drastically different cycle though. There's only slightly bad thing about this level range. Even though it allows you to bank pretty well, it's actually a pretty wide gap before you can get to a new one. Or wide in the current state of the game. I say wide, it's only like 8 levels. But I do like that it gives you multiple upgrades for the same route. So you can like slightly adjust it as you keep getting them. The one that's really in left field though is the bone speck in between. Just because of where it's located. Also, I'm not sure what we do once we get to hogberries. Because Hogsberry's routing into potato isn't that great now that they moved to potato and everything. You can still do it, it's just the route is a little bit weirder for it. Because now they're on opposite sides rather than having some mixed together. Oh, the combat is so much louder than the rest of the game. Every time I go next to someone, it's like, oh, so much noise. I guess we could turn off third party. Let me turn off third party real quick. That'd fix that. So if someone's doing combat next to us, it won't just go like super loud. There we go. Now only if we do combat will it be super loud. Which I don't think we can incorporate combat again until well, we could try it on Water Lily. But I might just keep going wide on it. Because for Water Lily, we could do 6 Water Lily and to kill Hair Beast. The problem is we're starting to get out-leveled on Hair Beast. Hair Beast is 7 levels lower. What's the XP yield? Not that one, the actual yield. It's 221k. Okay, it's still worth doing. I don't know, we'll consider it once we get there. Not sure which way I want to do it. We'll try both and see which one feels better. It gives a reason to go get the ice dice back out. Good old luck potions. That's still my favorite animation in the game. It gives me high hopes for what they might do for like special attacks. Hey, we got a lot of gear upgrades today too. This is the first time in such a long time that we're not in like full 1-star. All because of Luck Potion. Luck Potion into AFK and Rage is so crazy good. I kind of want to do it all the way to max combat. And then hope Chapter 5 comes out so I can do it for another 500 levels. We still got like over 1,000 to do, so we're nowhere near. We got a ways to go. Though I think I was getting almost a level an hour. Or is it a level every other hour? There's somewhere around there. There's a lot more XP than I was expecting. For like literally full AFK pretty much. There's anywhere from like a half to a full level every hour. For what was effectively like almost 10 clicks an hour, not counting picking up loot. Because if that keeps up all the way, that's actually pretty good. Plus all the knowledge points that you get. Because they made it so it gives you 1/3 of knowledge points instead of none. Oh, I did not want that. No! Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it really starts adding up. It's still over a knowledge point per hour. While like completely AFKing pretty much. Though the main thing that makes it balanced is you can't actually buy them from the shop. They end up changing up the shop, so I think it only sells up to tier 1. And you get that potion at like tier 2 or something. So the main thing that balances is the fact you can't just infinitely buy it from the shop. Of course, people that can trade, you can infinitely buy from other players. But you can't buy it from the shop. The ingredients you can, but you need to actually have the alchemy level to make them. Which makes alchemy even better than the best that it's already been. Just because you get the higher tier potions each time too. So not only do you get more luck charges, not only do you get more XP, but you get a higher AFK timer as you get your level up, which is kind of crazy. So how long you can AFK is literally determined by your alchemy level done. Not to mention 30-minute fear potions are kind of crazy too. Like literally 2 sips an hour. That's basically 0 downtime for an hour of fear potion. Which is crazy strong. Though there isn't too many things you really need Fear Potion for at the moment. You need them still for investigations in Chapter 4. You need them technically for monument pieces if you're doing monument piece only and not doing it combined with combat like we were. In which case you don't need Fear Potion. What else do you use it for? Some things in Botanist and Woodcutting use it a little bit. But that's about it. Like, the main skill that uses it these days is honestly Detective. And maybe a little bit of Merchant. But mostly Detective, because there's some rooms that you have to go in that are dangerous, that you have no choice. So Detective is probably the biggest skill that ends up using it. That and Stone Piece for Forager if you're not combining it with combat. Are like the two biggest things that you would use Fear Potion for. But they'll probably add more ways to use it in the future. Delver is almost guaranteed going to use it for at least one resource, if not multiple. Also, we're almost at our level. And then we'll see what we do with Water Lily. It really comes down to what their XP gain is. Because I'm really considering just taking 6 of them, grabbing the 4 bones, dropping them on the ground, and doing 1 combat or something like that. Or even wide farm it all the way to the potato or something and just drop it all on the ground. I don't know, we'll see. It really comes down heavily to what XP yield is. Because we can see its percent right now, but we can't see like its actual number. Like if I go to Water Lily here, this is the previous tier, but we can see it's good for EXP, bad for knowledge, good for profit, which will go right on the ground. I said, hello Natalie, welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. But yeah, I think our goal is going to be 1 monument piece per day. Trying to push for 2 today, I don't think is going to make it. Well, I said that we may be able to get it. Because originally my plan was like, oh, we'll get like 1 monument piece every other day. And then I saw the XP yield for today. It's like, oh, maybe we'll get 2 per day. But now it seems like, I think it's realistic that we try going for 1 per day. Which means we could actually finish it in 2 weeks rather than a month. But, I'll see how long it takes. It depends on how the curve works at the higher levels. Because depending on how the curve is, you know, tier 7, 8, 9 might be really slow compared to where we're at now. Not like mega slow compared to before, but slower than what we're getting right now. But I think it is realistic that we get it done within 2 or 3 weeks. Not even going to need the full month. Unless we really start combining it with combat. Also, feel really weird having a max gathering skill. Because I don't have any gathering skill at tier 9. Forager Watch would be my first, even though mining was pretty close to it. Because then you can always get the highest tier material for any potion. Which is so ridiculously strong, just touching something on the ground and getting like the highest tier of it. It's something we haven't been able to experience yet. Where like every node you touch is like the highest it could possibly ever be. We've gotten some of it from combat, but that's not quite the same. This is not as infinitely farmable as just being able to just pick it up from the ground. Not to mention there's so many resources that you can't get from combat. Alright, 2 more cycles and that should be the level we need to go change up our set. At which point it's probably just going to be 6 Water Lily into combat or 6 Water Lily into something there. The only problem is the nettle isn't in this room anymore. So you can't do 6 Water Lily, 3 nettle like you used to be able to in the past. And the bell plant's also not in this room. So you do have goat horn instead, I guess. Some of the synergies that you used to have aren't there anymore. Which is why I was considering just combining it with combat. Because that's still there, obviously. And so far, we've actually gained quite a few combat levels while doing all the Forager grind. Because what Forager level did we start at? We started at, like, what? I think at 12 for this? Let me double check. It was, like, at 11, I think. We started at... Yeah, because I remember getting the level into this. From the shark jaw thing that we were doing while doing the other thing. So we were at, we basically started at 11. And in 18 forager levels, we gained, how many combat levels is that then? Because we were 1 level below this, which means I gained, wow, that's a lot of combat levels. Some of that was from AFK and off stream though. But wow. Because I was 1 level below this, which means 36, 8. Really? Interesting. So I got 8 combat levels within 18 forager levels. Not all of that was while doing forager plus combat though. Some of that was the new AFK potion, of course, the enrage potion. Some of that was just also the passive activity. Because right now it's not worth me doing passive for forager. I will start doing passive for forager once we hit tier 6. The main reason I'm not doing it now is all the material we're getting would just be trashed. So there's no point in really doing it at the moment. I do it for the first time bonus and that's about it. Or if I need to AFK for like an hour or something while grabbing food or whatever else. But beyond that, all the material for it's just not worth it at this level range. Some of the tier 5 stuff I might pick up though, because I believe I need it for alchemy. Not because they're useful, but because we need it for the new first time bonus. Because tier 4 uses like the previous ones, if I'm not mistaken, but tier 5 didn't. And then again, maybe the wealth potion. I need to double check. I think that's from chapter 1. Everything else is not from this chapter though. I think. I need to double check that later. But for tier 5, I think almost everything we end up needing. Not because it's good XP, but because they're new potions, so we've never created them yet. So maybe at tier 5 we'll need to start doing them a little. At least for like an hour, so we get like an hour's worth to also do for alchemy. Because you can't use the potion unless you have a full potion. That's one thing that's really weird about the AFK potions. Also, I missed a note somewhere. How am I missing one? Oh, I think I forgot to double the shell or potato or something. Not gonna bother using it here, though. But something didn't get doubled. Or we missed a node somewhere. Alright, by the time we hit that next knowledge point in 2 more cycles, we should be good to go. Then we start doing water lily. Alright, store all this junk. And the next cycle, we'll just drink the potion right at the beginning then. And that should be our 430 forager. So we can start moving the water lily. And after water lily, we get the nice water lily starfish. Which, while I don't need to bank them right now, even though I'm still banking them all just so we don't have to drop them. That is going to be one of our best synergies going forward. Like way near the end. When we actually need it for alchemy. Because those are cryonite boost potions. Which we need so badly. We're also going to need to consider that when we do Hogberry plus the other thing. I got to do some kind of route when we get to that slightly higher level where we do 3 limper into 3, or 3 limpet into 3, Hogberry. I'm not sure what route we run for that. I almost feel like we should do a full inventory of fish. The only problem is I'm not at a good level to do mana rays, I don't think. Let me double check. Are we at a mana ray level? Where's the previous tier? Like, how high is mana ray? No, mana ray's really early. Oh, excuse me. Mana ray's really early. I would have to go get like 9 fishing levels. Honestly, that might be something I try pushing for off stream a little bit then. Because one of the things we needed today, I needed 4 levels for. Or maybe I'll just wait till the next milestone before we push it. Yeah, we'll probably just wait. I'll wait for milestone 5 before we push fishing where it needs to be. Because the thing that I could have done today with this cycle needed the 15 fishing. And the thing that I needed for tomorrow, or for that cycle, would be the 20 fishing. So we could do Mana Ray while doing Hogberry plus a little limpets. Because they're both like right next to each other as far as fishing level. And since I'm not going to be gaining that much fishing XP naturally, we'll just wait till then. Maybe I'll throw one of those ventures for our next venture so we could boost it up by then too. Because I'm trying to fill out all the ventures that we haven't done yet. So maybe I'll get a double fishing venture next so we can start pushing it up a little. is we need to have 615 and then 620 by the time we hit tier 5 in that range for Forger. By the time we get like Forger, like 515 or whatever it is. Because then we can start grabbing this at the 615. Like every time we go past this road, you just grab this once for the really good XP. I'd be grabbing it right now too, but it's almost like the lowest level fish I could be catching right now. Even though I could still be doubling it. But if that was a 615, that would be so worth going for every time. We'd even drop this kelp to grab it, it would be so good. We'd drop the shell and this kelp to grab it, it would be so good. Especially if the shell is out of level. Though most of the time when you're doing this cycle, I feel like this would be in level range though. But yeah, we'll worry about that for next tier, I guess. We're not going to worry about that for this one though. And that way when we're set up for tier 5, it'll be really, really good to be able to go and multitask it with fishing. The only other one we tend to get a lot of seems to be trout. Trout and I guess technically salmon once we get to the other one. Trout is at 25, salmon is at 40. Looks like you can only ever do one or the other. You're never going to be set up to do both of them well. They're too far leveled apart from each other. It's one or the other. Because Bell Plant has salmon synergy and trout is what we were doing before when we were doing the nettles. The nettles into the bones earlier. We're grabbing one trout every time. Which if we were to do the bass synergy and the manta ray synergy, that would get me to the trout synergy then. With all the passive XP we'd get from it. Oh, speaking of passive XP, the potion's ready. This should be the water lily right before we grab it. Perfect timing. Look at that. Couldn't have been better timing. And now they're better water lilies. How much XP is this? Please be over 4,000. Please be over 4,000. Yes! Okay, new plan. I might be doing a water lily into hair beast. This might be a water lily and the hair beast into drop everything angle. And then I kill one hair beast over here, wait for this to respawn, kill them all again, boom, boom, boom. Alright, we're back to doing combat. Time to go drink the ice dice. And if these were tier 6 or higher, I'd be banking them. Tier 4 is just not worth. Only reason I was doing it with the other cycle is it was kind of en route. I wish this thing wasn't here. Whose idea was it to put this plant here? Alright, let me go drop all this junk. And then we go and kill them and then do the cycle back. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, I forgot to drink the ice dice. We'll do it on the next kill. So what I'm going to do is kill one, grab all these, go the other way. Kill one, grab all these, go the other way. Kill one, and keep going back and forth. It's a little bit worse Forger XP, obviously, but we're killing the second best thing we could be for combat right now. So we're just getting a mix of both. Because, of course, this is also for training combat. We're not just only doing Forger. Because I did want to try to push it to, like, 20 milestone combat while doing this grind. And we're making pretty good progress on it. We're gaining about half to a third of combat levels for every Forger level we're getting. Which is not that bad. Also, I will grab one double bone in the other room. I'm not going to grab them all. But just so we don't have to go a mile away, I'll grab the one really good double bone that's like right next to the water. Now this is like bad pathing and design. But the other room has really good for what they end up doing this one section right here. Oh, never mind. This is 3,800. That's still pretty good though. I forgot. That was with the extra XP potion. But this right here, this exact bone location is so good because you could grab it from down here without needing to go up. Like, this room's bottom side was set up so well, yet the other one's set up so horribly. I'm not sure why they did it that way. But this one is great. Because now I can double this bone, and then go back to hitting him, and then grab everything else again, and be good to go. Except he took my enemy. I'll take this one, I guess. No, don't move, don't move. Don't! No! You ruined it! You spoiled it! What's going on here? Did you get to stare at each other? There we go. I might need to go get a 4 ammo weapon. I do have one, but it's immune to yellow, which is annoying. I mean, my best other weapon right now is a yellow weapon. And then by the time I kill this, these should be ready to go. And then we just do the other thing going the other way around. I always keep doing that until we have level 2 more foraging levels. Oh yeah, I forgot the ice dice. Let me go drink those. There we go. And as you can see, they respawned. I always keep doing this back and forth and just drop them on the ground. Though at tier 6 and higher, we will start banking them. I wonder if it's even worth going for that furthest lily. I feel like the answer is no. That's just so much less forager XP per cycle, though, if I don't go for it. This feels so far away. Mostly because you have to go up and then back down again. Yeah, as long as that plant wasn't there, it'd be fine. The problem is that plant being there. And of course, by the time this guy dies, that should be ready. Also, I hopefully shouldn't need healing pots here, but this guy's kind of hitting us a little hard this time around. One of the things I was hoping for is we wouldn't need a heal here. Because I actually have a pretty hefty healing potion on me that I'm somewhat wasting by healing. There we go. I'm not sure if this is worth it, but it's definitely a gameplay loop. The biggest issue with this gameplay loop is it is worse XP than both the two previous methods we were doing. For Forager specifically. But the upside is we're getting the second best combat XP we could be getting at this level range. Also, I believe these things have good loot drop table as well. Yeah, they have 50% extra loot modifier. Combined with the double chance that we have from the other thing. So their loot rolls are really good. I say as we have 2 1-stars in our inventory. But in theory, they should be really good. If it's actually going to give us something is in question. Yeah, again, we're gonna need a heal. The fact that he's doing yellow damage is the big problem. Our yellow defense is the worst since we are a Cryonite. So we're almost always gonna need that heal because of the damage type he does. Yeah, we might have to go back to wide farming again soon. Because what's our current combat goal right now? Though we're in a really weird location, so I guess doing these hair beasts could be fine. There's one thing that's kind of strange about the end of the milestone. Is, what do you do when you hit your final enemy? Because unlike the previous system, there's a really weird downtime at the end of the milestone system. In the current state of the game. Because I can't kill anything in Milestone 19, obviously, because we haven't unlocked it yet. But that means I'm stuck for the 7 levels here to have to kill these 2 enemies. Like, there's nothing else I can kill. Because we don't have the next pack unlocked. There's anything that's a little bit weird about this system is right at the end of a milestone. Because normally for combat, this doesn't matter for other skills because you're not able to do a higher level. Like, obviously I can't forge a starfish right now. But for combat, you could easily kill, you know, a thing 2 levels higher than you. But combat's a little bit weird in that regard now, just in the sense that, oh, I forgot, I shouldn't kill them here. Their loot can go on the top of the other thing. But, it's a little bit weird for combat, because normally you'd be able to go to the next tier, or, you know, to a higher level enemy. But you can't do that with the tier system. You're stuck at this guy for 7 levels. Even if you can obliterate this guy, you're still stuck with him. That's the only slight downside, I guess, of this current new change to the milestone combat thing. Your final several levels are the most annoying to get, since you can't move up to a stronger enemy. Which would be the best time to probably do a passive. Which we do have access to. Obviously we're not going to do it right now, but maybe tonight we'll go do that passive then. Also, it shows I've already done it. I guess it did it in the past, because I definitely haven't done it since the update. Come on, Luck Potion, give us something. So far, the best loot we got today was this boot. Which, how much is this worth? Oh, half a gold. Whenever I see the other numbers, it's like, oh, that's worth a lot. And then I look at the numbers, it's like, oh, sad, it's not worth that much. I'm not sure why they added these for equipment. It's kind of confusing on equipment. Obviously, the high price is what the shop would sell for if a shop ever existed with that, though it doesn't. Low price is what you can sell to a shop. Mid price is pointless. Which is the only number that it shows, which is really funny. Literally, the least useful number that you could put there is the one it shows. I just now realized that. The most pointless metric number of that thing is what it actually shows. Because lowest is what you could sell it to the shop for. Highest is what the shop would sell it for if there was a shop that could sell it. Currently, you can only buy 1 2-star gear at a shop. So no shop even sells tier 3. And the mid-price literally means nothing. Even if you were trading, you would never trade it based on its mid-price. Because 3 stars can kind of be all over the place as far as what they would be worth. Like, they could easily be worth way more than their mid-price, but could also be worth way less depending on what it is. Like, a max percent weapon is way more relevant as far as what its price would be. Because not every 3 star is the same, even though they would have the same price in that metric. Like, for example, if you had this weapon that I have right now and it said 89%, that is worth way more than if it said 76%. Even though its mid-price is 5 gold. But you could probably sell it for like 15, 20, maybe more. If it was... Oh, well, then again, you can't actually trade these. But if you could... because you can, okay, you only can do up to 3 star at the moment. But if you could... If this was 89%, it would be worth like 20-ish gold probably. But at something like, what is that right now? You'd be lucky if you can even sell it above the 1 gold. Or, you know, sell it as a shop number. Like, there's no way you're selling this for 5 gold, basically. But if it was 89%, that'd be a different story. So that metric doesn't really mean much. Like the whole mid-price number that they have. There's almost no one's trading at mid-price. Or I don't think they are. I have no clue what the trading people are doing. But I assume almost no one's trading at mid-price. Yeah, how's our forager level looking? Okay, we might have to go back to wide farming. We're getting some combat XP starting to move up, but forager XP is definitely suffering. That's the only problem with combining the two. But I still want to gain about another 150 levels in combat before we leave this region. At which point, I think I might do the AFK Mines of Matubin grind until we come back for some other grind. And go back to like the bi-weekly video thing or stream thing once we finish out the monument. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure it out once we get closer. Of course, every Monday that they do the update, we always do whatever it is. Hello, Spawn? Thank you. We killed him pretty quick if that wasn't spawned yet. Which, the next big update should be either fishing bounties or 7-star Mines of Matubin quests. Or some third thing that they haven't announced yet. Should be the update in 2 weeks from now. Well, technically 13 days from now. 2 Mondays from now. Which might be the only update day that is technically during our month, quote-unquote, of Monument Grind. Is going to be the update in 13 days from now, which we don't currently know what it is. I don't think we do. I don't think they post it anywheres. Yep, next knowledge point's about to come in. I'll wait till we have a double before I use the potion, though. Oh, maybe we'll use it now. It's gotta be really careful because what we have now is all we have until basically level 600 something Forger. It was Shell and I think, what was the second one? I think it was Shell and Periwinkle. Which means at level 15, or 615, so level 315 Forager, I can start making a good potion again. Which I think is like a 13% too, which is nice. Oh, passive activity. Nice. That's the next Forager passive. I don't think we're going to need those until tier 5, but we still got to unlock them. It feels so weird because then you go to this page and it's like nothing because how the combat thing works. Because obviously we haven't chosen our next faux pack yet, which obviously is going to be for this chapter. Every single one for the next 3 to 4 are all going to be this chapter. Pretty much until we get level 1,000. Which we're really close to. Probably even 1,100. What if I'll get the keep at that point? What does it look like? Silver? I probably want to wait for the final one. Though I do need to go upgrade my armor, which shouldn't be that hard to go do while we're, doing stuff. I do need to go upgrade our armor to the final tier. Because I'm pretty sure at level 1000 you get the highest leveled cosmetic armor and weapons. But as long as we do some amount of combat after that, it should be pretty easy to get it all. Because every single weapon above level 1000 should be fully maxed out cosmetically. Also, currently I'm like so mixed match right now. We're no longer wearing like cryonite colored armor. That's going to be the case probably for the next few weeks, honestly. Maybe we'll even change our appearance or something. And just not wear armor or something. Because our appearance is going to change like literally every day based on what random armor drops we get. Because right now I'm literally just putting on whatever best in slot, not bothering to recolor anything right now. Since we're doing so much combat. That's the only big downside of doing combat a lot in this game. Is your appearance will keep changing unless you constantly keep changing the coloration and everything on it. Like you will visually keep changing like every like 10 levels. Not from the tier of the armor, but from you constantly getting new drops of different colors and everything. Wow, he is just tearing us apart this time. No! Yeah, one more hit. Do the heal. Alright, now we're good to go. Oh, we're a little slow on this one. Ooh, it was worth it though. Ooh, it's better against what we're fighting now, so I think we'll go for it. It's worse against the other guy slightly, but if we ever have to deal with physical, it's also better, so we'll take it. A lot of things do randomly do physical as well. Alright, we got a helm upgrade. It's technically a side grade, but it's still fine. Oh yeah, we still haven't consumed that whole luck potion yet. I'm actually really surprised. I feel like we drank this ages ago and it's still going. I'm starting to lose track of all time, so that could be it. Alright, level and a half to go. The big issue with trying to do Starfish in the Water Lily, though, is we basically have to do wide farming. There's pretty much no route you would ever do that would be able to do it otherwise. Because they're just a mile away from each other. That's one big downside compared to, like, the yellow potion here. Because both of them are right next to each other. The water lilies are all the way over here compared to the other thing being all the way over there. So you kind of have to cycle them into this bank. Whereas the other one, there's a bank literally just sitting right there, ready to go. Like, you don't have to walk at all to it. Right, we're halfway there. We need 400k. How many are we getting per cycle? It's definitely less than we were before. This is actually technically worse than both the two other methods we were doing today, as far as primary methods. Not counting the racks. Though we technically were doing racks just to kind of see what they change. It's not worth doing them. Unless you're banking them. But, it's definitely not worth for XP. But, yeah, so far our best two routes have been Big Circle, which kind of makes sense. Obviously, you would do the circle thing. And this area right here, between these two rooms and then dropping. But once we get 35, I want to try that while also banking with Bone Spike. Something I wasn't doing before because our Bone Spike was at a really bad level. But now that they're going to be best in slot soon, I want to do Bone Spike into this whole loop over here. Bank everything and then repeat. Because that might be the new circle. At least for that level range. Like the new one that's of this that's always existed. Like this nice solid circle here. But this new circle might actually be really good too. Unfortunately, that room doesn't connect to that room. But you'd go through there, come back, and then come back through there. Luckily, it has resources on both sides, so you can walk through one way and then walk through the other and grab every resource along the way. But yeah, that'll probably be our final goal to try to hit the stream then, I guess. Before I grab dinner. I think we're going to try to get into the Bone Spike cycle. Might try going all the way to that level. I would need to stop doing combat, though, to reach that in time. We need 4.5 levels, which means we need to gain about 2 levels an hour. And what we're doing right now is definitely not 2 levels an hour. At least not all for Forager. Quite a bit of it's going into combat. Oh yeah, my luck potion ran out. I was saying earlier, it felt like it lasted forever, and now I've gone like 2 or 3 kills probably without it on. Oh nice, no healing pot. Huge. I do have to say, though, one thing I did notice after we did the beta stream that one day, I mentioned that the price of the equipment seemed about the same. They're actually not. These are about 20% worth less than what they were before the update at this exact level range. I noticed that after the fact. But yeah, all equipment at this exact level range that we were before the beta, we were getting about 20% more profit from. However, you do have the benefit of Luck Potion now that makes up for some of that profit. As if you get a single 2-star or higher, that makes up so much money. So it's still technically about the same, but you have to be under the effect of luck the whole time. Otherwise, you actually make less in the new system. Otherwise, with luck, you're making about the same, but you're getting better rarity drops. But it does assume you already have Luck Potions at 0 cost. If you're actually buying them, then you're still making less money in the new system. So if you do have a source of luck potion from, you know, getting it from chapter 2, or you just already have some banked for whatever reason, or, you know, some of the resources. But otherwise, you're actually making less money now from it, but you're getting more rarity. It's like 20% less money, but you're making up for it in higher rarity. Oh yeah, I just realized something that's going to be really bad that I might need to go fix later too. How on earth are we doing multi-combat later when we hit this wall? Because Sparring Guard has no multi. Death Crow does, but it's on a resource that probably isn't worth grabbing. Well, technically it's Healing Potion, but not at this level range. Thief has none. Goblin has none. Goblin Chieftain has none. There's basically like a 5 enemy gap, not counting Death Crow, but Death Crow is like barely worth. So it's basically a 5 enemy gap. So there's a massive, mega, ultra gap between like 45, which we're pretty much at right now, all the way until like 30 of the next milestone. That is a 40 level gap, right? 30, 40, somewhere around there. How did I do math so wrong in head? It's somewhere around there, wait. So you're going from 45 to, let's say 30. It's because you have to do it through a weird thing. Yeah, it's 35. I was right the first time. Okay. I'm just second guessing myself. But yeah, it's a 35 level gap where there's just nothing you can multi-skill on. Obviously, I'll probably just do the AFK and Rage Potions off stream to try to close the gap. But that means we're going to have to do some Forager only during that time. Because that's a pretty big level range where we just have nothing. Other than like maybe some Death Crow with the thingy. But I'd probably just do that off stream if I was to. It was a little bit too crowded before when I was doing it, but hopefully it's less crowded as the days go on. I need there to be less player base. Why are there so many people playing right now? But yeah, that should fix itself in a day or two when people stop playing. We'll still be going. All the people checking out milestones. Because before it was way too crowded for me to actually do the 3 wall plant into the crows. But I assume that won't be as crowded later. Like, it was so crowded I had to AFK in the room next to it. Which does have a storage rift right next to it, but it doesn't have the wall plants to get the multi-skilling XP. Which would be the whole point why I would want to do it. The only reason I was doing it earlier is I could AFK them with Enrage until we moved up to a better enemy. Until I moved up to Goblin, then better Goblin. I think we might start doing the wide cycle now. Go store all this junk away. Maybe even go to Hopeport and just bank it. Up, cooking bounty time? Actually, it's right on the hour. I actually could go over there. I think it might be cooking bounty time. And then we'll go get like a nice double knowledge point to go put into it and then go do a wide over here. Yeah, let's go do that. That way I can also go sell all my junk and all the junk I have in storage right now. That'd be a good way to go and clear out our bank finally. And then I'll be able to double point into Forager, and then we just go grind it with a wide circle for a level. Let's go check the cooking stuff. I need to go get that level soon anyways. I was mentioning all the combat stuff earlier, but the other thing I want to go do also... There's a couple things I want to do while doing the 500 Forager grind. I want to get to milestone 20 for combat. Ideally 21 or 22. But at least to 1,000, which is 20. But I also want to get 7 more cooking levels. And obviously the 500 Forager. So basically 7 cooking levels and like a little over like 200 combat levels if we can. I want to get both of those while we're doing this grind. Alright, give me every piece of junk that's in here. I actually need that soon. Those I need to keep in case we upgrade it. Upgrade. Okay, just the boots. Thought I had more in here. Nope, just the boots. I cleared it out pretty recently. Alright, now let's go get some bounties real quick. I'll grab some eggs because it's one of the bounties we can get right now. Otherwise, I would probably grab lemon for the oysters later. But let me grab just a set of eggs. Let me go check what bounties we have. I currently have 2 deliveries. One at a 3 times bonus, one at a 4 times bonus. But I'll be holding those until we have a nice set of deliveries to do. For now, we'll do whatever cook only we have. None of them. Oh, poached trout. Didn't I have some banked? No, this is tier 4. I don't have any tier 4. I do have the cods, though. I keep forgetting from earlier. I actually do have these cods ready to go. So I'll make all of our omelets. We'll make 8 cods. And we'll see where we are from there. If the board has anything good on it. I just gotta remember, I can only keep 4 here now because I have the other 2 I can't do at the moment. Oh, I could go deliver the cod since I'm making them right now, but I already have them in the storage, so it doesn't really matter. Gotta remember to go buy some trout at some point, though. Gotta go fish them. The problem is I'm currently catching tier 5 trout, soon to be tier 6. There'd be no point to try to catch it as tier 4. So just in case we get good RNG, do we get another one right here? Wait, why didn't it complete? Oh, it did. It just re-rolled into COD again. Gosh, why is there so much COD? Wait, can I do all that in one inventory? No! I can do 12 per inventory and it wants me to do 13. That is so unfortunate. That is such bad RNG. 12 per inventory, but it wants me to cook 13. Alright, we'll do this until we hit a wall again. And then once we hit that wall, we'll go back to Forager. And I'll double up the knowledge point into Forager, then we'll be good to go. I do have to say though, why does the XP yield feel so bad for cooking? Maybe it's you need less XP for it total? But I feel like these XP drops are lower than before at this level range. But it could also be that you just need less XP at this level range compared to before. Because my Forager level and cooking level are about the same right now, but we're getting way more from Forager, it feels like. But maybe not, because you're doing it all side by side, so. Compared to Forager, where you have a lot of walking downtime. Alright, let's go get the cod and chips. Cod, I need the autofill. Chips, I need the autofill. Potato. There we go. Go and cut up the potatoes, they get doubled. Go and batter all the fish, put them in. Then we'll have to do one additional one. And then we'll do probably one more board set, hopefully there. Hopefully get at least 1 or 2 really high level rarity turn-ins we can go do. Though we'll hold them until we get a nice set. And then back to Forager. Which should be able to get a level pretty much from these points as well. Actually, we can see, because we're going to get, what, like 240,000? How much XP do we need? Oh, pretty much. Might have to touch like 1 or 2 nodes and we'll be good to go. I could actually do that in cycle, which would be kind of fun. Oh, no, never mind. That's only for the next level. I forgot. We need 32, not 31. I was going to say, we're like literally in the cycle going to get the level for the thing we need, but no. Because that would be funny if you got the level right before grabbing it. But no, that's 32, not 31. So we do have to grind for 1 level once we head back there. Beyond the one that we're going to knowledge up to. But yeah, accounting for XP pots, it does feel like roughly like 10-ish seems to be the amount that you need, like 8 to 10, like 8 if you're using XP pots, 10 otherwise. As far as how many knowledge points you need to get a level. Whereas before it would have been, you know, 4 and then 16. So it's like right in that in-between of the two. No, actually, it looks like it's exactly 8. And potions help you more towards it. Because I think I was getting 110,000 per knowledge point. Which means you would need about 8 knowledge points in order to get it up, not counting potion. Which means counting potion, you would only need 7. That's not that bad. 7 knowledge points to get a level. Compared to like 16, not counting potions. But in the previous format. Hey, there we go. Both the tasks completed. Nice little XP boost over there. Oh, did I miscount earlier? Why is that one so far off? Oh, because I grabbed another task from the board. That's why. Alright, one more inventory. We should be good, right? No, again, it's off by 1. Why? Once again, I need 13 instead of 12. This is the second time in a row where it tells me to go do 13 instead of 12. Really unlucky. It happening once isn't that weird, but it happening 2 times exactly in a row just feels odd. It's putting me exactly 1 off twice. This will probably be the last one we do. Though I do kind of want to do that one extra we got to go do, so maybe one more set after this one. Because I can't leave it with only 1 remaining. I can't just leave it hanging like that. I do need to make sure I don't get too much knowledge points here, though. We need to make sure we don't hit 200% if we can help it. It's not that big a deal, but I want to wait for when we go back to foraging to go dump it on so we can do the whole foraging circle with it. I really need to go get more potions for this chapter, though. One of the streams offline, we might need to go do some direct alchemy grinding. Luckily, I think I'll do it with these. If I process all 300 of these grapes into this potion right here, I think this is our highest yield potion right now because it's one of the stronger ones relative to how much it costs. So yeah, I think we're going to go all in on that one. I think would be the game plan. Because this is probably my best XP rate. I haven't checked the wiki yet to see if they've even updated it. But if they have, I'm willing to make a bet this is by far my best XP rate by 1.5 miles. Both for knowledge and XP. The only exception would be this one, but I don't have the supplies for it. Actually, I don't even know what supplies this uses. Oh yeah, it's in the chapter 5. No wonder why I don't know. So yeah, this one's not even doable in that way. Or, you know, not to get it yourself. What is the cost associated to it? Profit? Interesting. You actually make profit from this if you sell it to the shop. If you buy all the supplies and sell it back. That's actually really weird. The problem is you'd probably want to keep it, though. Yeah, you profit even if you sell it. I wonder if a lot of potions are like that. No, this one you lose. And then this one, you also lose. Okay, interesting. Why is this one higher then? Obviously, they're supposed to be different, but that's interesting. Omelet. Okay, I'm not going to bother doing omelet. What I will go do real quick, though, because it will bother me to no end, I got to make one more. But then I'm going to have an Esper one, so I guess we'll make 2 real quick. Can't just make 1 because of how the potato works. So we'll grab 1 potato, 2 cod. And that should be all we need to do for now. I technically only need the 1, but the potato's going to break into 2. It's kind of like how carpenter works now. Chop the potato becomes 2 potatoes. Chop the log becomes 2 logs. Why does that logic not apply to anything else? I don't know. But they applied it to potato. Alright, now we finally got it done. From all the times it told us to go do 1 extra. Alright, now all we have to go do is double check the board. Not do anything that the board says. And we're out of here. Oh! That's a good turn in for later. Unfortunately, it's uncommon. But the one upside of that is we do get to see them all now. Oh, so I lied. There is one thing I want to go do. Because it's going to bother me to no end that one's in between. And I believe when I logged out earlier, it auto-rearranged these. I don't think you can normally rearrange these in any way. But I could have sworn when I logged out earlier rearranged. And I kind of want all these to be next to each other. So I'm going to go do 3 omelet. And then log out and see if my theory is correct. Because it seems to be something that I'm not even sure if it was mentioned in the patch notes. But it seems like whenever your bounties, if you have a hole in between your bounties, it'll put them all next to each other when you log out. There's no way to move them currently, though. I could have sworn when I logged out earlier, it moved them next to each other. So I'm going to do this omelet and see if it'll move my 3 higher rarities right next to each other. Or if I'm just going crazy from earlier. Well, let's see. Also, I'll double check to see if we got a good bounty here. Might not even need it if we get a good one here. No, we didn't get a good one. Oh, come on. It's exactly 10. But I already have so many bank that it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to do that one right now. Because I got to test something for science. I'm going to log out. Do those tasks show up next to each other now? Also, how are these guys' passives going? Are they almost done? Oh, they got plenty of time. I can just reset that tonight. Yeah, look at that. There was a hole here before, and now they're next to each other. I'm not sure if any of the patch notes mentioned it, but I'm pretty sure that came in this patch. So whenever you have gaps between your milestones, it'll automatically shift all your things next to each other. You can't rearrange them yourself, but if you log out, it'll move all of them next to each other. Nice. And I'm just going to grab this for later. I'm not going to do it right now, though. Alright. Now, let's go back to Forager. But I'm pretty sure that was in the most recent patch. I almost know for sure it wasn't doing that before. But I don't think it was in any of the patch notes. But it was something added in the Milestones update. Probably in preparation for all the new bounties that are coming. I just forgot to add it to patch note. Ideally, you'd just be able to rearrange them, but that's the next best thing. Is log out and it collapses them all on top of each other. Also, while I'm doing this, I can actually start from here. I'm just going to do a really wide cycle from here. We're going to be doing wide cycle again now. So grab these, go do the other thing, start banking everything. There's something I was about to go check here, and I already forgot what it was. Oh yeah, settings. I was going to up the volume since we're not doing combat. But yeah, now we're going to start doing the same cycle we were doing before, I think. And then we'll start doing it a little bit different once we have the starfish, because then we'll need to grab at least 3 starfish, if not 6. The only problem is we kind of got to go out of our way a bit for 6. But 3 is very free to go do. Just got to figure out what ratio of resources we need. And from these knowledge points, we'll easily get to the next level, and then we just need one more before we can do the next cycle. The next cycle is very similar to this cycle until we get to 35. And that's the last goal I want to get for this stream, I think, is get to level 35. That way we can go show the bone spike cycle. Which I might do some off stream, we'll see. So hello, Curiado. Welcome, welcome. What's the best skill for the Master Sword for the attack damage? For Age of Calamity? I'm trying to think which one you're referring to. What's the best skill for the Master Sword for attack damage? I haven't played that game in so long. I'm trying to think of which one it is. It's, I'm pretty sure it's still attack speed. They're just looking for overall damage. The problem is a lot of the damage amplifiers in that game are capped. Like the one that where you have low HP, it's capped, like how much you can end up getting from it and everything. But if you're just looking for overall damage, attack speed is 100% the way to go in that game. Especially at the higher difficulties, because you needed to stun lock your enemy. Let's just do it on normal, in which case doesn't matter as much. But stun locking is really important. You got a full heart strong attack damage per 100 KO and regular attack damage. Yeah, last I recall, I'm pretty sure attack speed almost always beats out damage percent in Age of Calamity. Mostly because you can break shields and stuff quicker, which also amplifies your damage. It's attack speed. I believe it's like 10% extra per perk that you put on it. You could put up to like 5, I think it is. You could end up getting onto it. And they fully stack as well. And because you're getting them all together, every attack speed that you do into attack speed just gives you even more value. Because if you have a small amount of attack speed, it probably doesn't look too noticeable. But the more you stack, the better it becomes. Yep, no problem. The biggest issue is trying to find the attack speed modifiers. Because trying to farm them takes a while. I remember for some of the videos I was doing, I would do like a whole day just to get a weapon created for some of them. It's quite a bit of a grind. Oh, come on. Oh, wait. I never spent the other point yet. No, what am I doing? Okay, I need to go do that next cycle. I forgot. Oh, it's not too big a deal. I forgot to go double use this. It's not too big a deal. We'll just have to do another potion. Oh, no. Oh, gosh, I hate this thing, too. Don't walk in the thing. There we go. Alright, we're back in cycle. Alright, that next one will get us to the next level, and then we just got to farm one more level then. And then we can start doing it with the starfish. And then we can start getting our cryonite potions that we need for combat and bossing later. Unfortunately, it's too low of a tier, so I probably won't be able to use this. But we will have it banked, so maybe I'll make a few in case we need it for something. The problem is the alchemy XP we'd get for that level range is just so bad. I might need to check the wiki later to see what it is. I do have to build it at least once, though, for the first time bonus, if nothing else. But beyond the first time bonus, it's not going to be worth making a lot of them. 75 is still really good, though, especially since 80 was the highest in the previous system. Alright, let me remember to use this immediately this time. There we go. Alright, now we just need one more level. But I think our goal for this stream is to get to 35 then, for this current milestone. That way we can start to see an actual, like, different gameplay loop. Because the one that we get to 32 is going to be really similar to what we're doing now. It's just I'm going to ditch some of these shells for the starfish. Yeah, that is a game I never did get around to playing. I never did play the sequel to, not sequel to Age of Calamity. Whatever one they did for Tears of the Kingdom. I never got around to playing that, mostly because I don't have a Switch 2. And there's a lot of games I was just going to wait until I get a Switch 2 if I ever bother getting one. Definitely can't this year. Just don't have the spare funds this year. Because when I end up getting a Switch 1, the original one, I waited until like Smash came out. Which at this point I might do again. I might wait till the next Smash game comes out before I get a Switch 2. Assuming the Switch 2 even gets a new Smash, which I assume it would. It's just Sakurai's been busy doing Air Riders that came out last November, I think it was. So it could still be years before the other thing comes out. Let's see. If we got that much from this one, we need 6, 7... 6. Oh, gosh, no. I didn't mean that. But yeah, we need about 6 or 7 more trips. Coincidentally. But yeah, about 6 or 7 more trips and we should be at the next cycle. Counting the knowledge point that we'd get from it, of course. Oh, there's that guy from earlier. For how low of a level he is, he's been here literally all day. We've been going for 5 hours, and we've seen him for 5 hours now. The noob for hire guy. Like, we've basically seen his whole playthrough at this point. Oh, you know what I might have saw him from, too? I think I saw him last night while I was AFK in combat. Maybe that's what I'm remembering him from right now. Because I 100% saw him while I was AFK in combat last night. He was killing the goblins at whatever the lowest level range is for that zone. I can tell exactly what level he was at the time. He was level, like 10. Because he was killing these things. Actually, that thing at 12. So he's around like 11 or 12 at the time, doing combat. But I saw him there while I was AFK in those last night. The noob for hire guy. There's one funny thing about just the community being relatively small for this game. Like, you recognize everyone everywhere. Because of how the room system works and tries to group everyone together since it's not like a bunch of different worlds or servers or anything. Because when I walk into this room, basically every single person in the game is in this room with me right now. So currently there's like 4 people. There's 2 AFKing and that guy doing the combat. Of course, when servers start to get over, or you know, each room gets over overfilled, then it does make a new instance. But in a lot of situations, everyone that we see in the room is literally everyone in the room with current player base numbers. Oh, so wait, what's going on? I have 1 spear resource this time around. How did that happen? Oh, I think I doubled one of the horns. That's fine though. What's the best parts to get monster parts to the master sword? They seem to be really random. I can't remember if there was a modifier in that game that lets you find them more often. Normally just farming any high level was normally fine though. Like anything that you get a lot of weapon drops from. Because most chapters drop pretty same rarity. So anything that you can do to get more drops tends to increase it more than anything. Hello, JF. What's this? We're the Gems of War guy? This is Brighter Shores. It's a new MMO that came out about a year and a half ago. Like November of 2023. We played it a lot for the first few months. But then I've only really been keeping up with it like once every 2 weeks. But we're back to playing it again every single day for about a month. At least for a couple weeks. Basically until that 4 says a 10. So we're like halfway to maxing out the grind we're trying to do for right now. They did a big update the other day, so we're just kind of power grinding it down. I figured we stream it. The player base for this game is pretty small these days, but it does have a good community for it, if nothing else. Like Gems of War has as well. But yeah, Gems of War at this point is probably like 10 times bigger than this game, if not 20 times. Because Gems of War Steam's number is really misleading since almost everyone plays on mobile. Or at least as a percentage anyways. Oh, not what I wanted. I hate when I do that. So I'm surprised to see how many new players have been around in this game lately. Not sure if they came because of Milestones or something else. I feel like Milestones wouldn't really attract that many new people. I think it's just old people retrying it now that the Milestones is around. Because I've been seeing a lot of people under level 100 lately. Like, way more than normal. There's either people retrying it or people actually trying it new. It's hard to tell which. Because I don't feel like the Milestones are really that substantial as far as bringing in new players. For the integrity of the game, it's great, but for bringing in new people, it probably wouldn't really do much in that regard. It is just a really chill, pretty gathering-heavy, crafting-heavy MMO. Currently still missing a lot of the MMO features like bosses, raids, dungeons, stuff like that. Dungeons are coming soon though. For every single skill, however they're going to end up working. It's still missing a lot of core MMO aspects. Right now it's basically just farm resources to get better equipment into better enemies into better equipment kind of simulator. A lot of repeating gameplay loops. But they've mostly just been trying to get the structure down until they can start building upon it infinitely. Which they're getting close to that point, not quite yet. They're still even missing some basic stuff like special attacks and stuff. It's been in the game since like launch as far as them adding it and still haven't yet. Eventually though. We're almost there, half a level. Maybe we'll make some of those potions so that we could use them for later as well. The only issue is you consume one every single fight. And against generic enemies, a single fight is just so short. Especially if you're using a boost potion to make it even quicker. Because the average fight's like, what, 40-ish seconds, give or take a little? And yeah, you'll speed it up by like 10%, but then you're chugging even more of them because you're speeding it up. Because then you're getting down to almost like 30 seconds of battle. Oh, let me go see. Let me go time it real quick. Do I still have the timer up from earlier? I do. Oh, I wanted reset. I want to see something real quick. Gotta subtract 2 seconds from it. I want to see what this averages out to, just for one fight. So we gotta subtract 2 seconds from whatever it is. From actually going through the timer and everything. Hopefully we can do it without a healing pot. Yeah, we should be fine. Come on, special attack. Use this thing, special attack. If only it existed. Come on. Alright, it came out to, it was 24. It was 34 seconds. That's not bad. I think I'm gonna go store this real quick. It's 34 seconds. You would easily get that below 30 if you used a decent boost potion. Like, easily that would go under 30. Even with the animation of the thing. Like, if we used the plus 75 or better. But if you count the time it takes to make the potion and everything else, unless you're doing it at a really good level range, like if we were to do it at this next one coming up, it's really not worth making. Like, we're saving, like, what, 5-ish seconds? Counting the time to drink the potion. But then you count the time to make the potion and everything, and it's like, oh, you're saving, like, 1 second? Not even? But see, one of the reasons I wanted to save a lot of the better ones for whenever boss thing comes out and everything. Because let's say a boss takes, I don't know, a minute to kill. You would save far more on that than you would on, like, a normal enemy. Alright, next knowledge point should be the level. Because that alone already gives us, like, 111k. On top of whatever XP we're about to go get right now. And then I gotta start ditching some of these shells for, starfish. Also, hello, Moose. Welcome, welcome. Are the skills like prestiging? Pretty much. Basically, every 50 levels, you do everything again, almost like a prestige level. And it goes up to 10 prestige or milestones. You do unlock some new things as you go up, as well as the ability to do some things even stronger, quicker. But, as well as just higher tier resources and other things. But for the most part, pretty much everything repeats every 50 levels. So yes, it's basically like a prestige system that caps out at 10. But you do gain benefits as you go higher that you otherwise wouldn't have in lower prestiges or milestones. Which reminds me, what level do we need for the highest level tool? Because I believe we can upgrade at next tier, which is great. Is that the final tier, or is there still another? Because we get an... Oh yeah, this is the second to last tools. I think you get the final set at 7. The main thing that does is it reduces the cooldown of the double effect. So we're not going to have that max for a while. I think the only thing I have it max for is mining, because I have it at 8. But I think for every skill it ends up maxing out at 7. So we're still like a week or 2 from that, if not longer. But, yeah, it maxes out at 7. the tier 5 tool there. I believe that's set up the same for every skill, which is why I already have it for mining, because mining likely had it at 7 right there. Yep. The max pickaxe. Oh, they got it for gold panning too. Alright, so based on how much knowledge we were getting earlier, that should be... we were getting about 22% per cycle. So from where we are right now, that is 4 more cycles. All good, Cariato. Let's see, how's the monument doing? Everything that we're doing this for. No, there's actually a lot of reasons we're getting 500 Forager beyond the monument. The monument's just a good excuse to finally go do it, now that it gives a much better reward. Also looks a lot cooler too, with all the jade accents all over it. But it's mostly for the venture slot, but we end up getting so many good supplies for alchemy later. Honestly, even just with 500 Forager, I might be able to go get 500 Alchemy. I'll probably offset it a little bit with Mines of Bitumen combat, just so we have enough potion supplies. Since that place spits it out from every combat encounter. But then after we get Mines of Bitumen to like the second to last milestone, I think we go and just go all in on Alchemy then. Because that's probably my game plan at this current moment in time, regardless if we stream it or not. Well, obviously we're streaming this, but it's finish out the Forager grind, so that we can go get Monument completed. Then after doing that, and we got our 3 venture slots, we will go and start working Mines of Bitumen to the final milestone. I'm not going to unlock the final milestone but we're going to get it all the way to the final one, like how we did for Chronopolis. And then after that, I think we push Alchemy to max, or pretty high, if not max. We should have the supplies to get pretty close, if not all the way. Might have to spend like a few dozen gold, but we should be able to do it from there. Because I'm going to do basically everything that gives alchemy supplies except Botanist. And in combination, that should be enough to do it. Hopefully. We'll find out. But my hopes is that's enough to get 500 alchemy without spending that much. What game is this? It's a MMO. Like a fantasy MMO gathering heavy game with a billion different tiers. Still missing a lot of the core aspects like bossing, dungeons stuff, but they're working on it. Right now it's mostly just a chill gatherings, chill AFK combat kind of game. They had a new potion too that you can AFK for like several minutes at a time. Like off stream I've been using this so much. I love this thing. Because before AFK times in this game were only like a minute long at best. Now there's potions that go as high as like 10 minutes. Because I really like the kind of like idle aspects that some MMOs have. I really like games that you can kind of AFK in, but then it feeds into a bunch of other aspects in the game. Like any kind of game that you can kind of play in the background that isn't quite an idle game, but has like a core game behind it. But you can still kind of play it like an idle game where you get progress towards like the main content. The biggest issue with this game is the main content doesn't exist yet. They're still working on it. The struggle, like almost every MMO has, takes like a decade before it gets good. They're currently a year and a half in, so... not counting early development. But I feel like realistically, this game's a solid like year or two away before it's like fully, like done, quote unquote. Or, you know, in a state that you would have most of the things that an MMO would normally have. But I have a lot of confidence in the current developer, so it might take them forever, but it'll eventually get there. It's definitely not going to be an Ashes of Creation situation or anything. These devs are basically just doing it as a passion project with pretty much an infinite budget. We're almost there. Not this cycle, but next cycle. And then we use the knowledge point and then we'll get it over. The only problem is the next tier that we unlock, or the next item we unlock, is a very similar cycle to what we're running now. But maybe we'll try something a little bit different to see if we can get a really good starfish value. If the starfish is over 4,000 XP each, it'd probably be worth focusing on doing 6 of them. Let me double check. Oh, I can't. I gotta do the previous one. I hate that you can't do it at the tier. I don't understand why they don't let you check a resource you don't have yet unlocked. Like, you can still check it. You just have to go down to the lower tier. It's just really convenient. Oh, they'll probably change that at some point, though. It's worse for XP, but better for knowledge. It's not that much worse for XP, though. I don't know. We'll see what the number says. Hopefully it's not like Potato, where it's, like, way, way worse. Like, Potato was only 3k. Compared to some other resources that were already higher than it. That, or maybe the toll bonus isn't working on Potato. Maybe they forgot to code it for some. Otherwise, it's giving so much less XP. Compared to some other things at the level range. I wouldn't be surprised if they forgot to do that for some of the new resources, though. Forgot to code the tools for them. Something like that would probably be bug fixed in the next few days. We did get a bug fix today, but I don't think it fixed anything like that because it probably wasn't broken to begin with. It's just weird that it's that much less XP just with 10% less. I feel like even with 10% less, it should have been better. I hate when I do that. No! Why do I always mess up this room? It's this room that every time we enter it, I do a misclick somewheres. I blame these plants. Oh, what game is this? This is Brighter Shores. Didn't realize you were still asking that question. My bad. Oh, that guy has a Twitch URL. Do people still stream this game on Twitch? I haven't checked Twitch in like over a year. So I have no clue what ever goes on over there. Do people actually still regularly stream this game on Twitch? Because I feel like I never see anyone streaming on YouTube. Other than like the few videos that pop up from like Valerie and a few other people. Alright, next cycle, we're definitely using the knowledge point. We could also use it for the first time bonus on the star. Not like that gives that much, but hey. 11% extra, might as well. If we're going to be using it anyways. Yeah, today's goal, we'll get to that 35. See the bone spike loop. Tomorrow's goal, 100%. Got to get these monument jade pieces. And if we have enough time tomorrow, I think we finished the entirety of tier 4. So that we can start working towards tier 5 the following day. And then we're halfway there. Even though we technically just started. Though we're technically way further than halfway there. Because we already started so far into the grind. Though based on the new format, it's not going to take that long. The estimation at this point is probably 3 weeks. Which is still a while, but then we never have to worry about the skill ever again. And we pretty much get 500 alchemy from it as well. And we get a new venture slot that just gives us free XP every day. Really curious what they're going to do for the other 3 venture slots, though. If they're putting such an absurdly massive grind behind this one. Like, what on earth could you do for the other 3? I'm almost scared to wonder what the other 3 would even be. If one of them is basically, go max the foraging skill. Like, that's a pretty high precedent for what the other 3 would be. It'd be weird if you just do a quest now and it's like, oh, here's a venture slot. For a quest that has, like, requirements you can get within, like, a few hours. Oh, wrong potion. Don't drink that one. Yeah, that should be a level up. And with that level up, we should be able to go do... Oh, yeah, don't double that one yet. That's not our double anymore. Okay, how do we want to do this pathing now? I think I take this shell, this shell. Do I bother with this shell or do I take the kelp? I feel like we just take the kelp. We take those 3 shells, move forward. And now we start taking these starfish. Oh no! You can't double the starfish! Oh, the starfish doesn't use a tool. Oh no. I forgot about that. It doesn't use trail. Even though the shell right next to it does for some reason. Go figure. That's not ideal. Is it worth going over there for those 2 starfish? I feel like the answer is yes. The third one isn't because I believe it's all the way in the corner. But these 2 are worth. We could also kind of start routing hogberries a little, but not quite. It's hard to tell what their exact XP is because I'm getting 3.8k, but that's with the 11%. There should still be more than potato, if nothing else. Yeah, okay, it is still better. It's not amazing, though. Mostly because no tool bonus is applying to it, which is a problem. Because it doesn't use a tool. Which means we can't even double it either. That's one weird thing with the new tool system. Anything that you can use a tool on gets even more of a benefit than it did in the previous state of the game. Compared to the ones that don't. So you get a very small upgrade whenever you can't use a tool. Whereas we're going to get a really big upgrade at 35 because that does use the trowel. And is right in the room at a bank. And has cycling into the previous thing we were doing earlier. But yeah, these are the 2 that we need to make the Cryone. This one is Cryone. And then this one is Cryone. This is the blue damage potion. We're currently doing the blue class of Cryonite. Oh yeah, I forgot to count as far as figuring out what path we need. We over-encumbered a little. What can we get rid of if we were to do that? I guess I could get rid of the double shell. It really comes down to, is it worth going for that double shell? And I feel like the answer is no, compared to just picking up some of these bones. Because I can get 3 more. I grabbed 2 over there, which means I would just have to drop 1 of these. So whatever shell is furthest away on our initial path is the one we drop. Which I think is the one right when we open the room. Also, I did only grab 1 kelp this time. Let me double check something. If I stay as centered in this room as possible, what would our route be? It'd be this, this, and that. Let me just try that. And I think that gets us the 3 inventory space we need. So I'm just going to take the 3 right down the center. Ignore everything on side. Don't bother with the other 2 starfish in that other room. Though we do take everything in this room, though. And then we just go into the normal pathing. And I think that's exactly how many we need. Actually, don't do that one yet. I want to do it in this order. Because if I do it there, we'll naturally path towards the potato. Rather than ending at that location. And then we'll ignore those 2 starfish, even though they're kind of okay to grab, but that's better if you're doing it with, like, the upcoming ones that are coming. For this route, it's not really that needed. It's just too many steps out of the way. Alright, it seems like it's working out well. And it should be exact inventory now with the path that we were doing before. We'll go double the thing on the net. We'll grab what we normally grab here. And that should be exact full inventory. Unless I miscounted somewhere. And that'll be our route until we get to 35 then, probably. And it should be a decent bit better than what we were doing before. But not by much. There's only like 3 things we're grabbing each cycle that's actually higher XP. And you can't even use a tool to get even more value from it, unfortunately. So not as big of an improvement as I thought it would be. That's better than nothing. It's even the potion supplies we need. I might even make some later just so we don't have none going into tomorrow. It's driving me crazy that I have nothing in my potion slot for combat. I should probably have at least some in case we have like a stronger enemy we want to go fight or something. Which might be coming up soon given that we're about to hit a wall in combat. Oh no, this isn't exact inventory. I miscounted by 1. We are 1 off. What do we get rid of, or do we bother getting rid of anything? I think we just grab 1 less bone. Like whatever bone is the furthest out of our way, we just don't grab. Oh nice, I just realized something. Since I'm only grabbing 3 stars and we double the other one, we're getting exactly 3-3. I was mentioning this earlier, but I didn't actually realize that would happen because I wasn't sure if you could double the tool or not. But no, it's exactly 3-3. So you're not going to get like a weird amount when you do it. Though you probably still will just because you're not doing the starfish at the right level. So you're still ultimately going to get more water lilies. But then again, you do the other thing only at some of the other routes. So yeah, it'll probably even out by the end. I don't know, we'll find out when our bank has like 100 more of one than the other. That's only going to start mattering once we get to tier 6 and higher, when we can actually start alchemizing it though. Into potions. Everything prior is not really going to matter that much. If the ratios are off, since we're not really using that many, if any, at all. But at tier 6 is going to be a little bit more important to kind of monitor the ratios of them. Because we'd want it to be at least within 10% if we can help it. Just so we don't have way too many of one or the other. Worst comes to worst, you could always just buy from the shop or something. These are pretty cheap. Even at tier 6. Even at tier 10, honestly. No, tier 10 a little bit more expensive. Also, the only thing bad about this route, though, we're not gaining any combat XP. But honestly, I'll be AFKing that so much off stream with the Enrage Potion that I don't think it's going to matter too much. But it does mean the next few streams might be a little bit later on combat since we're in a weird in-between. Is at our current combat level, realistically, the only thing we're going to be able to do again is once we get back to Forger level 25 and like 40-something levels, we'll be able to go kill that one thing that we were killing earlier today. And that's about it until we get past the combat wall. Let's want to do the, there is one other one that we can do. In about 10 more combat levels, we can kill the Death Crows. But we need a Forger level to match it. But it's really early on, I believe. You get it from Wall Plant, which is at 7. So in several combat levels and like 20-something, 25 foraging levels, we would have another thing we could do combat on. And that's for healing potion as well, which is pretty vital. And the ingredient that goes with it is this kelp that we keep getting from these things. I believe it is. Let me double check. Pretty sure it is. This kelp right here should be the ingredient for healing potion. Yeah, healing potion. It's kelp plus wall plant. But it's a little bit annoying that 2 of the resources are in town, far away from where you can get any other cycle with it. It's for the healing potion and the XP potion for this chapter. So these shells that we're getting, these go for the XP potion, but you need a flower from town. And these go for the healing potion, but again, you need a flower from town, a different one. Is there only two that are a little bit disconnected? Like, this is nicely connected, and the same as some of the other ones for, like, the boost potions and stuff, but the two that are in town are not ideal. Because there's no gameplay loop where you could ever get both of them at the same time. Because they're just miles away from each other. Also, I just realized we still have the luck potion going. It has literally no timer on it. Its timer is based on charge, not on actual time. I wonder if it still lasts even if you log out. I've never actually tried that yet. I might need to go do that real quick for science, since we might not be killing anything else the rest of the stream. Let me log out once we get this one. I want to see something. Does it maintain between logouts? Dude, that's kind of funny if it does. I feel like it's going to wipe it. That means this thing literally lasts forever if it's not. It does! Oh, that's kind of interesting. I wonder if they're going to do that for any other future mechanic. This thing even survives logout. It literally has an infinite timer. They truly made it based on charges. Like, that thing is never going to run out ever. Until you consume the charges. Alright, now I kind of want more potions like that. Lasts forever until you consume it. Or, you know, until you use up whatever the effect is. That is so good. Like, I'll be doing combat later tonight in like 3 hours, and I'll be like, oh yeah, there's the luck charges from earlier today. I'm really surprised I haven't misclicked this room yet. At least not recently. This feels like such an easy room to misclick on. I wish there was a way to click like on resource only so you don't accidentally walk. You'd have to change a couple of your settings, but then you can't really walk properly everywhere unless you click a different key. I did that on Steam Deck, but I didn't bother setting it up on PC. Mostly because you can have enough precision on PC that you don't, like, fat finger it. Though I guess you could use those pads on the side. I never used them for that, though. On the Steam Deck thingy. That or it could just be I'm just not used to using Steam Deck that much. I only had it for, like, a year. We literally got it because of Brighter Shores. So we could AFK stuff and everything. If it wasn't for Brighter Shores, I wouldn't even bother getting a Steam Deck. Like if Brighter Shores already had like a mobile version or something. They said they wouldn't really... Oh, nice, another guy died. I think we've seen like 20 deaths today. But I think they're doing the mobile version after 1.0. They do have one in the works, but it won't be public until after the game's like fully launched. They might even try doing like almost like a soft relaunch around that time too. To see if they could tap into like the mobile market. I probably still mostly play it on PC and Steam Deck, but obviously if you're out and don't have any other means, phone would be fine. I feel like a lot of games are clunkier on phone when they have like a proper PC version. Like Old School RuneScape's like that. Like yeah, there's a phone version, but you know, you're always just going to play it on PC pretty much. Like 99% of the time. And I feel like Brighter Shores will be the same way. Or obviously if you have no other means of playing it, you would, but otherwise you wouldn't. All right, 2.5 levels to go. Technically even a little bit less because of our knowledge points that we have. Which means we shouldn't have to do this method for like, what, another hour-ish? Around there. Because we're definitely getting over 2 levels an hour. We only need like 2 right now. After we get these knowledge points cashed in. I almost want to use one of those knowledge point potions. I really shouldn't use it on anything that isn't merchant though. We did go earlier today go and unlock the rest of the merchant shortcuts though. But you need actually an absurdly high detective for. You need level 233 detective now to unlock them all. Which of course we have, but that's pretty high. I'm going to be slowly working on the alt accounts when they get their knowledge points. As most of their knowledge points will be obtained by doing AFK and raid dens. Which will slowly get them to 233 detective. I think they're both at about 100 right now. And it'll also help boost up their combat by about 200 levels as well. Which I would go to be throwing into Mines of Batubin so they can mostly skip that chapter. One thing I'm not sure how they're going to rework. I was just looking at that guy killing the level 16. In the early game, you basically get a preset for like the first area and the second area. How are they going to make this work when they add a 5th area? Or even more than that? Or is those areas just not going to have like a level thingy? Because this goes all the way up to chapter 4, but then, of course, after that you get to choose what chapter you want. Which has a weird effect of, oh yeah, you even get some into the next milestone too. Like back into chapter 1. Oh, maybe they're using these chapter 1 ones like a placeholder kind of thing, maybe. I'm not sure. I just realized there's an extra dip of chapter 1 in there. Maybe they replaced those with, no, but that's because they added the extra tier. It is so weird. Wait, I forgot, that's because they did 0 out of 9 for that one. It is kind of strange. I wonder how that's going to work once they add another chapter. Because that somewhat ruins the system that they set up. Not completely, obviously, but I guess they're just not going to do one for any chapter beyond 4. Or, you know, they'll add still, like, the 500 level thingy, but they wouldn't need to do the, like, entry level stuff like the first 4 chapters have. I guess it makes sense for the first 4 chapters because that's what leads you up to trading and everything. Like, the first 4 chapters basically sets up all the core mechanics. Trading, weapon crafting, all that. 5 does have a pretty core mechanic, though, armor making. And Chapter 6 has a pretty core mechanic that we don't know much about. But you're likely going to be enhanced in Infuso equipment. Kind of like what I was talking about with Corrado in the stream earlier today. When he was mentioning the things with Age of Calamity. Or Legend of Zelda Age of Calamity thing. That game had a attunement system that you could put up to 5 perks into any weapon. And I'm curious to see what they do with that in Brighter Shores. Like what kind of enhancements we can end up doing, what kind of modifiers, everything like that. Because I'm not sure what game they'll take inspiration from. Because they are going down the modifier route. It's one of the reasons why 4-star and plus equipment isn't tradable. Is you're likely to be able to customize them like crazy high by the time Chapter 6 hits. A lot of the details we just don't really know though. But after that, we should have pretty much every core mechanic by Chapter 6. Like Chapter 3 brings in weapon making. Chapter 4 brings in trading, if you enable it. Chapter 5 brings in armor making, and then Chapter 6 brings in enhancing. Because beyond that, they wouldn't really need to add much more. They're gonna really go like left field for stuff. Obviously, they're gonna do like 20-something chapters at some point. But I'm curious to see what they do beyond Chapter 6. Because at that point, most of like the super core mechanics would be in the game by Chapter 6. So they could do something again like Chapter 1 or 2 where it like feeds into something or something else. But Chapter 1 I guess brings in potions and food, like consumables basically. Like Chapter 1 brings in consumables, Chapter 2 does nothing. Good job, Chapter 2. Chapter 3 does weapon making, and Chapter 4 does trading. Chapter 5 does armor making. Chapter 6 does enhancing. And then beyond that, we don't know. Chapter 2 is the only chapter that doesn't do anything. It feeds into other skills, but it itself does not bring in any unique mechanic to the game. I just realized we're about to gain a knowledge point. I should probably go consume a potion. Might be a good idea here. Also, I think we just got the level we needed already. Oh wait, never mind. That level doesn't do anything yet. Still a level though. Level's a level. There we go. Now another level. Or another XP drop, and then the level. Boom. Alright, 2 levels to go. And then we'll go try the last gameplay loop. Which is technically the first gameplay loop that we did, but in a way wider and trying to bank everything style. See what that looks like. We haven't actually tried doing that earlier because our Bone Spike was such bad XP at the level range. But now that's going to be our best XP at 2 levels from now. We should be able to do a cycle with it that works really well for banking and grabbing all the Bone Spikes. So if those resources are ever worth banking, then we could start banking them then. Or even start doing it on weaker Bone Spikes potentially. If we see that this cycle just works really well. We'll have to wait until we get there. But the previous cycle worked like perfectly, so curious to see how we could fit the extra into it. I might just have to drop the fish, I think. The one fish I was catching, we're probably going to have to stop catching if we're going to include the Bone Spikes. But if anything else, that's better. That's even more Forager XP then. We'd just be giving up the fishing XP we otherwise would be getting from it. For even more Forager. And for the capability of banking everything. Which would subtract banking time, but that's still a lot of free value though. Especially since one of those materials is untradeable, the, what you call it? The, what's it called? I don't remember now. Not sage. What do I want to call it? Sage. The nettle. The nettle's not tradable there. It's only used for fire potion, though, which isn't really that relevant. Yet. Maybe something in Chapter 2 will be fire, some boss in Chapter 2 will be weak to fire or something. In the good old forest. But currently, fire damage and death damage is very useless in the current state of the game. This could change if fire eventually gets some kind of overtime damage effect. And extremely so if Necromay ever gets lifesteal. That potion will just skyrocket in its viability. Like, if they start adding, like, lifesteal special attacks to Necromay or anything, those things are gonna just completely skyrocket in their overall viability, as well as trading cost. Even though we won't be trading or anything. I'm kind of glad they added the Lone Wolf Iron Man game mode kind of thing. Even though it's not as fun as doing like a hardcore or something, since there's like no risk of ever dying, which I guess works more for a cozier game like this. But, oh no, I feel like dealing with all the everything that trading would be in this game just seems like a headache. Not just because of the current state of the game, but even just in general. The kind of like niches that end up filling out when an MMO ends up having trading and everything enabled. There's so much you have to worry about. Because it feels like a third of your time, if not more, is just trying to work around the trading economy rather than actually playing the game. Which I guess some would say that actually is playing the game. You know, doing all the trading and everything. But I feel like you just spend so much time doing it in any game that has trading enabled like that. Because part of your gameplay loop, instead of doing a normal gameplay loop, basically becomes, how do I optimize trading while also doing normal gameplay loop? Instead of just engaging with the, you know, standard game. There's so many factors that go into it, depending on where the market is. I'm still surprised to see how many new players are around. I highly doubt that the patch that they did yesterday really brought that many people in, if any. It has to be people in the past that are just retrying it again or something. Because I feel like the first new update that they would do in the history of this game existing so far in the year and a half by the time they do it, or even longer, I feel like it's special attacks. Maybe dungeons too, if the dungeons are really cool. But I feel like it's special attacks when they finally bring that in. Special attacks, Squirrel Tree, and maybe dungeons would be the first update since launch that would maybe bring people in. If it even does that. Dungeons, I feel like it won't, because I feel like what they think dungeons are, based on how they did dungeoneering back in the day, what the Gower brothers think dungeons are is way different than what the average MMO player thinks a dungeon is. So I feel like a lot of people will be disappointed with that, even though I'll have a ton of fun with it when it comes out. But look at this. This whole room is filled with new players. Unless they're bots. New bot farm starting. The fact that they all say number 1 makes me think it's not a bot farm, though. I feel like it'd be easiest for a bot farm just to make a billion of the same name. I don't think anyone's botting this game these days. Plus, they'd probably have their name hidden, so it would be harder to ban them. Though you can report hidden people now. There was one point in this game that you couldn't, which was really funny. Like, if someone had their name hidden, you literally couldn't report them. So every bot in the game just had their name hidden. That was more so an issue for, like, the first month at launch. Seems like a pretty heavy oversight. That's since been fixed, obviously, though. Oh yeah, speaking of those Eastern Dragons, isn't it Lunar New Year in like a week? I forget the exact day. It's sometime in the next week or so. I want to say the 17th sounds correct for some reason. Year of the Horse. Which is kind of funny because the monument got a dragon. That was like 2 years ago, I think. Not in this game, but you know, the Year of the Dragon. Still waiting for that dragon boss in this game. It was the first boss in his first MMO. We'll see if he does it again. I just realized it just got so dark in the last like 10 minutes. I don't have any of the lights on in this room. It's literally just the screen I'm looking at that is illuminating this room right now. How did it get so dark so quick? And let me go change the light real quick. 1 second. Ugh. I can see now. Right, level 1.5 to go. Should be under an hour for that then. And then we'll go end it by trying the last cycle. But yeah, we won't be able to make it to go to Jade. But I didn't really think we'd be able to do multiple per day anyways. So we'll just make it the goal for at least the near future to do 1 per day. And see how that ends up working out then. So we did the stone one today. Jade one tomorrow. And just keep moving up 1 by 1. I just realized something. If the EXP potions got boosted to 14%, didn't the passive potions also move up to 14%? Ooh, that's a lot of EXP. Now that's interesting. Yeah, it's up really hefty amount of EXP. Like, those are worth almost going out of your way to make. Maybe not. But at least for the full 2 times bonus that you would get for some of these, like the Mines of Bitumen ones, since you'll have a lot of that resource anyways and stuff like that. Like 14% is not a small amount for literally like getting free XP while you're not even logged in. I feel like the trading economy would love that. Obviously, since we're playing Lone Wolf, we wouldn't be able to utilize it too much without it really just backfiring as far as how little it would give us at a certain point. But especially if we have 500 alchemy by then. But I feel like trading those things would go crazy. I could only imagine how much you would spend for a 14% potion. I wouldn't say a gold each, but honestly, almost doesn't sound that far off. Like 300 to 500 silver per 14% potion for 1 hour. Because a lot of times, I'm not sure about the current economy of the game because I haven't recalced it all. But I know in the previous system of the game, if you were to go and use enough EXPs to basically gain a free level, it was around 3 to 6 gold depending on what you were doing. The problem with that is if you were doing it on that AFK activity, that would still require so many though. Because just to gain 1 additional hour, you would already need, how many 14%? That'd be 6, 7? Oh gosh, again, no! I'm not trying to do that! Yeah, it should be a little over 6, is how many you would end up needing. In order to go and end up making it. Like for one, not for 1 level, just for 1 extra hour. You would have to do it for a little over 6 of them. And how many hours would you have to do to get a level from it? Like 10-ish? So you'd need about 60 of them. Yeah, that's pretty pricey. Like, let's say someone sells it for 300 silver. You would need 60 of them times 300. It'd be 18 gold for a level. But it'd be the quickest log out level you could possibly get. So it's really absurdly pricey. But you basically get a free level after 60 hours of doing it. While you're completely logged off the game doing literally nothing. So literally just 60 hours going by, you would get a free level. But it would cost you like 18 gold. Though actually making the potion is way cheaper than that though. How much I don't actually know. But it's closer to like 5-ish gold. The other number I was mentioning is if you, the trading economy number. I don't know, I need to go check the wiki once it gets updated. Because I'm actually not sure what the old potion ratios even are. That's just assuming that they would sell for 300 in a trading economy. But the actual potion to make itself could only be like 50 silver or 100 silver potentially. At 100 silver, it would only be 6 million gold for 1 level. Which is still a lot. Or sorry, not 6 million gold, I mean 6 gold pieces. I'm not sure why I said 6 million. But it'd be 6 gold for 1 level. But it'd be a completely AFK level over a few days duration. That you wouldn't have to do anything for at all. Other than be logged out from the game. Which for some people, with how much some people play, that might be the hard part. Obviously most people are not playing it that often. Like, you know, there's at least like 20 hours of downtime for most people most days. Where you wouldn't be playing, obviously. If not even more than that. In which case you can get value from those XP potions. Which is actually something I'm surprised they haven't added yet. Though maybe it would ruin some of the systems that they have in place, so maybe they could never add it. But they don't have any active boost potions. You can do it for passives, but not for actives. Which is a little bit weird. Because the active ones are by far the more useful ones. Especially in the new system that's in the game now. Or the passive potions are pretty much useless. I mean, not useless, but the value that they had before compared to in this new system is very low. Because the main value they had before was skipping from pre-200 to post-200. But now, since the whole curve is a lot more even, you get a lot less value from them. They're still good, but they're not that great. Like, the difference in EXP we would get from doing this AFK to this AFK or this AFK is very small. If the resource itself was better, that'd be a different story. So maybe you would do it because of that now. Okay, that's probably the main thing you would do. Like, if I was at a level range, you know what? Maybe I'll actually use it for that. Ooh, I think I know what I'm going to use some of my current boost potions on then. I might actually do that. on one of the days that we AFK for, I'm going to go boost potion so that we could use this one right over here. I've just convinced myself. But what you can use is use the boost potion on something like this, where while the XP rate won't be that much better for doing scrap metal here, it would be way better than probably getting maggots or beetles. I need to double check what those are used for. But it might be worthwhile to skip it with the boost potion in order to do scrap metal early so that I can use that scrap metal to go get smithing up, as I would need that for my current smithing AFK to be able to do that at an earlier range so that I could do it for a longer amount of time. The only problem with that is I don't believe it extends the amount of 2 times boost you get. So I would still have a limited total time I could end up doing it. But that shouldn't matter too much because we're going to be foraging like crazy to get it up anyway, so we're already going to be able to do it for a pretty limited time. So I don't think the 2 times limited bonus is really going to matter at all there. Do I know what kingdom the new campaign altar of Malice is for the starting next week? I do not. I haven't actually checked anything with it yet. I normally check it the weekend of, or even the day of sometimes. Mostly because some of the info on it changes beforehand. So just to make sure I don't remember the wrong stuff, I generally wait until it's like actually launched a lot of times. But yeah, I don't know what the power gem or anything is for it. We'll be going over in the Monday video with everything. But yeah, in case they ever change anything last minute, I tend to try to look at it as last minute as possible, or, you know, like day of, like once it's actually in the live game. Just in case they change something right at the end, and I remember it wrong or something. Because that has happened before. Not too often, but definitely a handful of times. The biggest one last year is we were going to get a really good silence mythic, but then they nerfed it, like, literally like a few days before it came out. Because it was going to be way too broken. But then they just made it completely useless. That was their solution. Instead of making something strong that's supposed to be strong, it's like, oh, let's just make sure it's completely useless so no one ever does anything with it. It's like they were ashamed of even adding it to begin with. They just nerfed it so much that you could never even use it to begin with. What's that name? Turkey Mama? Some people choose the weirdest names. I wonder if anyone does keep a turkey as a pet, though. I feel like unless you have like a full farm, that isn't really something you do that often. The person who I got my 3 chickens and a rooster from did own a turkey, though, a couple of them. Not that I currently own, but way back when. But, other than them, I don't know anyone who has had a turkey. And it was more so like a wild turkey. It wasn't like a house pet or just a yard pet or anything. It wasn't like wild, but you know, it kind of just was there. Like half wild, half not wild. Kind of like when you have frogs going into a pond. Like they're wild frogs, but they're around enough that they're not wild frogs. They're basically a part of the population of the pond. It's kind of like that kind of situation. Where they didn't like own the turkey, but it was around enough that it was basically their turkey. Yeah, we still haven't misclicked this room yet. I'm proud of that. Out of all the rooms we've misclicked in, this is surprisingly not one of them today. Even though it seems like the most likely one to misclick on because these are like 1 pixel large. Especially from a distance. There's one thing I never really noticed as I'm playing too. I feel like a lot of people hate the room system in this game. I don't even realize it every single time that this game is divided into small little chunks. It never even phases me these days. Like, obviously it's like a design choice and to make sure loading and everything works well. I feel like some people absolutely hate that aspect of this game. Yeah, almost every time I play it, I never even notice it a single time the entire duration. Could be because I play like a lot of tabletop games and similar things in the past. So I'm kind of used to things being divided up in this way. Where you would segment everything off in like, you know, little compartment rooms. Hope we found some jam. He got the original jam as well. That's kind of cool. It's a really short name to have for how low level to count that is. Or maybe he's not low level. Those gear is saying low level. He's using the gear that you can only get below level 50 or 100, whatever it is. They keep changing it like every update. That's like really early game gear. Even though we can't see his level. That is one thing this game needs to get a little bit better at, though. Like, visual identity for gear. Right now, it has some, but not a lot at the moment. Especially since some gear looks really samey. Like, the final 3 tiers of Cryo Knight gear, while they do improve, look so similar to each other. Like, if they weren't side by side, you could almost never even tell which one is which. Between, like, the final 3 tiers of Cryo Knight gear. Whereas for some of them, it looks way different, like Hammer Mage. The weapons for Cryo Knight do, but the armor for Cryo Knight does not look that much different in the final 3. It's the same issue Guardian has for its first 3. But the first 3 Guardian armors look like you just duct tape a bunch of bones onto a bunch of hides. But then it starts to get more of identity for the final 3. Cryo Knight does the exact inverse. It actually has quite a bit of identity for the first several levels. But then the final 3, for whatever reason, almost look exactly the same, just with like a small difference. You could almost never notice. Like one of them, the only thing that changes with the boots is it gets wings. As if it has like dragon wings on it. Actually, do we even have that on this one? I'm not even sure. That's literally the only difference on one of them. Exact same shape, exact same everything. It's like, oh, here's some little dragon wing things or whatever you want to call it. I think they get bigger or something for the final one or something. It's been a while since I've actually seen what the final tier looks like. Because most people don't even wear the armor anymore. They just wear like literally nothing. Just go naked. Or like him where they're like half wearing their armor just with transmogs. Another death? Gosh. We need to start keeping a death counter. Not for us because we haven't died a single time today. But everyone around us. That is like the 20-something death we've seen today. In only 6 hours. 6.5. Alright, there should be a level. We just need one more level. And then probably gonna grab dinner after that. But one level to go. After that one. Alright, this lap should pretty much get us there. And then I have no clue how many laps we need to do to go finish it out, but some amount. Probably about a dozen. I just wonder what this bone is used for. I don't do Guardian enough to have any clue whatsoever what you use a goat horn for. I cannot even remotely guess. I know most of the Hammer Mage ones. I'm pretty sure I know all the Cryo Knight ones. But I think I forget every single thing you could possibly use this for. I don't even think I could confidently name a single thing you use this for, other than Guardian gear, obviously, of some kind. For the weapons and shields. Or maybe even just the weapons. But, I can't remember a single one specifically which one is it used for. I know the bone spikes, because those are used for the spears. That one's really obvious. But every other material for Guardian, I have no clue what it matches up to. Bone spike's the only obvious one, since obviously you make spears out of it. So how many levels would we have gotten today? If we finish within the next half an hour or slightly above that, counting all that in-between time, that means 7-ish hours. We started just below 22, and we would have gained 13 levels. Which means between everything we did, we were gaining at least 2 levels an hour. Which compared to the previous system is so nice. Though we could probably be pushing closer to 3 if we weren't doing so many other things. Because we're doing a bunch of cooking to almost gain a cooking level. We were doing some fishing. We were doing combat for, what, a level and a half or whatever it was? Or half a level? Yeah, level and a half, because we would have started at 43. So we got a level and a half today. We got a level and a half for combat, half a level for fishing, half a level for cooking. And then 20... No, wrong number. And then 13 levels for Forager. At about 2 an hour. While still doing everything else. That's not too bad. Way better than the previous system, that's for sure. Still kind of slow, but, you know. It is one of those long grind games. Still way better than before. Like in the previous system, within this time, we'd be lucky if we got 6 levels. Just for Forager. Not even counting the other stuff we got along the way. Just Forager alone would have been like 6 levels. And that's if we were dumping knowledge into it and everything. So that's a lot quicker when you put it that way. I was not sure how much slower the higher tiers are going to be, because this is still a relatively low tier. It's only tier 4. I'm not sure if tiers 7, 8, and 9 are going to be a little scary as far as length. We'll find out when we get there, but from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like it. Based on how the combat curve is working at this number, it's not seeming like it. And the little bit that we did for mining, while we didn't do that much, it didn't seem it was that much slower. Like compared to what we're getting for Forager right now. Because we're getting like 200k drops or something while we were doing the minecart thing or whatever it was. And how much XP do I need for my level? Yeah, you don't have to do the minecart like several dozen times. Which sounds like a lot, but compared to before, it's not that much. Like doing like 4 dozen minecarts compared to what you had to do before. Probably would have had to done over like 100 minecarts if not more. For that same level. Not to mention, minecarts and blast mining are less nerfed. Because now that the tool gives less XP overall and you just have the double mechanic, you don't get as penalized for doing activity where your tool doesn't give a benefit to it. It's still very beneficial to be utilizing your tools, especially the double mechanic. But it's not as required from a flat XP rate. Because that tool before was getting 25% extra XP just from the base XP rate. Which was crazy high. That's not even counting like any enhancements or anything you did to it. Just the final tool alone was giving 25% on its own. But now instead it's been moved to like the cooldown mechanic thing, so you don't get the XP anymore. But the XP is just combined into every activity. Like for example for Forager, the active boost is 200% right now and the passive is 270%. So all that's just affecting the numbers. So that makes it so activities that don't need a tool or don't use a tool aren't punished nearly as much as it was in the previous system. But you're still rewarded for utilizing, you know, like the double boost and stuff like that. But other activities are nowhere near as punished compared to before in the old system. It is still very beneficial to be doing things that do use a tool though. But it's not as required as the previous system was. Alright, at this point, we should only need like 3 more knowledge points. And based on the math that we did earlier, we're getting slightly under 4 an hour. Doing this loop that we're doing right now. Which means about 40 minutes! And we should be able to go move to the next activity, and then we'll just end it there on that activity then. Off stream, I'll probably AFK combat, or maybe start getting that fishing in? I'm not sure. Probably AFK in combat, realistically. Because I'm addicted to just clicking and doing nothing for it. It's so easy just to do while doing whatever. For hours on end. Just check the game once every like several minutes. Click a potion. Repeat. I need to go make more though. 14's not going to last that long. But how much I'll be doing that tonight, 14's not going to last the whole night. It's like only 2 hours. We're definitely doing it for longer than 2 hours. Just making food and eating will already be an hour of that time. Not even counting anything else. Which I am starting to get a little hungry, but I do want to finish out the grind that we set here. Which is 35, and then go try to see what the new loop is. Because I might do that new loop off stream, so I don't want to accidentally pass it. So I want to show it in case we do end up passing it. Though in the upcoming days, we will be having to repeat a lot of loops once we basically prestige into the next milestone. That will feel weird once we finally hit the next loop on the skill. I'll have to see exactly how that feels once we get back to it. Because between today, tomorrow, and the following day, we would have cycled through every single thing once. And then we got to do that like 5 more times. Except maybe slightly longer for some of them, depending on how the XP curves works. Which means if we did break it down that way, 5 times 3, 18... Yeah, it would be 18 total. Between those 3 days and then doing that 5 more times. Which means the 3-week estimate should be pretty close. And so will be a few days I won't be able to play as much. Like next week's Tuesday. As well as Mondays where we're mostly just going to be going over whatever the update is. Now next week's Monday I don't think we're getting anything, but the following Monday's probably fishing bounties or new quests. So yeah, basically 3 weeks until we finish Monument. Unless the curve gets really crazy near the end. But otherwise, at current rate, it should be 3 weeks until we hit full Monument completion. If we keep doing what we did today for the next 3 weeks. Which is the game plan. We'll be here every day. Or pretty much every day. That means we would also get it done before the end of the month. No, we won't, because this month only has 28 days. Never mind. If this day had 31... If this month had 31 days, we'd finish it by the end of the month. But it'll be early March by the time we finish. Which is perfect timing, because that's when Slay the Spire 2 comes out. But I'm not sure exactly with the day, if they've even given a day yet. I just know it's in March. Unless they delayed it again. Like, pretty much every game I've been looking forward to, like, the last few years. They just get delayed into oblivion. But otherwise, 2 of them should be coming out in the next few months. Slay the Spire 2 next month, and Paralives in... which is basically like an indie Sims game. In May. Assuming neither of those 2 get delayed for like a 3rd time. Wait, knowledge point's about to come in. I think we need 2 more after this. Which means I might use a potion on this next cycle. And on the final set, we could just use the double for it. Or just use one for each one. We'll start it on the next cycle then. And in every 5 trips, we should get a knowledge point. Which means we should only have to do 10 more trips after this then. If even that many. Like 10 at max. Which means half an hour then, because one trip took us, what, 3 hours on the dot pretty much? It was like a 3 something. We timed it earlier. I think it was like 230 something, 240 something. I already forgot what it was now. It was like around a 230, 240 something. So half an hour, we finish it out, try the other method. We're good to go. And then tomorrow's grind will be to do the first ever Jade Monument set. Because all of our other Jades got auto-completed, so it'll be the first time we get to do that. And by the day after that, on Thursday, that'd be the first time we're probably going to have to repeat some of the cycle. Because by then I think we would have basically prestiged into the next set. And then we'd have to do that 5 more times. But by the time we get to doing it twice, by the time we hit tier 6, everything we get is actually really good. Everything that we're getting now is basically doing nothing, based on our alchemy level. But going forward, everything tier 6 and above going to be really, really, really good value. Like potions we're actually going to be consuming and using and making, both for XP and just for actually using them. Even though we have over 100 gold right now, I feel like this 100 gold is going to be on the cusp of hitting 0 very soon as we start going through some other cycles. Like once we start getting some of the consumable skills up a little bit more, like alchemy and such, I feel like that number is going to go down so quick. Luckily, we're getting really close to almost being done with every skill that could possibly burn a ton of money. At which point, I'm not sure what we really do with the excess gold. Because upgrading tools once you have things really high or nearly max doesn't really do anything. If you already completed every consumable skill, then there's nothing much you can do to, you know, consume even more gold into it. But hopefully some feature in the future will end up consuming it a ton. Obviously, if you have trading enabled, you would just use it for trading. But there's a very limited things we can actually dump into gold into otherwise. Most of it's just trying to get slightly better XP rate. Or either drop stuff on the ground or get like a tool slightly upgraded for a little bit extra XP. But if we're getting close to the point where we wouldn't need XP anymore once we start getting things a lot higher leveled, then yeah, you don't really need that aspect at all. Since gold mostly converts into saving time. And there's still a lot of skills that we need to go level up that give a lot of gold. Like Merchant plus Detective to 500. All the gathering skills feeding into the production, which might make some money for some skills if we just sell it out. And that's about it. And of course combat just feeding like 1 billion gold I guess to it. Actually combat's probably the biggest one honestly. We have a little over 1,000 levels we still need to do. And that's a lot of gold. Even just AFK, it's almost a gold an hour. Actively, I'm pretty sure we can get almost like 1.5 to 2 gold an hour. Depending on what we're killing and what our level range is and everything. Something decently high. I haven't done the math on it in the new system, so I have no clue where it's exactly at. All I know is when I was mega AFKing earlier, I was definitely getting over half a gold an hour. While barely even doing anything. Speaking of gold for Gems of War, how much gold do you need to get a kingdom from 15 to 20? I don't remember, because that's normally not the thing that bottlenecks the leveling system. I want to say a million or a few million? I don't think it's more than like a few million. Maybe like 5 million tops. I never pay attention to it because that's like the easiest thing to get for the upgrade. So I never really pay attention to what the number is, I just grind it. Because gold rates in that game's over 1 million an hour, so if you need like 5 million, it's like 5 hours of grinding. Which compared to everything else that you need is like nothing at all. Speaking of which, another new player. I don't understand why there's been so many new players. There's no way they're all trying it just because of milestones. It just has to be because I'm in Chapter 1 and I'm normally not in Chapter 1, used to seeing so many people around. Because Chapter 3 and 4 are members only, so you don't tend to see as many people, particularly not newer players as often. Like, if we go to chapter 4 right now, we'll be lucky if we could find someone under 500. I was want to go teleport there right now, just go check. Maybe once we get our foraging level, I'll go check that. I'm willing to make a bet if I spend like 3 minutes going around the entire town, I can't even find a single person under level 500. Yet here we could find a new person like every other room, or, you know, a new player every other room. Do you get more stats over level 1000 in Gems of War? Yes. But it's every 100 levels. And you don't get the magic until like level 2000. And then afterwards, it's not until every 1000 levels, which is why level 2000 is basically max level. Even though it technically keeps going. But for realistic people, it's max level. Because getting any higher than that, it just takes like literal thousands of hours. Because getting to level 2000, if you were to power grind it, I think it takes like 3,000 hours, something absurdly high still. We had like 16,000 hours playtime by the time we hit level 2000. But obviously not all of that was farming XP. So I still find it crazy that I have 16,000 hours in that game. Whenever I think of that number, it's like, oh gosh. Because it's the only one I can see that I have a number that high that I can actually see the number. There are 2 other games I have more playtime in, and it's not Brighter Shores though. But there are 2 games I have more playtime in than Gems of War. It's Warcraft 3, which if I had a way to display it would probably be somewhere around like 20,000-25,000. And RuneScape, which if you account it across every account is over 30,000. Since RuneScape Classic years. I think I started in 2004, though I did play the RuneScape Classic version. But it's after the RuneScape Classic years that I played it. As well as Fun Orb, if you count that, but that's technically not RuneScape. It was made by Jagex, but it's not really like RuneScape, even though you use the same account to log in. So I guess if you count that, I have like a couple thousand hours in Fun Orb. Between Arcanist and a few other ones. Even just the re-release of Arcanist, I think I put like 50, 100 hours in. Not counting the main game that I put thousands into. Back when the servers were still up for it, the actual real ones. But as far as any game where you can go to a location that shows my number of hours played, Gems of War is my highest at like 16,000 something or whatever it's at right now. And it's not even counting mobile either, or other accounts I've had. That's just the one account only when I was logged in on Steam. So it's not even my total playtime either. It's only that singular account specifically on PC's playtime. Yeah, we're getting close to our next knowledge point. Which, honestly, at this point... Yeah, using the XP potion almost brings us there. I think we got like 3 laps left. 3 more laps! I think we're just racing around the track. Actually, that's something I never got around to. There was a lot of racing games that came out last year. I didn't play a single one of them. The closest I came to was doing sailing for old school RuneScape. That's kind of like racing, at least the Barracuda trials. Racing within an MMO. The only problem is you couldn't face people in it though. It was always just solo time trials. Which is still fun, but if a racing game was literally only solo time trials, that'd be a pretty lame racing game. If that's the only feature you had in your racing game. It was solo time trials. But from a reward system perspective, they couldn't really make it like player versus player or anything. Still be fun as like a alternative thing though. Like a mini game or something. Even if they can only make it so like 4 or 8 people can go in one track. Whatever limitations the MMO would have. What's the exact XP number at this point? We're at less than 100,000. Yep, one more lap to go. Because each node's averaging like 2,000 something. And we're grabbing 24 each lap. I want an XP potion to give us even more. I really got to make more XP potions. I might at some point off stream need to go push alchemy a little. At least to the healing potion for when we get around to it. But we still got plenty of times. Like, we're not going to hit that for, like, a week, if not longer. We'd have to get, like, 2 whole milestones onto Forager. Or 1.5. Which obviously we'll get somewhat soon, but not that soon. It's quicker, not that quick, though. Way quicker, but not instantly level up that far quick. Oh, don't... Why is... Gosh, I wish I could cancel the cancel button. The cancel button keeps getting in the way of me accidentally clicking the cancel button. He's like, before you could just click on the map and you would move. But now if you do it and like double click, you'd accidentally like cancel the potion. There's the only bad thing about it. Because it gives you less clickable space on the top of your map or your screen. There's every button up there you can't really click anymore. Well, these you can, I guess. But these will bring up a cancel screen. Alright, one more lap. And then we'll go try the bone method I want to go do. And this is probably the main thing we'll do off stream. If I do it at all, I might just AFK combat. Which realistically is like 90% of the time that will probably happen. I'll be making dinner, AFK in combat. I'll be eating dinner, AFK in combat. I'll be watching TV, AFK in combat. I'll be laying in bed, AFK in combat. I'll be brushing my teeth, AFK in combat. I'll be doing laundry, AFK in combat. Tomorrow morning, I'll wake up and have breakfast, AFK in combat. And then by the time we start to stream, maybe I'll also still be AFK in combat. We'll start to stream this still just in an AFK loop. Though at some point, I do need to go make more potions between all that. Which is not that AFK, though it is somewhat AFK. Not as AFK as combat, though. But I only have like 2 hours of this potion. I need like 10. I need to make like a few hundred of these or something. I just don't want to make too many because I don't want to make it too high of a level. The other problem is I don't have the resources to make these ourselves until we get a higher forager level. So I don't want to overkill them because we're wasting a lot of money on them. It's over 1 silver cost per minute. I think we're close to like 2 or 3 silver a minute per AFK time. We do still profit, but it's cutting heavily into our profits because we're spending so much on the potion. The only good thing about it is it's really good XP for our level range, if nothing else. But I am burning like almost 2 silver a minute. Though we are making more silver than we're burning from the kills themselves. But we'd be burning 0 if we had the forager level just to make it ourselves, or, you know, gather it all and everything. Alright, there we go. I guess I'll finish the cycle since we're going through it. We already got the level right. Yeah, there we go. You're level 1654. That's still pretty high. Anything above 1,500 is absurdly high. Even over 1,200 is still pretty high. How much more magic do you gain by getting to 2,001? Only at level 2,000. I forget what all the other stats are, but they're not magic. But 2,000 would be your next magic. I assume you would get 1 attack, life, HP, and armor within that range. Unless you'll get 2 durability, 1 armor, and then 1 magic. I'm pretty sure it's 1 of each. With magic being the last one at 2,000. Alright, we're gonna go grab this lily, then teleport north. Actually, at this point, I could just kind of walk there. I've already moved this far up that I might as well just walk to where we need to go. And just for the fun of it, we'll get 1 kill. Because I'll wait for the double here. Let me go grab this 1 kill here. Be the last thing we kill this stream. See if I can get a double take here. I don't think it's going to be off. There's no way this battle's going to take a minute. I'll just grab the 1 and just whatever he drops, I guess. Unless he gives me a 4 drop, in which case, goodbye one of these resources. Oh yeah, we still have those luck charges from earlier, from like 3 hours back. Honestly, we're going to start tomorrow's stream and I'm still going to have these luck charges somehow. No, I'm going to be consuming them on something later tonight, though. But it's crazy that it has no cooldown at all, just a charge cooldown. But it literally lasts forever. Perfect. Alright, let me go store all this away, store the 1 weapon, and go see what this gameplay loop is. So I know that there's bone spikes in here, but I never bothered doing it because I wasn't banking. But now these bone spikes are actually our best XP method. So I'm going to try doing this really wide into the north area. The only problem, though, is they're a little bit far apart from each other, which is not ideal. Like, there's not, like, a really clean path you could do is the problem. Alright, deposit all from backpack. Where's the second bone spike room? Is there a second bone spike room? Yes, but it's south. Ooh. Wait, where are they in this room? Let's see. I didn't realize we could do goal synergy with this guy. Ooh. 4 bone spikes goal? 4 bone spikes goal? Is that the game plan? Let me try doing that. Let's see. So we can grab this. Hey, it's less 400 XP than what I was gonna do. Let's see, you get 3,000 each. Yeah, that's not worth. That's even worse than Water Lily for that. Interesting. So is that even worth doing with the other loop? Let me go see what the other loop looks like. I don't feel like it is. But it does allow us to bank everything if we cared about that. That's just really strange. So when we come over here, we would be able to grab all 4 bones. Maybe not that bone. We'd probably grab 3 bone. We'd grab the 3 bones that are going towards the storage. So we'd ignore that bone completely when we were doing that. Grab these 3 and then boom. Put everything away and then move to the other area. Okay, let me go try it and see what a gameplay loop looks like for this. See if we would want to actually do this. So we'd go here. Grab this. Double it. That XP is still kind of crazy given how many lower levels that is. Did this thing just get like mega XP yield or something? No, it's below by 3%. And then we grab this bone. Then we grab these 2 and grab the fish. Oh, I forgot I gotta downgrade it. Then we take this 1. Then we grab both the 2 sages and the fish, but we grab the fish first. Which I also need to go re-downgrade. Oh yeah, I ended up logging out earlier, which is why I don't have the numbers correct. And then we go over here. Grab blood nettle, grab blood nettle. The problem is we're not going to grab enough resources here. I'm going to be banking with half an inventory. Unless I just double do this loop. But otherwise I'm going to be banking with half an inventory. And I'm not going to use the double here because we're saving it for bone spike. And then grab exactly 12 here. And then we would technically go to bone spike, but the other thing already spawned for better XP rate. And then we would grab bone spike, bone spike, bone spike. Oh, not we wanted. But then we would grab bone spike, bone spike, bone, bone. Bone's a little bit out of the way, but we'll grab it. But the problem is this is nowhere near full inventory. Honestly, that one gameplay loop from that earlier section almost seems like the way. Which is really weird. Like, this cycle over here just seems like it's the strongest method, like, the entire time. I'm not sure why Nettle feels like it's giving so much XP. But it's, like, crazy good. Yeah, I don't understand why Nettle is so high. Did they, like, put it in the wrong spot or something? I don't understand why this Nettle is stronger than, like, almost everything we've gotten in the last 15 levels. Oh yeah, I didn't drop the fish when we were doing the other cycle. As far as, you know, not taking it. Well, let's go try that then. Let's do it like this. But then once that respawns, we try taking it again, but then do a loop back into Bone Spike. Okay, I think I see a gameplay loop here. Yeah, this might be what I end up running off stream then. But now I loop back onto this. But then I don't take the fish. And in all the spare spots in my inventory, I fill with Bone Spikes. So we grab that, we grab that, we grab this. I ignore the fish, but I do grab the double nettle. Which maybe I should grab the nettle first so it respawns in time. I'm going to have to wait on the nettle respawn because I grabbed the fish earlier. So when I do this, I got to grab the one nettle as I go into the room. So it's set on cycle, so when we do it this way, I can grab the nettle first. And I'll deliberately not go to that so I can do Bone Spike. And now I wait on this nettle, which might have to wait a second. Actually, let me grab the further one since we have to wait. That's the only bad thing here. This is mostly because I didn't grab the one nettle initially, though. This should be better for when we do it next cycle, because I'll remember to grab it first. So it sets its cooldown to be better. Then we grab the 3 bones over here, and then we grab the 3 bones going to Bone Spike. And doubling one of them. Actually, technically we only have to grab 2 since we're doubling one. I mean, I could also skip one of these if I really want to. But they're kind of right on the path, so why not? But I guess that's the gameplay loop then. Maybe grab one less of these bones while we're doing this. Because I'm going to have 1 spear right now. I need to put all of that into the bank. Grabbing these 3. So grab that one, that one, that one. I don't know, is this one closer or that one closer? It's hard to tell. I feel like it's this one. It's only 3 tile. The other one looks way more than 3. Oh yeah, I'm out of space. Because I doubled the other one. But yeah, I think we have to grab 1 less ram horn. But otherwise, I think that is the gameplay loop. Otherwise, that seems to be the case. So we start at nettle. I gotta remember when I enter that room to grab that 1 nettle immediately, though. So we start with nettle and double it. We take everything leading to here. We can grab 1 singular fish, but I gotta remember to grab the nettle first. And that just gives enough delay so that we can get the next cycle. Because I gotta wait for the nettle to regrow in the first room. And it allows the nettle to grow in the first room. And then we grab this. And this sets the cooldown for this room, so it'll be a better cycle next time around. So by the time I get there, I won't have to wait and just stand there doing nothing. And now we grab this. And that's the only fish we grab. And I'll need that for cooking anyway, so it works out. We then grab all of these bones, or we can skip one. We'll see what the respawn timer is. This might be where we skip the one, honestly. Let's see. I'm gonna skip one and see what happens here. Oh, actually, I'll go for it. Let's see. Does it spawn by the time I get there? Yes, it does. Okay, yeah, here'd be where I skip. So when you reach this point, you would skip one of these 2 bones, or one of the 3 bones. We skip that one. We'd skip one of those. And now, since I took the blood nettle here earlier, it should be spawned by the time I walk next to it. Oh, I first have to take this 1 bone first, so it has some spawn time. Because we took it last time. And now it should be spawned by the time I get here. And now we repeat back. Grabbing, I guess, all 3. We could also skip one if we wanted to. But since they're all adjacent to us, let's see, how many more do I need? Because I'm going to double the other bone. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I skip one of these. I skip 1 ram horn. And then we grab the bone spikes. Oh, no, I don't have to skip a 1. Never mind, never mind. Because I'm only grabbing 3 because I'm skipping the other one. And then we take this for double. We take that for double, or for single, and then we take this one because it's closer than the other one. Yeah, that's the cycle. Alright, well, there's the gameplay loop. We're good to go. And honestly, you could run this gameplay loop for a while. Because you don't necessarily need these bone spikes to be higher level. Plus that one other one, this one will be better than the bone spike later. So we can start prioritizing this more than the bone spike. Rather than the bone spike over that. But yeah, it's the gameplay loop then. Yeah, we'll do it one last time. And then we'll call it for now. Yeah, it's pretty chill. Hey, this should be really good forward XP. It should be over 2 levels an hour for sure. At our earlier level range, we were even getting like 3 an hour from it. Though we're at a level range where it is a little bit slower now, but we get those extra bone spikes if nothing else going with it. And at level 47, these horns in like 8 more levels get better XP too. So we can come back here for even better XP soon. But yeah, I think that's the game plan then, doing this exact route. Seems pretty solid. Even get some free fishing XP with it. This is mostly just to delay the one spawn. We don't need it on the other time because we're banking during that time. But during this time we gotta delay the other things spawn so that by the time we get to Nettle it'll be ready. And now we can skip 1 bone here. So grab these 2. Actually, let me grab the further one. This just feels weird since we're already passing that. Whereas here we can like skip a tile, but the reason I'm doing it is just so we can move here. Basically queue up a move. And then by the time we get here, boom, it's ready. Like instantly. And then on our way back, we grab all the bones? Or do we skip one? Oh, we'll find out when we come back. This bone I have to take because I gotta wait for this blood nettle to spawn. Should spawn any second here. And then this blood nettle should spawn any second here. I have to wait a second because we're a little bit ahead of cycle. Perfect timing. And now we grab, what, 3 bones or 4 bones? Actually, there is only 3. So yeah, we'd grab 3 here unless we want to get the extra bone spike. And yeah, that'd be everything we need then. And when these bones are more upgraded, we wouldn't need to do the other thing. Oops, why did you not grab the other one? Guess I accidentally clicked move. Yeah, that'd be the gameplay loop then. Honestly, you can keep this gameplay loop for so long. It is so strong. And you get to bank, which is huge. But yeah, that's the gameplay loop. Anyways, guys, actually, what are we doing for our AFK activity now? But we will be back tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time. I guess for now, what's our combat AFK? I guess we'll just bring him to that. Oh, we got porcupines. Oh, wait, isn't that like right below us? Wait, where's porcupine? It's literally just north of us. Perfect. We're already here. Oh, that's so perfect. Look at this synergy. It's right next to my farming location. So if I want to stop like mega AFKing instead of, you know, enrage potions or anything, it's right here. It's literally like the room aside. I can even go get that bone spike when I come out. There we go. Perfect. This is our current combat AFK, I guess, until we use the enrage potions. But anyways, guys, we will be back tomorrow, same time as always, noon Eastern Standard Time. We'll be doing this for the next few weeks. Until that number says 10, we will keep going. We're almost halfway there, even though it's day 1, but, you know, we kind of had a head start on it a little bit. But we still got a ways to go. Probably like a solid 3 weeks, it seems like. By early March, we should have it done. But yeah, we'll do it every day until it gets done. Some days maybe a little bit more than others, but today, how long did we go for today? We went for like 7 hours today. But yeah, this seems about right. Like anywhere from like 4 to 8 hours most days. Somewhere's within that range. Depends how much we want to go grind or how close we are to like a given milestone, or if we set a goal that we want to go like stretch for. Because tomorrow's goal is literally just this one. Obviously, we'll probably go and try to make it the whole milestone. So next to tomorrow's goal is probably like 15-ish levels, probably a little bit more than that. But bare minimum, we got to do Jade Monument. Hopefully get to 5, so that we're halfway there. And then we'll be like halfway done. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week, a wonderful upcoming Valentine's Day, and I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.